What is everybody? Welcome back. Truth and Transparency recap of week number 1. This is the trial recap of week number 1. Murder for hire. Is it murder for layaway? Who knows? Sorry for the late start. Here we go. Florida versus Mario Saldana. This is for those of you guys that have not been able to watch a whole week's worth of like 8 to 9 hours. Like, who can do that? Let's see here. Let's do it like this. Okay, so how I decided to do this is tell you guys about the 19 witnesses we have seen. What is up, chat? Come on, guys. This is not every day that we get to see the lovely government just absolutely shitting the bed. Not every day that we get to see this. Okay. We're going to... You know what? I love this comment right here. I tried jumping in when I could, but was confused. How do you think the jury feels? All right, so here we go. Again, hello to the moderators. Hello, Carson. I saw her in here, beautifully broken. Freckle Gemini. Let people know if they're waiting for that Idaho 4 live. I will be live with that, but it's going to be after this. All right, so 19 witnesses in this week. So Monday through Friday, opening statements were Monday. And it's important to remember, what were the promises? The opening statement promises the claims to the jury. Okay. What were the claims? What were the promises? What was the jury being told? Hey, this is what this trial is going to show you. So I want to remind everybody that the opening statements by Stifler. So what we're going to do here is I have, first, Stifler claims, that's who did the opening. Stifler claims that she talks about sanctuary and how nice of an area it is, and it's super nice, and nothing ever happens, basically. And on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022, the unthinkable would happen. And there'd be a tire in the middle of the road. There were high curbs around this little area where there's a median in the middle that splits it. So if you're the oncoming traffic, when you're usually right next to each other, nope, you got to split off, and you're going one way and the other way with a median in between. And in this little area where the road splits on Sanctuary, this is where this happened. And there's a tail in the middle of the road. There was high curbs and berms so that nobody could really kind of go around it. You'd have to get out of your car and move it. And so she's telling the jury, Jerry got out of his car and he moved a tire that was in the middle of the road. She sets the scene by saying that not only was Jared in that car after he dropped off the twins, right, but that his little 2-year-old daughter was. And she heard loud booms, and that after the police were able to rule out that it was inconsistent with being a robbery, there's going to be no dispute about that. Nobody's voices were heard. There was no road rage. Jared was a very low risk victim here. And that basically at the end of the day, this was a financed murder. She uses the word financed. Financed. We haven't heard 19 witnesses. Not a single witness has testified to any finances. Okay. So, Lana, what's the first thing that you want to tell everybody? Well, I'm looking at my notes here, and it's all about trust. You do not want to lose the jury. It's all about trust. And Stifler saying that this was a financed murder. Financed. And there was an eye in the sky, but there was no eyewitnesses. And the eye in the sky that caught, the murder is that Ring camera, and we all saw it. But did we? What did we see? We didn't see a murder. We saw a flashbang, right? We didn't see any vehicles except for Jared's. Very bizarre. We also see a figure that is just so grainy. It's way worse than the White Elantra. Anyways, so the key word is finance. This is a finance murder, but we haven't seen any financial records except for the fact that Mario Saldana went to Walmart and purchased toiletries in Pennsylvania. What else have we seen? We haven't even gotten to see the checks yet, really. It's kind of come out that because the defense jumped ahead, which I love the move, to show that there was these three checks and $5,000, $3,000, $2,000, and that they were all for work that Henry Tenon did. But at the end of the day, we have checks that are the most traceable thing that ever. Like, nobody commits a murder and receives checks after the fact by months, right? A couple months later. And like, wait, what? And for $10,000? So now, interestingly, this is a solicitation to commit murder case. The state comes out the gate and they say, Henry Tenon is the shooter. Well, the defense comes out in their opening statements and says, you are never going to hear us dispute this. Henry Tenon is the shooter. Holy shit. That was pretty surprising. So what I thought was interesting is that we can tell that the state was not prepared for that. You want to know how? Because you want to go to 1 hour and 13-minute mark of my video on Monday for the opening statements. So what's nice about this is I'm going to timestamp you guys. 1 hour and 13 minutes into my first video done on Friday or on Monday with opening statements, because I usually do a startup like this and then we're waiting around for it to start. So fast forward all the way to 1 hour and 13 minutes and 50 seconds. And how I know that the state was not prepared for that is because in the opening statements, the homicide first responders were young and inexperienced. Stifler tells that to the jury. So she's getting ahead of the fact that there's going to be a lot of problems with the crime scene. Why would she be saying that? Well, because they had no idea that the defense was going to say that we agree Henry Tenon is the shooter. That's how I know that. The next thing that Stifler claims in opening statements is that the tire was a trap. That tire was a trap. If you go to 1 minute or 1 hour and 16 seconds, you're going to hear her say that tire was as much as the murder weapon as the gun. In quotes. 1 hour and 16 minutes and 10 seconds into my video, which is only not that long into her opening, you hear her say, so within 7 minutes, she says that tire was as much as the murder weapon as the gun. Now, why is that important? Well, because we have seen no evidence of this. If they're saying that tire was as much as the murder weapon as the gun, it would lead you to believe that the gun, who the shooter is, and who placed the tire are not the same people. Think about it. You don't need to say that if you're alluding to if the person that has the gun, right, shoots and kills somebody, right? They're the killer. Why would you have to add this part on to say that tire was as much as the murder weapon as the gun? You would only want to make that claim in your opening, okay? If you plan to show, now remember, the jury hasn't heard this, but back a couple weeks ago, do you remember when Mr. Mizrahi broke the news and says 2 people were there, multiple people were there at the crime scene, more than one person? And I'm like, how the fuck did you not know that? Dude, what are you talking about? I've known that for years. But what does that have anything to do with solicitation to commit murder? What does that have anything to do with the fact that Mario's a principal to this murder, right? Wouldn't the solicitation just be enough? So I think it's truly interesting that she says that tire was as much as the murder weapon as the gun. Next, she says that the motive is Shanna Gardner. Shanna Gardner has the motive. Now, motive is not an element, though. Okay? Usually what prosecutors like to say is, guess what? We don't have to talk about motive. Motive is not an element that we have to prove. Now, understand why this is a thing, that motive is not an element. Okay? And I think it's a good thing. I truly do. Because Christina Stifler says, I want you to use your common sense. You do not check your common sense at that door. You're going to take your common sense back there with you. Well, we can take our common sense with us, Christina, Miss Stiffy. But we're not going to, our common sense isn't the same, is not reasonable doubt. Okay? We don't fill in the gaps. We can't just say, hey, they did not provide us with any evidence of these things, so we're just going to fill them in with, what could have happened, and yet we're going to come back with guilty. It's not how it works. But she's saying that Shanna Gardner has the motive to get rid of Jared Bridegan. Nobody else. And to use your common sense. Thank you. Next, she wants to talk about the fact that Jared and Shanna Gardner married young. They had twins. They moved to Florida. One of their kids has a heart condition. Jared raised the kids in the church. He's very religious. And that basically Shanna Gardner is not. That Shanna Gardner left the church. Well, immediately, what I think would be suspect is that church. Just like none other than where? Out there in good old Idaho. Next. She says that Jared gets remarried in 2017. She forgets to say that Jared had another fiance before Kirsten Bridegan. And that Jared left the kids and went to Utah. But in 2018, then Shanna Gardner met Mario Saldana at the gym. You're going to find out that Shanna Gardner comes from a very wealthy family. Really? Just so we're clear, in week 1, everybody just has, there's been no evidence that Shanna Gardner comes from a wealthy family. We have not seen any financials. We're expected to see the financials that Detective Johns is going to testify to on Monday. Maybe Tuesday, depending. That's my guess. I was looking at the witness list here, and I'm like, when are we going to get Detective Johns back? Remember how this whole time it was like Detective Johns is going to testify, and then he's going to come back because he's going to testify to a second part? Well, that second part is that Detective Johns, the lead investigator in this case, he just happens to have some banking background, and he's the one that's our financial guy, and he's going to testify to the financials. So we haven't heard that yet in week 1, which is the whole point of this case, is all about financials. Yet we have not seen anybody's financials. Nothing. So Shanna Gardner comes from a very wealthy family. She says and that they got married, meaning Mario and Gardner got married out of convenience, that it was a deal. These are all the things that she told the jury in opening, that it was out of convenience. There was a deal made, and it was to help her kids with the Jared situation. And you're going to hear that from Mario himself. Okay. And during this first week, we did hear for the first time, the jury got to hear for the first time, Mario Saldana actually speak. And so I think the jury now understands that Mario speaks English. The jury during jury selection, they thought that there could be some potential language barriers here because they weren't sure if Mario, his nationality, what was English his first language. But I think the 50-minute interview cleared that up for the jury, that there are no language barriers here. However, that does not mean that Mario does not speak very fluent Spanish, right? And that maybe when he talks to his friends and his family, that he speaks Spanish. Now, the question is does Shanna Gardner understand Spanish? Can she speak it? And I have 2 sources that tell me that not only does Shanna Gardner not speak Spanish, she doesn't understand it. And you know what it's like, when you have family or friends and they start talking the other language that they are fluent with, and it's always when they don't want you to know what they're talking about. And you're like, what are you saying, dude? Why all of a sudden did you switch mid-sentence to start talking, in Farsi or in Spanish or in Italian? My grandma would do that all the time. My aunt, I was like, come on. So I think it would be very, very interesting if when Shanna Gardner has her turn, if they really point that out to the jury, if there's a way to do that. And I have 2 sources that tell me that is very, very doable. And it might be something that they would really, really consider with what the state is going to present with jailhouse alleged snitches and rats or whatever. These women that supposedly Shanna Gardner talked to and, said things to, and who they talked back and forth. Dude, they need a translator, these women. So I want to put that out there. Now, Christina Stifler told the jury that this couple, Gardner, Jared Bridegan, that they fought over everything. They would put everything in writing. They would only write. They would have everything separate, like, doctor's appointments and going to the kids' open houses, shit like that, that it was always separate. And they had to put everything in writing because there was no trust in this relationship. We learn that they have to use the Wizard, the Our Family Wizard app. And I told you what I thought about that app. Until they make that app where if you have a parent coordinator or a guardian ad litem that's actually part of that app, and that they can be monitored as well to see when they go and read stuff. And so when you can keep track of that, hey, you actually read our, back and forth. And I could actually subpoena the Our Wizard app and get that information. Otherwise, take that app and burn it. Trust me. Next. Stifler has said to the jury, there is a trust fund here in this case, and that you're going to hear and find out that this trust fund, there was a clause in it. Okay. Shanna Gardner has a trust fund and there's a clause in it, and that Shanna Gardner could not get to her trust fund until there was no more legal entanglements. And that you're going to find out that Mario Saldana was in charge of that trust fund. Stifler said to the jury that after the murders, she doesn't give a date. She just says after the murders, $50,000 was transferred into his personal account after the murders, into Mario Saldana's personal account. 50 grand was transferred into his personal account after the murders. We don't know where that's from. 50K. No offense, 50K ain't shit, depending on what's going on here. You're going to find out about LLCs, he owned a home, he rented it. You're going to find out that Shanna Gardner then goes to Washington and he doesn't go, and he goes to Orlando, okay, after the murder. And then they, they're no longer living together. Then you're going to hear Christina Stifler say, listen, this investigation cleared Jared's family, friends, work people. This investigation cleared Jared's family, friends, work people, everybody in Jared's orbit. You're gonna hear that every password to Jared's stuff, it was all we were able to just, if we wanted to, go to Kirsten's house. It was, here, come on in. You don't need search warrants for anything. You can just take whatever you want. But the family was so cooperative. Come and get whatever you want. So she says passwords. She opens the homes to the cops. Jared works in a very small circle. He's a very small friends group. He's a low risk victim. He has no gambling debts. He is not a gambler. He does not do drugs due to his tox screen. He does not. We looked in his phone. There was no affairs that we could find in his phone. He's not a partier. He didn't travel. He lived a quiet life, and he was a Mormon. You're going to learn, just like the cops learned, she said, that we learned that there was no one else with a motive. And you're going to see that we did not jump to conclusions. That's funny because the last thing that we have heard the state want to point out is anything about dates and timestamps. Okay. When you want to talk about that you're doing such a thorough investigation, that promise, I can tell you, has not been kept, to show me that there was this thorough investigation and that they didn't jump to conclusions. Okay, that is not true. In fact, we heard from Lindsay Butler today, day 5. And Lindsay Butler immediately was brought in the ATF, and immediately she was asked to do what? Here are the names. Shannon Gardner Mario, Kirsten, and John, and who? Henry Tenon, John Biggerstaff. What names were you given to look into people's lives? And I would hone in a little bit more on that. Okay, this was anything but that. The whole, we didn't jump to conclusions. Now, again, remember, she has no idea that the defense is going to come out and say that Henry Tenon is the shooter, and we agree with them. So this should give you some insight into what she's thinking that she has to show the jury. Next, Kirsten Stifler promised and told this jury that they used cutting edge geofence and tower dumps. That this was personal and that Jared was targeted. You're going to see and learn that there was a tire rim in the middle of the road and that tire rim matched to a Ford F-150. And we learned this from the dot. They did this from also looking at surveillance cameras. There was a blue Ford F-150 with this tan stripe around the bottom. But we never hear why they focused on that. There was a lot of cars that we saw on surveillance cameras during this week. In fact, there was a white truck in front. Then it was that, two-tone that they want to say. Then it was the Atlas. Then there was another sedan. It was like they were all ass to elbows driving around. Something that Stifler does not tell us is that this cutting-edge material that they would use had a 36-minute gap that we're supposed to say from 7:12 to 7:47. Don't worry, you guys. Don't worry that there is no surveillance from 7:12 until 7:47. Don't worry. She never says that to the jury. In fact, she tries to sell it to the jury by not putting a slide into the presentation that there is a 36-minute gap from 7:12 to 7:47. And why is that important? Well, because the murder takes place at 7:52 and some change. And they're trying to say that a vehicle that was on camera at 7:12, it's the same vehicle that's on camera at 7:47. And yet those cameras are only, I don't know, I think it'd be really, really important to make sure that the jury understands that the camera between at Pablo Hamlet to Fairway, 25 Fairway, you got to hone into the jury to make sure that they know that that's so close together. And that you could walk it how many times back and forth in a time span of 36 minutes. And that to drive it, it would take like a minute. Not even. And so where's this vehicle? Where's this two-tone? But with the defense's theory that they've saying, hey, Henry Tenon is the shooter, I think that they're not focused on that. And I think that they might want to just say something about that. But Stifler, again, has no idea what the defense's strategy is. So she went first to give her opening. She then says that she makes the promise that, guess what, guys? There's going to be a triggering by someone taking out the trash an hour before the murders that give us the blue Ford F-150 truck. And I'm thinking to myself, there was way more surveillance cameras than just one where you can point and see this F-150 truck. But she makes it a point to say there was a triggering event by someone taking out their trash an hour before the murders that catches this F-150. I don't know if she wanted to continue on that and say, like, that's what got us on to look at that. But she says that you are going to see the Pablet Hamlet apartment senior living area. And she wants us to know that is 1 block from Shanna Gardner's house. She tells us that at 6:41 p.m. on Grande, there are tires in the back of the F-150 truck that they show. You're going to be able to see that there's tires at the 6:41 timestamp. And the jury's probably like, what the fuck are you talking about? And what she's talking about is, hey, we have this truck, right? And in the back of it, we're pausing it, and you can see that there's something in the back. And guess what? During the investigation, it was trash bags rather. Now at trial, she comes out and she says, hey guys, those are tires in the back. You're going to see those. Then at 7:54 p.m., there is no tire in the back of the truck. We looked at that surveillance camera. It is 30 million times worse than 1112 King Road cameras. You can't, man, it's bad. She then says that she tells the jury in opening statements that there is no license plate readers. The jury has come to find out, I don't know why she would have ever said this, that there are license plate readers and that they're using them in their case. Now, I don't know if she meant to say there's no flock cameras, okay? But she said license plate readers. Very specifically saying license plate readers. And she's like, we put info out for the truck, and there's no license plate readers. Next, at the 1 hour and 37-minute mark of my video on opening day, the opening statement, Stifler says, there were 4 shell casings left at the scene. They were 10 millimeters. We heard from a ballistic guy today. That was our last witness. Can I get a witness? And we're going to get into that. But this guy that testified, he wasn't given the job to test these shell casings until April of 2026. This murder happened in February of 2022. Mr. Mizrahi was questioning this man and was trying to sell it to the jury that things take time, don't they? Things take time. Like, it's not like a television show, right? Where CSI, boom, a commercial happens and they have everything solved. This was his line of questioning today. And this guy's like, yeah, no, it's not like that at all. What do you mean these things take time? You mean, Ms. Mizrahi, you took 4 fucking years to give that man, hey, we want you to test this and see what you do, some ballistic work, do some cutting edge shit on this. What? It didn't take, so I need to explain this to everybody. I believe that it's smoke and mirrors The trial strategy of the state has literally been smoke and mirrors with the evidence. They have misled the jury on multiple occasions. And this is one of them that really stuck out to me. Mr. Mizrahi says things take time. You got the dude the shit in April of 2022 or 2026. He gets you the shit back in July 30th of 2026. You have a trial in August. Opening statements were when? Picking the jury was when? What the hell is going on? The defense just got that report July 30th of 2026 because Mr. Mizrahi got that dude to perform work for him in April of 2026. So May and June and July, it took 3 months. That's not time to me. It took you, Mr. Mizrahi, time to get that over to him. And on the sheet, it says the subjects that are connected to those shell casings: Shanna Gardner, Mario Saldana, Henry Tenon, and Jimmy Clay Jones. Not John Biggerstaff, not Juan Biggerstaff. Jimmy Clay Jones. And you guys should be like, who the fuck is Jimmy Clay Jones? Well, basically, Mr. Mizrahi doesn't realize that his own witness more or less impeaches when he gets crossed about these ballistic crap, this junk science. Mr. Mizrahi said he passes the witness, and Hill gets up there and he's like, that report that you did, I wish Hill would have said, when was this given to you? Like, when were you asked to do this work? He needed to really hone in on that. April 2026. Well, earlier in testimony, everybody and their mother on the state is saying that Jimmy Clay Jones was never involved with anything to do with any documentation with a gun or any paperwork, because he was never a suspect or a subject or anything. He just was not part of this at all, even though that's where the truck was found. Henry Tenon's truck, that's where they found it, in this Jimmy Jones's property, who's a friend of Henry Tenon, who's been a long-standing friend, family friend of his. So today, that gets all blown up. That, wow, okay. People are testifying that Jimmy Jones is not on any paperwork. He's on paperwork in 2026. That's unfucking believable. Maybe Miss Stifler was like, yeah, see, I told you we didn't jump to any conclusions. We did not even turn in paperwork to have any reports or any testing until 2026. My question would be this. How did you know to focus on a 10 millimeter and only a 10 millimeter if you didn't have anybody pointing you that way, somebody doing the junk science to say that this is what it was? Because if you listen to the dude's testimony today, he says that he cannot rule out another Smith & Wesson, whatever the hell it was. I'm not a gun person, okay? But in his testimony today, it was very clear that he cannot rule out something else that could have happened. But he's saying, but with the shell casings that were there, He did no work, none, on there was only 2 casings out of the 4 that he did any work on. So the 4 shell casings left at the scene, it's a Glock, it's a Glock design, FEL 10 millimeter. Let's see, what else did she say? They put it through NIBIN. She then says Jared would be in Jacksonville Beach in a Volkswagen black SUV, prior knowledge of his route and routine, and who only know that is Gardner and Fernandez. And I'm over here like, what? That's what she promised the jury, is that Jared would be in Jacksonville Beach on Wednesday. Who would know that? That he would be in his Volkswagen black SUV. Who would know that? And that who would know and have prior knowledge of his like route back home, like how he drives to get home from dropping off the twins. And that's what she promised the jury. That could only have possibly been known by, and I'm like, wait, do you know who gave the route to the police on day one? Jared Bridegan told the police, this is the route we take. And how that all came out was because Jared and Jared Bridegan got into it about which way they should be traveling home, because one way was faster than the other way. And Kirsten was like, I'm telling you, I'm right. My way's faster. And the way that it was the way. So she got Jared to take her route. And that's how he was traveling home. The route that she told him, hey, which way are you going? You need to go this way. This is way faster. Think about that. Think about telling the jury that, how would Mario and Gardner know which way they drove home? The kids that are in the vehicle that get dropped off, they're no longer in that vehicle anymore. So you can't ask the twins, hey, by the way, which way does your dad drive home? You guys home? Oh, wait, that's right. Because they get dropped off. So that means when he leaves to go home, they're not in the car anymore. So I thought that was interesting to say that. Now, the other part that she screws up on is she's like adamant that nobody could possibly find out this information. And that gets blown up week one right out the gate. It was a great question, and it was a great delivery. The defense team, you guys know when you get divorced, right? You know the ton of that shit's always public. You can go and look at people's divorces, click, 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 look away, and here, pull this up. And well, in this paperwork that is their divorce, if you just go online, in fact, I have the whole file. I have like 800 or 900 pages of this shit. But it states date night. And so they brought up the filing. They showed here, this is the filing. What does it say in here? Miss Gardner specifically in 2019, they made it official because they did the every other week thing basically on their own. They didn't even go through the courts to change that. And since they had been doing it for 3 years, they just made it official. And it was written in public documents. And so it's like, boom. I think that was a pretty good thing to point out. She promised the jury that there was rental property, and you're going to hear about this rental property, and it's really important. And then the next thing that she says after that this rental property is owned by Mario, and it's his rental property. The very next thing that she says, and I cannot believe that she used these words. She said at the 1 hour and 45-minute mark of my video on opening statements, she says, it would be the stroke of luck. Oh my God. In quotes, it was a stroke of luck. Stroke of luck. That the cops would come to that rental property and see a tire. And that it matched the tire in the middle of the road. She didn't say how that it was 6 months later and that this tire was just like, take me, I'm yours. She said it was a stroke of luck. That's fucking nuts. She said then at that rental property, there'd be a guy by the name of Henry Tenon. So 30 minutes into this opening, we get to Henry Tenon. Henry Tenon, he has a 12th grade education, basically insinuating he's a jackass. Okay, he's dumb. He's a day laborer. He works for a pallet company, but he doesn't get paid like hourly or salary. He gets paid by the piece. Kind of like Marie Biggerstaff, huh? Getting paid by the piece, baby. Getting paid by the piece. That's what she says. Paid by the piece. You're going to hear that detectives pulled bank records. And that detectives learned that Henry Tenon was evicted in early 2022. That's what she says, that he was evicted. She uses the word, and she said, detective pulled bank records. And I'm over here screaming inside my brain, and I think I even paused it to say, how the fuck did you obtain those search warrants? Just because somebody, listen, just because somebody is friends with somebody or somebody is a tenant or whatever, you don't just get to say, I get your phone records and I get your bank records and I can just do all these things. How did it? Everybody should be asking themselves the way that she's explaining this, right? How in the world did, and this is why, right? This stroke of luck tire, right? The stroke of luck tire is what gave you what? Probable cause. Isn't that right? Henry Tenon, please have your lawyer look up on Google Maps and do it now before they try to blur out that fucking Potomac house. In 2018, there is a blue truck in the driveway. In 2018, there are two people sitting like basically on like the tailgate area of it. It's really interesting. It's just weird. It's got a toolbox on the back, aluminum. It's got like the trim kind of around the bottom. It's an older model though. It's not two-tone, but more importantly, in 2018, at where the garbage cans are and where the mailbox is, there is a fucking tire. There's a tire. So anybody that's doing some legal, some research, some from IRS specialist that's working for the ATF as a civilian, and they're doing research. And anytime you're talking about property, the first thing that you do is you go to what? You go to Google, and then you go to Maps, and you're typing these addresses, and you're looking and shit like that, right? Well, God, it just looks like somebody got a little bit of an idea. Okay? It looks like somebody got an idea. But the one thing that we don't hear, right, is so here, Henry Tenon's at this house that they're at, the stroke of luck, but that tire being there 6 months later, and that it matched, okay, it matched the tire that was in the middle of the road. They were able to say, because they needed the tire, right? That's what's giving them probable cause. And they look up Henry Tenon and they see that his dad, oh, wow, his dad has that truck, right? Then they had to go back to the property and ask Jeremy Ordway questions. So she doesn't say that. She says, Jeremy Ordway, let him sleep on the couch. That's what she tells you. The way that we find out about Jeremy Ordway, who actually is the tenant during, the commission of this crime, Jeremy Ordway is the tenant, but he lets Henry Tenon sleep on the couch. She then jumps immediately to Henry Tenon was arrested in August to further the investigation. That's how she says it. Henry Tenon was arrested in August to further their investigation. Why? He was arrested when he was driving his white Crown Vic. Then she talks about Google fencing. Then she says everything led to Fernandez to Henry Tenon. Everything led to Fernandez to Henry Tenon. This is what she promised the jury, that everything is going to lead, and what led them on this path is everything led to Fernandez to Henry Tenon. That is not true. In March of 2022, why is John Biggerstaff being preserved through Google stuff, and why is his phone records being obtained and all this crap in March, way before Henry Tenon? Why? Well, why? Guess who she talks about next? So her order, when she wants to say it, comes right before it. So at the 1 hour and 52-minute mark, she says, everything led to Fernandez to Henry Tenon. And she's like, the next person you're going to meet is John Biggerstaff. John Biggerstaff was a JSO officer. He, federal felony. She doesn't say why. It's for a prostitution ring, and because he was tipping off as a reserve officer over there at Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, he was tipping off drug dealers with search warrants that they were coming basically to raid a house or something. And what she tells the jury is that John Biggerstaff and Mario Saldana had close contact in 2022, making it seem like they were not friends before. They didn't hang out. They didn't know each other, that they go way back. She also did not tell the jury that Mario Saldana was banging John Biggerstaff's wife. The jury got to hear all about that, totally out of the blue. God, if I could see the fucking jury's faces when they heard that. So right here, these are the promises that you're making. And you're fucking up. The one thing that you do not want to do is have this jury going into something, thinking something, and then here they're like, what the fuck? You didn't say this shit. Or what the fuck's going on here? So then she says that John Biggerstaff called first in the early hours of February 15th going into February 16th, that there was like this phone call. That's how she says it. That basically Mario Saldana calls John Biggerstaff first out of anybody. And he calls him at some basically, was it what? After they came to the house and gave the death notice, but she does a horrible job putting that all together for them. She also doesn't tell the jury that on February 15th, the day before the murder on February 16th, that the reason that Mario Saldana is over there is because he was banging Maria Biggerstaff. They have video of it. They were recording it. John Biggerstaff would fly dudes in to bang his wife, and he would record it. John Biggerstaff he's a cuck. He likes to watch people having sex with his wife. That's what they do. The prosecution doesn't mention any of this in opening statements. The next thing that she says, she's like, the next person you're going to hear about is Juan Biggerstaff. And it said that John Biggerstaff, since he's a felon, he can't have his guns anymore, and that he surrendered a Glock 10 millimeter firearm to his son, Juan Biggerstaff. That's how it said. The tire in the picture on the side of the road has a different tread. I know, but I don't think that's the one I think that I sent you. You need to show which one they showed in court, because the one that I sent you, make sure that it's not the one that I sent you. Because that was the one on the side of the house in 2018. So just make sure that that's not what you're talking about. There should be the two pictures that you want to compare to the tires is the one that has the brown paper, evidence, stock paper with the tire. That's the one that they didn't show any tire pictures of them seeing it on the side of the house or anything like that. So send that over to me, Mark, the ones that you think, because I just want to make sure that you're looking at the right picture. Is it one that they use in evidence? So they basically are trying to tell the jury here, this is the promise. In opening statements, that's your promise. You're telling facts. The two tires in court matched each other. Well, which one? I'm talking about, so those would be the right ones then. The tire that they found allegedly at the house doesn't have a rim, I don't believe. So send me what you're talking about. That way I can take a look at that. Okay. So she wants the jury to know that John Biggerstaff turned over his guns and surrendered a Glock 10mm firearm to Juan Biggerstaff. And that Juan Biggerstaff forgotten where this firearm is located. Then she says at the 1 hour and 56-minute mark, she says the links to Mario. During murder, all are to Mario. Henry, someone had to show him where to go, where the car would be in, or what car he would be in. Someone had to tell him the car make and model. Somebody had to tell all of this to Henry Tenon. There is no way that Henry Tenon would know any of this. This is the promise that she makes. That the links to all of this is Mario. Mario is the link to the 10mm through John and Juan Biggerstaff, because they've just determined without having the murder weapon that that's the murder weapon. And that Henry Tenon, who's the killer, he's the shooter, the link to Henry Tenon is Mario. So the only way that Henry Tenon could have a 10mm, right, is because Mario gives it to him. This is a promise. And that the only way that Mario has a 10mm to give is because he gets it from John Biggerstaff / Juan Biggerstaff. That's her links. And the only way that Henry Tenon knows who Jared is and when to kill him and where he's going to be at is, again, somebody has to tell him all of this, is Mario. Okay? That's the promise that she makes and that she says to the jury. And then she says, profited. Who profited here? And I'm over here like, nobody profited. She profited. Who profited? Henry profited. Numerical markings, the stubs, 3 of them are together. March and April 2022, Henry Tenon deposited 3 checks. $2,000 for landscaping, $3,000 for roofing, and $5,000 as good luck Kickstarter. $10,000. Who else profited? The kids, they profit? John Biggerstaff, how did he profit? Juan Biggerstaff, how did he profit? How did Shanna Gardner profit? Where has she been for the past 3 fucking years? Where's Mario been for the 3 past fucking years? How did anybody profit here? Because let's even say that they didn't get arrested. Where's the profiting here? Oh, that's right. Shanna Gardner gets to have her kids all the time. Shanna Gardner never wanted her kids all the time. She never, ever filed any paperwork that said, I want full custody of my children. Never once. So Shanna Gardner decided after 7 years, from 2015, when they had it took them 4 months to write up paperwork and get divorced. That's unheard of. And you want to say that this is a tumultuous relationship. Okay, well, wow. There was no trial. There was no trial for the divorce. There was no trial for the kids' custody. 50-50, it's always been 50-50. And no parent has ever done what? File paperwork to do what? Take and go for full custody. But hey, 7 years would go by, and instead of filing, because she never even attempted to file for full custody. that Shanna Gardner's like, fuck it. Let's go. Let's go. What do you mean? What are we doing? I've been joking around with these 50 and 60-year-old women, be talking about, Jared and what a fucking bastard he is, right? I've been joking around with them. They've been telling me that they can find me a guy to make him disappear and shit. Let's go. Get your 12th grade friend on the phone who's 61, who's in 12th grade mentally, hasn't grown up. Who else can we get? Get that degenerate that's fucking over there that he's on every FBI watch list possible. Yeah. And use a Glock that had the serial number is tied to a federal magistrate's affidavit from John Biggerstaff. Get all these fucking degenerates together. Then tell them it's a layaway thing. So they may get paid, they may not. We'll see how things go. I thought this was a solicitation case. So where are we soliciting? Okay, so again, the profiting part. I don't know who's profiting. Next, at the 2-hour mark of my video, Christina Stifler promises to the jury that you're going to see Google downloads, extractions, Google downloads from Henry and Mario, their phones. And then you're going to see that Henry was charged. And then you're going to see that Miss Gardner was charged. And then you're going to see that the FBI, then you're going to see that in February and March, that there were phone calls between Henry Tenon and Mario. 40 calls, 70 texts. Then she says in August 2022, something around there, Henry Tenon was arrested. And then I'm making a promise to you that guess what happens after that? Mario Saldana factory reset his phone. Factory reset his phone on this day. And he wiped it. All the photos gone. Everything gone. You know what it's like when you have all your photos? He just factory reset his phone. She doesn't say that he got a new one. He factory reset his phone. And that was only after Henry Tenon was arrested off of unrelated charges. That's what she told the jury. So it is imperative that the jury understands that Mario Saldana didn't wipe his phone. Like, these were off of unrelated charges because guess what? It was just a ruse why we pulled him over for some traffic stop. It wasn't a ruse. Like, Mario Saldana knew that Henry Tenon was basically arrested to do in connection with the truck and the murder because the police told Jeremy Ordway when they returned Henry's dog to him, same day, early in the morning, like at 6 a.m., like right after they pulled over Henry, they returned the dog, told Jeremy, hey, yeah, his truck involved in murder. Christina Stifler doesn't tell the jury that, though. She doesn't promise that they're going to hear that. Instead, she tells the jury that, hey, guess what? Mario should not know anything about Henry Tenon being arrested for unrelated charges, and yet he goes and factory resets his phone, wipes it. Mario deleted cloud 6,000 records from Google. That is consciousness of guilt, she says. She's saying that the consciousness of guilt is directly related to Mario deleting 6,000 records from Google. That's what she promised the jury. Then she promised the jury at my 2 hour and 3 minutes and 14 second mark, we don't know where Mario was. No location or cell data during murder. That is so misleading. She doesn't say he's at, Mario's at home where his cell phone isn't doing anything. No, we don't know where Mario was during the murder because there's no location or cell data during the murder. Before and after data, because he wiped his data. You can't know where he is. That is what she told the jury. Well, we got to hear from somebody that was kind of special and I was waiting to hear from, which was today, which was an FBI cast agent. And I was waiting to hear about the timing advance records from what he was going to testify to. And a bombshell, if you guys have been following the Idaho 4 case, we got to hear an FBI agent testify today that if you are on Wi-Fi, take timing advance and blow it to smithereens. If you are on Wi-Fi, if you are using Wi-Fi, you are not going to have timing advanced data sessions. You're not going to have anything. If you're like using your Wi-Fi and then doing something that way. Okay. She then wants to reemphasize that a Kickstarter, he didn't have a business. He wasn't going to have a business. They try to make it seem like that he got paid for work. That didn't happen. She tells the jury something that she cannot prove. She tells the jury that Henry Tenon got checks for something that never occurred, which was work. It didn't happen, she said. It didn't happen. Prior to the murder, there's a trip that Henry Tenon took. He went from Potomac. It was the dry run. To Potomac, to this, to that, the dry run. At the 2 hour minute, or the 2 hour and 6 minute mark and 35 seconds, the final moments of Jared Bridegan. This is why we are here. She wants to try to bring back the jury and say, listen, we are here because Jared Bridegan, the final moments of Jared Bridegan's life. This isn't a podcast. This isn't a true crime. This man was literally wiped off the face of the earth. Evidence, facts versus feelings, she says. And that's how she ended. Let me grab something really quick. And then I'm going to tell you what the defense said. Okay. So that's what Christina Stifler said. Well, the defense is opening. The defense comes out the gate and says, and it should have rocked everybody, The defense opens, and Hill did the opening, and he says that Jared Bridegan and Henry Tenon, there is no dispute to those facts that Jared Bridegan was murdered and killed by Henry Tenon. No dispute to those facts. No desire. There's no benefit. There's no motive. There's no involvement. There's no desire to murder Jared, meaning about his client, Mario, and that there's nobody that's going to be here to dispute the fact that Henry Tenon killed Jared Bridegan. And I was like, drop your jaw. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Defense strategy, trial strategy. What just happened there in literally a minute is that one of the charges should completely come off the table. Because the state's telling you Henry Tenon's the killer, right? He committed the crime. The defense is telling you, hell yes, Henry Tenon did this. Okay? He's the killer. Okay, so the state and the state and the defense agree that Mario Saldana did not shoot and kill Jared Bridegan, right? So you're going to have to make him a principal of this murder because of the Florida statute. The Florida statute says that it's kind of like bringing guys back to the Adelson days. Donna Adelson was tried for first-degree murder. Why? Because in Florida, every state has different ways that they go about how they can charge somebody with crimes. In Florida, you can be a principal to the murder. And one of those ways is if you solicit someone to commit whatever crime it is, that's what you could be charged with. So here, solicitation to commit murder. And that's what should be on the table. Just that. So I was like, I can tell looking back at everything, right? I showed you guys why. The state was not expecting that. How and why? Well, because of the things that they said in opening. And boom, now the defense just brings that out. And it's like, wow, okay, wow, how? Oh my God. So the state saying that the only link to Henry Tenon is Mario Saldana. Like, why the hell would Henry Tenon have a reason to kill Jared Bridegan? He doesn't. Well, you guys, do you know every single day shit happens in life where some idiot kills another person, right? And there is no reason. When you're trying to go commit a felony and you end up killing somebody in the process, right? They were going to steal the car. They were going to do, I'm just saying there's many reasons out there that a stranger could kill another stranger, right? But here, the defense trial strategy is, in my opinion, is that you can't, well, it's two things. If the defense team believes that Henry Tenon is not the shooter, and somebody else actually is, and a lot more stuff shows that than what this even would be, is do you flirt with that? I mean, would you say, hey, let's just try to show that he's not the killer even, and so then it doesn't matter? Or do we go the route that if Henry Tenon is the killer, right, the state has to prove that Mario Saldana solicited Henry Tenon to kill Jared Bridegan, and there will be no evidence of that if and in fact Henry Tenon isn't the killer, isn't the shooter. Think about it. So let the state go on and try to prove that Mario Saldana solicited Henry Tenon, knowing that there's no way to prove that because Henry Tenon isn't the killer, isn't the shooter. And deep down, the state knows it too. But since the state wanted to railroad a man who they knew wasn't the shooter either, they just figured, hey, we can get this guy to work with us. And hey, you give us what we want, we'll give you 15 years. You're going to do life regardless. Even if you weren't the shooter. Say you are the shooter, we'll give you 15. That's how Jacksonville works. They give deals to criminals, so that's not a big deal for them. That's the type of office that Nelson's running over there. It's obvious. Now, or the defense is like, Henry Tenon, they believe Henry Tenon is the killer, and they're just like, dude, we have no idea. Henry Tenon could have some deal with John Biggerstaff or some other people that they were planning on extorting, I don't know, Mario. Who the fuck knows? But that had to like confuse maybe the defense or the prosecution there when they go ahead and just say, hey, yeah, he's the killer. Maybe now they're probably like scratching their head. I see why they stipulated all this evidence. Because none of the evidence points to Mario at all that we've seen. Have you guys seen any evidence that points to Mario? So here we go. The defense comes out with that bang, which should just, I mean, that should have grabbed the juggernaut of every single mainstream media, true crime, podcaster out there that's legacy media for the defense when they said that. And look at, nobody's covering this case. It's unbelievable. Now, prove premeditated. So there's elements. Jared's dead. So that's, check. You have to prove that, hey, there really was a crime here. Yep, Jared's dead. That's really what happened. He's dead. And there was a premeditated murder, and we agree. That's an element, but guess what? That's Henry Tenon. He did that. Then there is no evidence and no element number 2. And so you have to have intended, and someone had to act on something. You're never going to see a text or a statement. This is what the defense promised, that you're never going to see a text or hear a statement or anything is going to come out in evidence where Mario Saldana solicited Henry Tenon. So far, take your little check mark. That statement's true. Solicitation. Again, you have to prove this, right? And you're going to have to prove this. And the defense says at the 2 hour and 37 minute mark and 33 seconds that the chain will fall apart. And this is what we talked about at jury selection. If something happens to that chain, the whole thing goes. So the chain will fall apart is what the defense promised the jury. The chain will fall apart. There's no doubt about that Henry Tenon is the killer. But any chain that has to do with solicitation, it's going to fall. There's a link, possibly more than one link, that's going to fall apart to make it's gone. The chain will fall apart. You're going to hear about a family texting group, chain back and forth between 4 people. And in that group of Jared, Kirsten, Mario, and Gardner, there is no threats of violence. Law enforcement is never involved. No restraining orders, no issues. That's what you're going to hear. Because the prosecution wants you to believe that this is all about some incident that happened and it has to do with custody. You're going to find out that there was nothing in November that was going on in their custody. There was nothing on the court docket, nothing. It was closed. There was nothing in December, nothing in January, nothing in February, nothing. This case was closed in October of 2021. And Kirsten Bridegan testified. She's like, yeah, but you can just reopen if you file something. But what, did you guys file something? No. any divorce case can be reopened. You don't just start, you don't get a new case number. It goes back to that original case number. It's always going to be your case number. Now, Hill goes to, at the 2 hour and 43 minute mark and 35 seconds of my opening statement video, when you're hearing the open statements, defense attorney Hill says, you're going to hear from a guy named Bobby Blythe with the FBI cast. And he's going to plot some maps. And you're going to remember that a device is not a person. And he's going to talk about January 5th, 2022. He's going to talk about Henry Tenon's phone. There's no communication on that day between, they're going to show you that there's between Mario and Henry Tenon, there's no communication where there's any solicitation of Henry Tenon by John Biggerstaff and his kids, by Mario, by anybody. And then he goes on to talk about that there's going to be, John Biggerstaff's name. Again, you're going to find out that they knew each other from military and friends and handyman and all this shit, the gym, and that they've known John Biggerstaff for a long time. Mario Saldana has. Then he says, you're going to hear about an FDLE poll cameras that were used to survey the different property, different places. And they're trying to tell you, meaning the government, just in opening statements and throughout this trial, they're going to try to tell you that John Biggerstaff provided a firearm. Hold them to that. That's what I would say. Hold them to that. Prove that John Biggerstaff provided Mario with a firearm. The poll camera, they totally succeeded in that. You guys, Jesse nailed it by showing and getting ahead of it and showing that, and he did it with Detective Johns up there. Why? Because Detective Johns is going to be called back to the stand to testify about financials. And so when you did it with Detective Johns on the stand, when you want to talk about financials, that's all about context. It's all about, you have to take a lot of things into consideration, right? If you're the lead investigator, you're looking at all of these things. And you're looking at a pattern, a history, a pattern of life, all of these things that you're supposed to be doing. Okay? So when they want to talk about the totality, no, it's more like you want to take just individual little snippets and try to make that the totality. Little snippets of someone's life and other people's lives is not the totality of anything. It's snippets. And I would use that in my closing some way to say that they keep wanting to say the word totality. If they were wanting you to believe in totality of the evidence, they wouldn't leave slides out. Okay? They wouldn't do this. They wouldn't do that. All the things that, you poked holes at during the course of the trial, those are your reasonable doubt bricks that not you brought, they brought with their own witnesses. Each witness is supposed to take away reasonable doubt bricks, as I call them. All I've seen is 19 witnesses that the state has called to date, and each one of them brought a brick with them and left it. That's what happened in this case so far. And so I would attribute every single witness to a brick. And I would use in my closing and I would bring up every single witness and I would say, this is what they testified to. And this is what they were supposed to be proving to you guys. There's a brick. Did they take that brick away? Because then when there's no more bricks left, that's when you have no more reasonable doubt. But all that happened here is that each and every one of their witnesses brought a fucking brick with them and left it. And so who then is going to be the savior that's going to come in and take all those bricks up out of here? What one witness can take all these bricks away? Nobody. So I like that analogy. I like the bricks and using them as, In opening statement, Stifler said all these things and promised you guys that you were going to hear this, 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 this. But guess what? The totality isn't what Stifler gave you in the opening. She gave you snippets. We filled those snippets and gave you more snippets. And now when you take what they gave you and what we gave you, what's the real picture? And we didn't give them with you with our witnesses. We did it with their witnesses. We turned state witnesses into defense witnesses like that. We didn't have to. And if they end up calling people to the stand, I would say what each purpose of each of the witnesses was supposed to do. So, pull cameras. They got to see the life pattern, though, which put into perspective. Imagine if you didn't ever get to see those pull cameras, just like they said in opening. Imagine if you never get to see those pull cameras. That's reality. You don't need to think about anything. Here's your reality. You get to actually watch it. I love how Jesse is saying you have all this evidence. Take whatever you want from it. When you're back there, go through all of it. I haven't heard the fucking state say that once. The state only wants you to look behind the doors that they are telling you to. We want you to open all of the doors. It's pretty crazy. Now, they talk about the 3 different model providers for the profit business of, Glock. And I think what's better than that is what I heard today, which is, how did you truly know what you were looking for if you didn't have an expert or somebody all up in your ass? If Mr. Mizrahi didn't take his shit to say, hey, let's get the ballistic people in, why would you wait until 2026 to do any of this shit? I don't understand that. Next, the defense promised that you're going to see an affidavit that was filled out by John Biggerstaff. And on this affidavit was 20 serial numbers and 20 guns, firearms that John Biggerstaff had to surrender. Okay? And one of those, number 7, was a Glock 40 10mm serial number, whatever the fuck it was. And he tells us to the jury that gun was surrendered, and he filled out an affidavit for it, and he had to swear to it and all these things in 2017 because he got popped with something in 2016. Hill talked about immunity and that those people were offered immunity. But what's important is to ask or to tell the jury when they were offered immunity. Because I believe that those talks happened really recently. When was the whole immunity talk? You want to know how I know that? Because what's her tits had to fucking tell us in the discovery that was dumped when Maria Biggerstaff was talked to in April of 2025. Or 2026. When was it? Let me take a look. I want that date. I don't know. It's somewhere. So January 25th, he says, is there's a Google search on January 25th. They're going to talk about, it has nothing to do with my client. John Biggerstaff is Googling a bunch of shit on January 25th. Now, what I think they're going to come and say that was not said in opening. Christina Stifler, I did some digging. Christina Stifler is going to try to say that on January 24th, the night before January 25th of Googling the gun, let's double check. Okay. January 24th, Jared Bridegan sent Shanna Gardner an email advising her that he was planning to have one of the twins baptized in the Mormon church. January 24th. Witnesses indicated that Bridegan's twin daughter was beginning to favor Bridegan and KB, meaning Kirsten Bridegan, and wished to be more involved in the Mormon faith. Shanna Gardner was angry and against it. That is absolute shit. We had Kirsten Bridegan testify this week, and she testified to the fact that it was Shanna Gardner that took AB to go to the store and to buy her the dress that she wanted for her to get baptized. But to sit here and say that, oh my God, the baptism talk, there was an email just on the January 24th. So do you think that, like, think about how nuts this is. January 24th, 2022. That, oh my God, January 25th, this is why John Biggerstaff is Googling shit. 9mm, 10mm, Charleston military, who knows, bands, resorts, substance abuse, to his drugs around his house. He's looking up hand flour tortillas. He's talking about luxury villas in Italy, yet the man has no money. Okay? So he's, again, they just want to point out one Google search, but yet here's all the Google searches. And in fact, guess what John Biggerstaff said in his interview? John Biggerstaff makes a comment, and he's trying to be funny, and I think it's actually hilarious because I would say something like this too. Hey, you Googled this. Like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, I also Googled how to make bombs and, you know, wild shit like that. Am I over here making bombs and shit like that? No. Who gives a fuck? Like, what are you talking about? You know, I Googled anal beads the other day. Like, do you think I like anal beads? No. I was curious if Maria Biggerstaff did. I want to know what color, if there was any glow in the dark anal beads, okay? I'm coming to Jacksonville. In case I see her, I have a gift for her. Okay? I want some glow-in-the-dark anal beads. Not for myself, but I thought it would be a nice way to, you know, break the ice. Carson, you ready for that? I want to go into a swingers bar with anal beads around my, you know, like a necklace. Like, who's up for some fun? Tell me where the swingers are. I got some pineapples. Let's go. Woo. So then the defense makes sure that they say Juan Biggerstaff loaded up those 20 guns. He said, his dad said, keep 4 of them. And yet here, Juan Biggerstaff and John Biggerstaff are offered immunity. He doesn't explain to the jury what immunity is, but he makes up for it when he asks the ATF guy up there to talk about it. Now, I am predicting the following here because of the defense. The defense then says Fred Barton, they want to bring up. The prosecution never mentions Fred Barton, but I believe that the defense is going to, or the state is going to call Fred Barton. You want to know why? And it's going to fucking be a disaster. Hey, Mr. Mizrahi, you know what a big fan I am of you. I don't think you should bring Fred Barton into the courtroom. That is an absolute disaster waiting to happen. Okay. But Mr. Mizrahi will just do whatever he wants. Everybody should be like, who the fuck is Fred Barton? Well, the defense is basically saying, listen, we're going to talk about Fred Barton because if we're planning on calling him, and if the state does, oh, guys, it's just a bonus. So think about that. In the opening statements, a couple names were mentioned. And she didn't talk about detectives and shit like that. She wanted to specifically talk about Henry Tenon, Biggerstaff, Juan and John, and then Mario, right? Well, here Fred Barton gets announced by the defense. And we're going to talk about him, so I'm going to put him over here for a second because he has not come out yet. The defense talks about timing advance records. The defense talks about these poll cams. There's countless times you're going to see Mario Saldana at the rental property, him doing work at the property. You're going to hear from the twins' school that the marriage was ending here and a divorce here soon. That they were splitting. Okay, they're splitting up. Shanna Gardner, Mario Saldana, tell the school, hey, we're going to wait, though, till the school year's over, but we're going to be separating. This isn't working. And they do that from my work on this case. They do that at the beginning of January at the very latest. You're going to hear that Mario Saldana is very active and involved in the kids' life. He helps them with homework. He drops them off. He's involved. The defense said the day before the murder, February 15th, 2022, the day before the murder, you're going to hear that he went to Potomac. He's the landlord. At the end of January, a new tenant moved in and took over. So he talks about and explains all that. You're going to hear about on February 16th, 2022, Juan Biggerstaff is driving back from Texas for his wedding. That's why he's in town. You're going to hear from these people. Juan Biggerstaff's driving back from Texas for his wedding that's going to happen that weekend after that Wednesday. So you have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Weddings are Fridays and Saturdays. Rehearsal, dinner, wedding, back to back. Well, you're going to hear that Mario helped set up with chairs and all that shit. You're going to hear all of these people from Juan, John, whoever, that they all have the same stories, that, they never changed their stories here. But the big thing is that they were offered immunity and they still didn't change their testimony, their stories, their statements to accept immunity and to testify or do whatever they want. Here, we'll give you this or we'll give you that. They were given full immunity. February 16, 2022, Henry Tenon. What Henry Tenon did that night is the unimaginable. All the stuff that they're going to have out here, that's all this evidence here, jacket, boots, keys. It's all Henry Tenon's. Nothing comes back to Mario. You're going to see from 7:46 to 9:14 p.m., you're going to see somebody walking past the police station, right? The defense does a really good job here, and they say, hey, they want you to believe that this case is so, that we're over here trying to say that this is all coincidence. Well, here's a coincidence that you might want to mark down, is that Henry Tenon is walking right past and crossing paths with, and in the same frame as Kirsten Bridegan when she's coming to the police station. And it's there. It's true. Well, whoever this person is. he mentions the timing advance and wants you guys to really focus from 7:09 to 8:20. And the reason being is we're going to be talking about Wi-Fi, but he's going to say that those same gaps that are there, this is the whole big comparison, is that the gaps that they're talking about with the timing advance, that's just not the only gap. There's another gap, but they don't want to talk about it because it's not during the time of the crime. But there's a gap from like 9, whatever to like 10 almost. It's like, I don't know, 40 minutes. But then there's another gap. And I think the defense should put in that 9 o'clock gap really, really strongly. 12:05 to 12:43 a.m. there's gap. That there's no timing advance. Like this phone's just not doing anything. The same as though it was during the time of the crime. All this, it's all the same. And here they want to point out that, hey, guess what? During that gap, the police come over to do a death notice. And you were going to hear from detectives that Mario isn't fiddling around with his phone. He's not shutting it off, wiping it down, whatever the fuck they're going to try to tell you that he's doing, putting in airplane mode. He's not messing with his phone. But more importantly, what I would talk about on close is that Mario, from 12:05 to 12:43, when this gap is occurring, the police get there at 12:36 to 12:39-ish, but they are there not for just like a minute or two. They're there for an extended period of time, for like 45 minutes, right? 45 minutes. So the police come over when there's gaps, and the police are going to testify that Mario's not messing around with his phone to like take it out of whatever he needs to take it out of, or turn it on, or do whatever. It's just not happening. At 9:36 a.m., Biggerstaff with Mario the next day is because he's helping with the wedding. And you're going to hear from the people that are going to come in and testify to that. Who can only testify to that? John Biggerstaff, Juan Biggerstaff. So we're going to hear from them. Now, Hill says, March 9th, 2022, the news station blasts this blue Ford F-150 to the world. And so therefore, everybody knows about it. March 9th. He talks about the fact that they went to one pawn shop and there were 6 10mm. He talks about that. I don't think it's too late to go and get information on those pawn shops if you can. I'm curious. I know there is in evidence here. They made a report. Somebody in February turned over a gun that was lost or stolen. And I'm curious if they did any work on it. There's a police report in the Jacksonville Beach supplementals. I'll find it. It's early on. I want to say the date's February 28th, when there's a gun that's just turned over. It's just so random. It's just a little paragraph of that somebody turned in a gun that was like lost or stolen. Very bizarre. The defense says you're going to see all this pull camera, that there's landscaping, there's roofing. People are doing work. People get paid to do work. And that you're going to hear that Mario himself during COVID, and don't let them get away with this. They tried to say that it was one tree that guy wanted $3,000 for. The prosecution tried to say that you're going to see how that doesn't make any sense, because Mario is claiming that he doesn't want to pay that money, but then he's just going to pay Henry. No, Mario wasn't going to pay $3,000 for one tree. There's a difference between paying $3,000 for a bunch of shit being done, right? Taking a bunch of shit out of the yard, but one tree is different. So Stifler tried to finagle her way into that. That's not true. I listen. You're going to hear that Henry Tenon has a girlfriend, and Henry Tenon had wrote up a business plan, and that Mario gave money for that. Like the whole Kickstarter it's not like he had it yet. I mean, I think it's silly. Let's even say that it was $5,000 for a fucking lap dance. A murder was not paid for with $5,000. There's no evidence whatsoever. The defense says no evidence against anybody, to include, and most of all, his client. There was an arrest in August of 2022, right? So from January 27th, 2022 to August 2022, where is this evidence? The fuck is this evidence of solicitation? Usually you solicit somebody before. Somebody doesn't come over to your house and fuck you as a prostitute. And how did that person know who you were, where to go, that you wanted sex? Afterwards, I told them. Afterwards, I said, hey, fucking amazing. Thanks for coming over here. You must have just read my mind. Think about it. It's just nuts. The state has to prove solicitation. Look at all these times they were together. Look at all these times they were together. What times that they were together? I think that they've done a great job of showing that, hey, guess what? Can somebody drive by your house and drop off, money to you? That one time that, driving by, it was the 5th. That's when people pay rent on the 1st. You hear Mario, he didn't know he was being recorded saying that shit about, yeah, dude, you're going to hear a phone call. Dude, you're going to hear this phone call. Listen to it. Unbelievable, right? You're going to hear about a guy named Jimmy Jones. That's where they found the truck. They didn't search the house for the gun that they didn't have yet. Where the truck was found, maybe they should say, oh, maybe I should search. And I'm going to tell you why I think there was a sidebar there. Because was the defense being sly by saying that, when the defense is like stipulated things that you can't say? Maybe words were said by somebody that they knew not to check that house. And I was like, no, because Henry Tenon didn't talk to them yet. Henry Tenon doesn't say anything, allegedly, and everything that he did was until 2023. So I'm like, oh, that can't be it. But why wouldn't you, it just proves that you need to talk about this in closing. You need to say that the state, we told you to pay attention to Jimmy Jones. The state had his name on a piece of paper for a report for a gun, and yet they didn't search the house for that gun, but yet his name is on the report. Why wouldn't they search a house? Because they did jump to conclusions. They already knew. They already felt that they knew that dude, that gun is John Biggerstaff's. Well, just because it was John Biggerstaff's at one time, even if you still think that, where do you think it is today? How would you not search that? I would only not search that house if I already knew something. What do these cops know? This is crazy. Dude, Jimmy Jones, I would call to the stand. Jimmy Jones said, you can search my house. He didn't just say you can search my property, my backyard. He said you can search my house. That is in a police report. And that dude from the ATF wrote it. The guy that looked like Kenneth Stengel, looked like he was in BARF. He wrote that report. The truck, the defense promised. So the defense is saying that the cops are learning on the job, as you're going to see. That's being so kind, Hill. These cops are not learning on the job, in my opinion. These cops are purposely holding off on when they're writing up reports, just like the prosecution is telling them to do. but very kind. The truck was so disgusting. They took a vacuum to get all this evidence, to try to find DNA, to try to find a trace, anything to put Mario Saldana in that truck, and they couldn't. That was a promise that was made, and guess what? It's true. They did more with that truck than they've ever done with the Honda Elantra. Can you believe that? Carlos, witness, Toyota, PA. He didn't take his dogs. All true. They're gonna try to sell to you guys that Mario is on the run with using his credit cards, calling people with his phone, making hotel reservations in his name, buying toiletries that he just up and left and didn't tell anybody, and he just left because he was on the run. What? You're going to hear a recorded phone call that neither Mario or his friend knew were being recorded. And he's talking about how Henry Tenon was a workhorse and didn't understand, like when he got arrested, after the fact, when he got arrested, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah. Dude, I don't know. Like, he was here. He was doing work. Now, I think that the defense under-delivered, which you're always supposed to do. Don't ever over-promise and under-deliver. So check. Like, what has happened this first week? Really quick here. First witness for the state of Florida. Janelle Cruz, witness number 1. She was living with the boyfriend, and they were the ones that were one of the first responders. They played one 911 call. It came from Janelle. They were on Sanctuary, February 16th. They returned a motorcycle. They never talked about the path of travel that they had to get to, they kind of said Seabreeze a little bit, but I still would have been more specific, but they didn't need to be it because remember, they conceded to this whole Henry Tenon as a shooter. So we hear from Janelle, witness number 1. She's the one, her boyfriend grabs Bex out of the car, brings them into their car. We see a little video recording that the girl made of the child. I think that that's weird. I'm surprised that you weren't rolling film to go over by the crime scene. Like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. If I was to roll up on a scene like that, I promise you in my phone, there would be hella pictures. There'd be hella videos. No, there's not a doubt in my mind. And I would probably be taking pictures of my hands to show that I have no blood on me. My feet. Like, so they used Janelle and her boyfriend, witness 1 and 2 here, to talk about the lighting conditions and how dark it was. And they want to focus in on just that little spot that is really dark. And I'm over here wondering why. Because you supposedly have the murder on record on somebody's, camera. They talk about the flashes of the vehicle. And so they're saying when they rolled up, the flashers on that vehicle were already there. I've always wondered that, who put the flashers on. So they're assuming here that Jared hit the flasher button to then get out of the vehicle. They show some pictures. We see the pictures of the flashers, which is Exhibit 4. Shane says to call 911, so she's on the call. We heard the 911 call, and that JSO actually transferred it, a black SUV. There's a crying little girl. That's what Shane is relaying to you. She was shaking. Shane took the kid, gave it to Janelle. She had the blanket, though, in her car. That's what she gave then, the little girl. I was trying to distract her. She heard a boom, she said. She saw my daddy on the ground, hurt, police, help my daddy. I asked her questions like, what's your name? How old are you? Where's your mom? And then they played that little video. She maintained care of her. And then they asked, she's like, I reached out to the mom, meaning Kirsten Bridegan. Janelle did. I reached out to her to give her my condolences. I do not know Mario Fernandez. No cross. So witness 1 was not crossed. She was one of the people at the scene, Janelle. Number 2, Shane, the boyfriend. He drives trucks for a living. They've been together for 5 years. Now, he said he saw a tire. He said he was 2 bus lengths away from the vehicle when approached. When he got there, Jared was, face down on his stomach. His head was facing towards the door. And he thought it was a car accident. He was looking around for vehicles in the woods, he said. What? That's what he said. Looking for vehicles in the woods. Thought that was very strange. Again, he thought it was a car accident. He says he heard blood gurgling when he called out. Nobody was answering, but he could hear blood gurgling. He was shocked. He thought the little girl was shocked. My daddy on the ground. I grabbed her out of the car and gave her to Janelle, and she was comforting her. He says he went back to investigate the scene. Spoke to the police on scene, and he spoke to them at the station. He said that he didn't talk to any bystanders. There was no other civilians. The car in front of us never got out of car. You don't think that's weird? Those people were never called. California plates. Okay. Do you know Mario? Nope. No cross. Witness 3. Sergeant Smith. 19 years. I thought these were, 19 years. We'll go ahead and go like this for him. 19 years. Is that showing up? Let me make sure that's up for you guys. There you go. Whoopsies. My notes say that he was the worst interviewer anybody I've ever heard. If you want to hear his testimony, you can go to the 5 hour and 3 minute mark of my day 1. So day 1, you can go 5 hours and 3 minutes. into my video. And that would be Monday. And that's where his testimony begins. He learned about the call in the shooting at 7:50. People should be wondering, that's kind of early. Yeah. You want to know why? Because 911 wasn't called until 7:57 to 59. I would take a look at maybe the CAD. I thought that was interesting. I marked it. He said he was at a domestic call when the call came out. Dispatched from that domestic call due to the calls, the multiple 911 calls. That's why he was dispatched to an area versus the road sanctuary. He says it was a two-way, one-way road, darkest area in Jack's Beach. They just have to keep talking about this. This was the darkest area in Jack's Beach. And they're making this a point to say that Henry Tenon wouldn't know this. That's why they're making it a point to say that. Okay, Henry Tenon would not know that this is the darkest place. This is foreign territory to Henry Tenon. And it's like, point that out, that no, Henry Tenon supposedly took a dry run, right? So he was scoping the area, right? So I would hone in on that. Like, that's not something that's what you would learn. That's why you go scoping an area out, right? You mean, you can't have it both ways. Was he scoping the area out or was he not? Okay. To say that you could only learn that from Mario Saldana is an absolute fucking joke. And I would point that out. Because again, everybody, they coach these witnesses to talk about this, again, the darkest place in Jack's Beach. That's every witness is saying that so far. And the reason that they're doing that is to say that Henry Tenon wouldn't know that. I would be planning for this on planning for this by the state in closing. The dry run, was it a dry run? Because Henry Tenon would learn that. Next, he noticed Jared, the flashers, face down, pool of blood. He had to make sure the scene was safe, not active. And so I would want to ask, you know, what did you do to make sure it was safe? Like, right? How this is outside, right? How are you making sure the area is safe? He said that there was no other danger in the area. He said he received no information of cars speeding away. He testified that there was no pulse. He rolled him and he began CPR until his partner came. Then his partner said, hey, why don't you get up? I'm going to do CPR because I'm going to give you the information that there's a child here. And he testifies that I never saw a child, though. I didn't know what he was talking about. I look in the car. I'm thinking there's a child in the car. But there's not a child in the car. That's how he's testifying. He's like, I saw shell casings, multiple shell casings. And this is where he gets really emotional. I've never seen anybody testify like this before. He's like, and then I was just so emotional. I noticed his wedding ring his ring. He said no pockets turned down. Like somebody was trying to go through his shit. His phone is in his car. Someone was calling his phone. On the infotainment center, I kept seeing, this name that was so familiar to me because it's the same name or very close to my wife's name. Saw this man testifying. They then walked through the video of Exhibit 3 and did some still images. Exhibit 4. They were showing exhibits of Jared's body. We didn't get to see that, except I did catch one of that. I will never show that again, though. And I hope his children don't ever have to see that. This man testified after seeing Exhibit 25 and 28, which were unusual projectiles, he said. I thought it was so dark. I mean, what the hell? But these were just unusual projectiles. What are you talking about? This man testified 19 years on the job. He said, I originally did not know what that was. I was like, huh? This was cross. So this man gets crossed. Jacksonville Beach has streetlights, right? Jacksonville Beach isn't all dark, just that area, or isn't there other dark spots? Well, all well lit all the way to the police station, right? Though, like, there's all these other lit places, right? Just that little area. So they focused on making sure the jury understood that was it. Witness 4. Witness 4. Kirsten Bridegan. Kirsten Bridegan on direct examination testified. This is the wife of Jared. Testified to meeting him when she was in North Carolina in Charlotte. They met on a dating app. They met in early 2017. He drove 7 hours to take me out on a date. We would FaceTime. We did long distance. We were engaged and we were married that year, late that year. Nocatee is where they had their first home. They have 2 daughters, Bexley and London. At the time of Jared's death, Bexley was 2, London was 8 months. Then they talk about co-parenting. Talk about litigation, the arguing. October 2017, again, that's when they got married. She said she received a text while she was in church that Mario and Shanna Gardner got married. That's how she found out that they got married, via a text that they got married, while she remembers that she was in church when that happened. Remember, Shanna Gardner got married in 2018 to Mario. She testified to 50-50 custody, 1 week on, 1 week off. She testified to date night. She testified to the school that the kids went to. They testified of the divorce as being terrible, that there was no trust. Everything was in writing. Everything had to be in writing. Emails, text. She tried to keep things away from the kids in terms of like sharing information with them or talking to them about what's going on. They did not bring stuff up to the kids. They tried to do that. And she's saying it was the other side, basically, that was involving the kids. And then Stifler said, because Stifler knows what's in the discovery. Stifler says, well, it was both sides, right? That you guys were both being like that. And she conceded. She said, yeah. Now, at the 6 hour and 8 minute mark and 50 seconds of my video on Monday, day 1, school events were tense and not comfortable. But before the murder, not murders. I'm just used to saying Idaho 4 and the murders. But Jared, one man here. Before the murder, it was oddly calm. Oddly calm. She testified that basically when her and Jared got married and started having kids, it made it worse. Insinuating that Kirsten or that Shanna Gardner's jealous or something, right? Why would it make it worse? But when she got married and started having kids with Jared, it made it worse. It intensified things. It was negative. And then again, Stifler says, but some of that came from your side though too, right? Like you guys, I mean, it wasn't all them. And so there was a custody agreement, right? What was this problem? Well, that no overnights with step parents. Then they wanted a sidebar. Then family law attorneys was testified to. And this is where just you can't believe this. When she says it was oddly calm right before the murder, she then testifies that Jared and I talked to family law attorneys before the murder, insinuating that we're going to be taking them back. And she tried to testify to hearsay, but then it was quickly kind of, objected to, but that's the whole sidebar. There was another one, and it was family law attorneys leading up to Jared's death because they wanted to get Abigail baptized, right? And have services that way. And there was this but then she went further and said that Abigail also told them something that, what the fuck? She did testify to the fact that we were going to take her, Abigail, to understand, baptism or whatever, we're going to do our part. And she did testify that her mom picked out the dress, though, for the baptism, the mom meaning Shanna Gardner. And so it's how are you going to say that she was okay with it? So then she testifies and she says, it was weird because they weren't fighting us on that. And I'm like, wait, what? So this is why I believe this all got abandoned, because what has been alleged to have said that this baptism has caused all this. You have Kirsten Bridegan taking the stand on day 1, okay, and saying that there was no fight. There was no fighting about the baptism. Oddly, this was oddly calm. Normally it would, this should have been a fight. And it wasn't a fight. And in fact, Shanna Gardner went and bought her dress for her. Well, maybe it's because everything was over. The case was closed in October of 2021. And here this talk about whatever the baptism was in January, at the end of January in 2022. Maybe, people do move on. So this oddly calm also was oddly not argumentative, no bickering, no petty shit. Like, that's fine. Okay, you want to get baptized? Like, okay, I'll take you. You want to go get this dress? We'll go get it. She went and bought her dress. So the question should be is, why were you talking to a family law attorney before the murder if it was oddly calm and if there was no bickering / fighting over stuff that we would normally bicker about, such as the baptism? Again, it contradicts itself. Now, date nights, she testified, Wednesday evenings. The time shifted slightly because of gymnastics. So it was a routine. The entire time since their divorce, she knew about, this 1 week on, 1 week off date night. Wednesdays. Bex would go every date night with them. That is a problem for me. Bex, she testified, would go every date night with Jared. This would be known by Mario and Gardner. Now, August 2021 to February 2022, Kirsten was not traveling with Jared on date night because of the birth of London. 8 months. But on this night, February 16th, 2022, Kirsten's family was in town. I think that is an oddity. Again, KB's parents were oddly in town. Her mom lives in Seattle. I don't know if they moved to Orlando. I don't know, but I think that's weird because it would also give her an opportunity that if she wanted to go with Jared, hey, I'm going to go on that date and I never get to go. You can say with, it's contradictory because she says that she couldn't. She's saying that she stayed home. Listen to what I'm going to say here. During cross, and maybe I'll play it back again, but the way that she answered it, she said that she stayed home because her daughter was sleeping. That makes no sense. If your mom and dad are there, okay, you don't need to be there. So she could have went on date night that time because, hey, I never get to go on date nights with them. Will you be here with London and I'll go to the date night? So I thought it was odd that to give the response of, I couldn't go on date night because my daughter's sleeping and I have to be home. I think that's weird because the other little statement was, I'm home because I'm hanging out watching a show because I was on the phone with Jared, but I'm home with my parents and we're watching a show, but I'm taking a call with Jared and we're three-waying with if it's his brother or her brother. And I thought that was interesting because I stayed home because my parents were in town. I didn't stay home because I needed to be there because nobody else was there because my daughter was sleeping. Get it? It's two totally different things. So I think that should be played back. I thought that was interesting. And maybe I'm thinking about, I can double check to make sure I'm not, either way, it came from one of her depositions or it came from that testimony that we heard. My memory is, it's a photographic one. So I know that occurred and it stuck out to me and I wrote it down. On February 16, 2022, date night drop off and pickup, I pointed out, I said, did she text the group chat? I want to ask you guys a serious question. If you were involved in a group chat and your husband doesn't come home and you just were on the phone with him literally right before he was shot, she says that he got really quiet when he got off the phone with me. I'm saying, bye, I love you. And he's all weirdly quiet. He doesn't say anything. And she's like, I just hung up, and then it's like he was distracted, which is interesting because yes, he would be. What the fuck's his car doing? You know what I mean? Like what's going on? Or was it a car? Was it a tire? Like what the hell did he see? But the time that it should have taken him to get home would be X amount of minutes, right? I'm curious because I know that Kirsten did tell the police. I started blowing him up. Okay, that's what's her name? Karen Reed said. I was blowing John up, and I was calling him a fucking bastard and you fuck and all these words, right? Fuck you, you fucking pervert. Kirsten, I don't think was doing that. I don't know if there was voice messages. We didn't hear any, but she was blowing him up. And she says that, I'm curious if you would have ever texted the group chat. Like, hey, did Jared have to go back to the house and did one of the kids leave something in the car? Did Jared come back to the house? Anybody? Would you have texted in the group chat? But just so we're clear, there was no texting in the group chat that occurred. She's blowing up his phone. Then she says, what did you do earlier? Well, I went to the store. We did chalk on the sidewalk. Jared worked from home. It was a typical day. He has a black Atlas. We have a Chevy Suburban. Jared drove the black Atlas. It would depend if we're going somewhere where we had all the kids. We took the Chevy Suburban because it was like, who drove what car? Was he always in the black SUV? She says, London, I put London to bed. Her parents were over. She didn't know where they were going to dinner that night. AB was texting me during date night. And then there was this pause and he was quiet when she said, love you. After getting off the phone with her brother's conversation, and then she talks about, I don't know if there was traffic when he didn't come home. I don't know if he got stuck in a little bit of traffic. And then I was thinking that maybe there was an accident, like a car accident. I was texting him. I was calling him. No response. She's like, something is wrong. Something is wrong. She uses the phrase, I use my car phone. I haven't used that phrase in a very long time, my car phone. She used that phrase. It's at the 6 hour and 30-minute mark in 18 seconds. She refers to a cell phone as a car phone. Isn't that interesting? I haven't heard that phrase in a long time. I noted it and I just thought it was interesting. She was calling while she was driving to Jack's Beach. She was just like, I'm going to drive the way that he goes and try to find where my husband is. You know? She testified that she then took a phone call because somebody called her back from his phone and it wasn't him, right? And he couldn't tell me anything. And he said, your daughter is fine, but go to the Jacksonville Police Department. Come to the police department. She's like, they wouldn't tell me anything. I kept asking them questions. They asked me what Jared was wearing, and they wouldn't, you know, it was very frustrating. I was very frustrated. They notified me of his death and that he was shot. So they told her that he was shot. They didn't give any leads to her. It was her gut instinct that gave me like this gut, like that. I said Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner, and I gave these names of who would have done this. Does your husband have a large circle of friends? No. Does he talk to his family a lot? Well, compared to how much I talk to my family, she says, no. But he like loved his family and everything like that. But I wouldn't say that he talked to his family a lot compared to how I talk to mine. Does he have any crazy hobbies? No. Does he have any gambling debts? And was he a gambler? No. Would he go out of town and travel a lot? No. I can't remember any time that he's gone out of town without me. Microsoft. He works at Microsoft. He got that job when? And this was interesting. I did not know this. You want to know why I didn't know this? Because mainstream media. Because mainstream media is crazy. Mainstream media wants us to believe that they try to tell us this case is, this is the Microsoft exec murder case. Very strange. Jared Bridegan, they're referring to this case, all the headlines. Microsoft exec, ambush, hire for murder. But it's just Microsoft exec. That's Jared Bridegan. Well, guess what, guys? Jared Bridegan, he started his job with Microsoft in October of 2021. Late 2021, she said. I was blown away by that. That's called an X factor. That's called when you have to consider things that are going on in someone's life, when you're doing pattern of life and you're going to do history and all this shit. So he starts his new job for Microsoft in October of 2021. That's the same time that they ended their, the divorce, the custody, they closed that case. Now, he worked at Cleans, Simple Eats before that. He resigned, then she resigned from her corporate job. So this is another thing that just took place in their lives. Microsoft job he just got. Then just a couple weeks before this all took place, she resigned from her job. What? This is nuts. These are what you call dude, these are, this creates problems with pattern of life when you're trying, when somebody, their patterns are all changing. Everybody's getting into a new routine. There is no pattern right now. I didn't know that, so these are two things that I did not know, that when he started that new Microsoft job and he worked from home. I'm curious, did he ever go in to an office? But she resigned from her corporate job just a couple weeks before this all happened. And she felt that she could do that because she wanted to stay home with the kids, which I love when I hear that, and that they could afford to do, that they believe that it would be okay, for them to do that. So next. There was no debt. Everything was going well. There was no alcohol, drinking, drugs, none of that stuff. He drank Coke Zero. He went to church. How about religion? Yeah. And then this is where we get this strange thing where she's like, it was strange. It was calm. Them agreeing to get her baptized was strange and calm. Do you guys understand that witness 4 blows up their whole fucking opening statement about this baptism? About this narrative? Wait a second, I thought... So that's what happens with Kirsten Bridegan right here. She's blowing up the state. How about any HR complaints? No. People from his work, they came to the funeral. Well, I hate to tell you that people go to people's funerals that kill people. It's really sad, but it happens. He worked from home. I turned over all of his passwords, his codes, his hard drives, computers, whatever they wanted. Come on in, take it. Did you allow them to rip the infotainment center out of the car? And I just was like blown away by this because I'm curious, is that also to the Chevy Suburban? Or are you talking about the Atlas? Like, did they take out this ripped out infotainment center into the car? Was that Kirsten Bridegan's? Then they published for the jury to see Jared's wedding picture, another picture of Jared. And this is when Kirsten Bridegan broke down crying, and I would have done the same thing. I can't imagine what she's going through. There was a photo that she broke down to that she had to see. Then Henry Tenon. So prior to hearing Henry Tenon, in this case, have you ever met Henry Tenon before? She says, no, I did not know him before prior to you guys arresting this man. Okay. Have you ever had any roofing done at your house? No. Have you ever needed pallets? Have you ever, got any work on your house? They're trying to say, have you ever would have come in contact with this man? Did you ever have anything done to the house or, no, never saw that guy before, never heard the name before. No. She shows the truck picture. So Henry doesn't mean anything to you. Did you have Henry on your phone? Anything was saved in those phones? No. There's no connection between Henry Tenon and anybody that I know. Okay. Where did your kids go to gymnastics? Well, AB took gymnastics and she went to elite gymnastics. They show a picture of elite gymnastics. Family lawyer involved, but it was oddly calm and all in agreement. And I really point out here at 6 hours and 44 minutes and 15 seconds of my video of the first day trial testimony that we're watching live, I say, this is bizarre. Why would you be saying that you got a family lawyer involved, but it was oddly calm and all in agreement? It's a contradiction. Why are you going to call up a family lawyer to get involved with something? And that's when she tried to get in some hearsay. But it should bother people because of whatever AB told them. Now, the defense mentioned in their opening that there's a video of your Suburban and Henry Tenon in the same frame at the police department. Let's go ahead and play that. And so they just talk about it. Right here, Kirsten Bridegan is asked a question. And she says, yes, I passed tips passing them along to Jack's Beach detectives. And do you know what this caused, in my opinion? There was a filing today. Shanna Gardner's team made a filing. And it was fucking awesome because I'm just like all about like, yeah, wow, I can't believe they would have all these statements. But Shanna Gardner's team filed a motion today. And it was to get, they obviously want Kirsten Bridegan to compel for that, trial with stuff that's going on. But it honed in on Kirsten Bridegan and Detective Johns' communications, and Kirsten Bridegan with Nelson, Stifler, and Mr. Mizrahi. And it's like, if you're passing tips along, that reminds me of the Holly Bobo case. That's all that Holly Bobo's mom was doing. Is like, fuck, she was pretending to be people and writing in anonymous letters. I have them, and they are an identical replication of her handwriting. It's pretty fucking wild. And she's trying to act like she's a person that was a victim of Terry Britt back in the day. That's wild. So that closed her direct examination, Kirsten Bridegan. On cross, Kirsten Bridegan was asked, and I thought Jesse did a really good job. He was really gentle, I thought. He was like, okay, you understand that there's evidence that the jury has that your guys, that the divorce and the custody thing, that it was closed. And you mentioned the suggestion of the death of Jared, that Shanna Gardner had asked for the death certificate so that she could provide it to the courts. And you said that happened just a couple of weeks, right? February 28th or something like that. And Jared was dead. It was like 2 weeks after, and Kirsten Bridegan thought that was so inappropriate. Well, she had to file it all with the courts, and her lawyer did it. So he showed her that the case was closed, and that they had, on 10/12/2021, the case was closed, family law. And so there was nothing waiting in the wings to do anything. Nobody had filed anything. Shanna Gardner allowed them, meaning her, to give the news about Jared with Shanna and Mario, and to have her come over, and they told the twins together. And so she told that to the jury. Yes. So she had no problem with you coming over to the house and you guys doing that together? Well, Shanna told them, but yes, I got to be there. Okay, she allowed you to do that, right? Then they said, well, you did an interview at the police station, but it wasn't recorded at the station, right? She said, no. I don't think it was. I don't know. Did you ever report any violence, threats from Shanna Gardner to you or to Jared or Mario or anything? Did you ever report any of that to the police? No, never once. She's like, no, I never did that. It never happened. Okay, last questions. The state, they said that you're pulling into Jack's Beach Police Department. Who is driving? Your mom's in the passenger, 2 people in the vehicle, right? Oh, that was interesting. Last question. The state's last question about your Suburban pulling into Jack's Beach Police Department. Who is driving? Mom in passenger. So 2 people were in the vehicle. Redirect. Kirsten Bridegan says, the death certificate, first 2 weeks, and that was it. What do you guys think about that? What do you think about the fact that Jesse pointed out who's driving and who's in the passenger seat? Anybody? I think it's just to point out that there was 2 people in the vehicle. So one of you guys could be what? I don't know, doing something else at some point. I have no idea. Where's the dad? Where's your dad? I don't know. Where's anybody? I don't know. We can take a look at the clip if you want, but witness number 5 was the medical examiner, Dr. Billy Gillespie, and they go through his training experience. And it was very, very quick. Okay. Mr. Mizrahi, every time he asks questions, he is absolutely off his rocker. It's like he can't be bothered with he can't even just pretend, man. I think he said fuck on the mic today. I shit you not. Go back and listen. It was right there at the end. But he's just trying to shotgun through and just, we can just do this. And it doesn't matter about this. And he doesn't make any sense. But hey, Mr. Mizrahi, he's like, you reviewed in the crime scene photos, autopsy photos before the trial, right? Yep. Pictures of his face. They said, here, what's wrong with his face? Well, he collapsed. So that's why his face is all messed up. And let me tell you something. This is the clip that I got of Jared because they accidentally put it out there. And I just wanted to take a look, not to be sick, but I'm like, wait, what do you mean he face planted? That's what they're trying to say, that Jared face planted, basically. He basically fell and hit his face because of the way that he collapsed after getting shot. So he says, the pictures of his face, why is it, he's got like, it looks like he got like hit. It looks like there's like his nose is messed, he's like, his face is messed up. And they're saying that it was because he face planted. He said that 2 gunshot wounds, entry wounds, fairly easy. They were generally round, oval abrasion. Upper left shoulder. One didn't have an exit wound. One did. One wound, exit wound. They showed these exhibits, 72, 73. The left clavicle broke into several pieces. Muscles of the neck. The jugular vein passed through the vocal cords, right clavicle. So the jugular is the largest vein, and then you have your largest artery. How quickly did Jared die, or did Jared become unconscious? That was one of the questions. And he said it was very quick. He would have became unconscious. Listen to this. He would have became unconscious, he's saying, within 15 to 20 seconds of getting shot. And I'm like, wait, what? The reason I say, wait, what? Is because we have to go back to the second witness. The second witness is saying that when he didn't get to the body for like 7-8 minutes, right? I don't know. That's what it seemed. I mean, they didn't call 911 was not called for 7 or 8 minutes from 7:52. And he said that he could hear gargling. And that guy didn't check his pulse or do anything like that. But according to and I want to say this, the defense has a pathologist on the, I'm curious if the defense is going to talk about this at all, but that this would have been instantly. This was instant. That he would have been 15 to 20 seconds. He would have been unconscious. They show the pictures of the fragment, pictures of the clothing from exhibit 84 to 87. The toxology came back. It was just caffeine. Was this an accident? Was it a suicide? And let me remind you guys, I forgot to tell you guys this. I made a big deal about this. The one guy on scene that was one of the first responders literally thought for like whether he wants to say a split second or maybe a couple minutes, he thought that Jared, he's like, I thought that he could have potentially committed suicide. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know that would mean nothing that I would ever think in 1,000,000 years that a dude in the middle of the street with his car and his flashers on, and he's outside the car with his flashers on, and his car is like sideways a little bit, and there's blood. It would never occur to me to think that this man took his own life because he was like, fuck this. I'm just going to pull off here and just end it. That is bizarre to even come out and say that on the record. I would think before that, you would potentially think that somebody was in the vehicle with him in that passenger seat. Right? Maybe. how could that not be a thought? You could say it was a road rage incident, but seeing that it was, you see the tire in the middle of the road, right? That's really weird, right? But maybe there would be somebody in the car with him, right? Just saying. Is that a possibility? Yeah, because these people don't know shit because they don't know the circumstances. So somebody could have been in the car with him. And for that man not to say that, but to say that he thought this could potentially be a suicide, I lost all respect. But he's like, I could immediately rule out, just like after a couple like minutes, that this was not a robbery. Because he said his phone was still there and his wedding ring. And I'm like, what the fuck? Couldn't this be a carjacking situation? But then you saw that there was a kid in the car and you're like, holy shit, I can't take this car now. There's a fucking kid in the car. You know, I don't know. Could that be a potential? That's, you know, when you're about to do something and then you're like, oh, fuck. Dude, that's going to be problems. I already have a big problem right here, but that's, or I don't know. You would have to consider that. I get the whole road rage only because of the tire. But okay. He then says, the pathologist here, how about his clothing? Yeah, bloody as can be. It is my opinion that it's a homicide and he died of multiple gunshot wounds. Like, no, like, boom. That was the last witness for the day. So court was from on Monday, 9:30 a.m. to 4:10 p.m. Day 2, witness 6. There was no cross-examination of the pathologist, by the way. Not that I had anyways. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I was celebrating. They do that in Mexico to steal your truck. They put that tire out there. So let me go back over here. Go to here. That's what I think valuable. Day 2, Tuesday. Witness number 6. Oopsies. Shane Jarman, evidence technician. He did some whack ass shit, man. Henry Tenon and Shanagar, depending on how they go about this, should have a field day, but there's other people they can have a field day with too. Anyway, Shane Jarman wants to talk about the fact that CSI is just a television show, and his quote unquote is photos, and I would use this against him. Photos are worth, so one photo is worth 1,000 words. You know, a photo is worth 1,000 words. That's his quote. And I would use it against him. Now, next to the yellow sign with the stop sign in the yellow sign, there's where the photos are. And he says that the valve was swabbed. They found a tracking device, or they looked for a tracking device on his car. So they swabbed the valve of the tire in the road. That's what he says. He says they looked for a tracking device. None found. That's it. That's his, like, you know, he testified for about 14 minutes to absolutely fucking nothing. Cross-examination. they made a point to say, you took lots of time and care with this case, right? Yeah. Took lots of time to connect person to DNA to evidence. The DNA at the crime scene doesn't belong to Mario, right? Nothing does, right? Then that's it. Witness 7. Corporal Brian Wallace. And then in parentheses, this was the big one. Stifler testifies to almost all of this man's testimony. Either leading questions or straight up testimony. And this is the, it's like 34 minutes, the Ohio State University, the 34-minute slide. We'll call it the 34-minute compilation video with a huge gap of 36 minutes from 7:12 to 7:47. Huge. Okay. Oh, that's not right. There we go. Training experience. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. It didn't help you. You suck. Jack's Beach, 15 years. 15 years. This dude was in briefing sessions. He was told to canvass the area. That was what you were supposed to do. Canvass the area. And he was involved beginning the day after the murders, which would be 2/17. It was decided at the briefings of what houses to go to. He mentions 4981 America is where he started. No Cato Creek working cameras. No reports, no notes of cams being off. Brian Wallace report number 16. I say go look at that. And then we get this compilation video. And they are looking for Jared's car on camera. 4067. 1 hour and 48 minutes and 30 seconds into this live on day 2. They talk about Taco Lou. They talk about Fairway Lane at 634, 636, America Ave 640, 641, 2743 American Ave 641 and 15 seconds. Kelly's 641 and 47 seconds. And now that would be Kelly Slimans. And guess what? He told the world in a report that address that address there on American Ave, he exhausted all efforts to try to get this shit. Meanwhile, Ford, who's a different police officer who has not testified yet, he's the one that obtained that. And I think that they should look into that. Because, I don't know, it's really weird. It just shows you horrible communications, if anything. But it was like he never wanted that camera to surface for some reason, seems like. Because Kelly was on vacation, but came, right back, and she was just immediately talking with Ford. And on the same days that Brian Wallace is over here saying, I've exhausted all efforts to try to get in contact with poor Kelly over here, Ford's been talking to her, and she comes into the police station on February 20th and hands over all this shit. Very strange. Now, again, at the 2 hour and 16 minute mark of my video on Tuesday, Christina Stifler takes over. And it's like, fuck you, Brian Wallace. We don't need to hear from you. I am going to testify to this compilation video because I truly made it, and it's a piece of fucking art. All right. So she just wants to take control. And I've never seen ever in my entire life watching a trial literally witness a prosecutor testify to the movements of the entire surveillance cameras, of putting them all together. And I mean, to the point of describing every slide. This man isn't even being asked questions except here or there. And he's just saying, yeah. He's like, yeah, girl, yeah, woo. I mean, Christina Stifler testifies to a cat in the parking lot at the 2 hour, 19 minute mark and 45 seconds of my video. Then at the 2 hour and 22 minute mark and 57 second mark of my video, Christina Stifler tries to sneak in the fact that from 7:12 p.m. to 7:47 p.m. that there is just like no gap. She tries to make it seem like 7:12, and then she goes to the next video, as it moves along. And there is no warning to the watcher of the video that what you are watching is 36 minutes later. Every slide in between that was happening, it would be like, okay, a minute later, 3 minutes, all these slides. Well, guess what I noticed? Not only is there not the warning slide, but the slide is actually there. The words are gone. So this hoe went in there and edited that shit because the slide was there for the words. I know how to make a video. I make them all the time, the pre-recording ones that I do, and I know how you make a tile slide, okay? And there was a tile slide, meaning titles, like you can use it to make a narrative, like you can write whatever you want. There is a slide. It's just blank. Go through that whole thing. There's no blank slides except that one. 7:12 p.m. to 7:47 in 21 seconds. This hoe, Christina Stifler, prosecutor, tries to mislead the jury into thinking that those slides are back to back. And why is it so important? Well, Jesus, the murder is at 7:52. And she is trying to tell the jury that this truck that they're following along is the same truck. And here it is at 7:12. And these cameras are just a minute apart from each other. So how is there a vehicle at 7:12? It's going to be on the next camera in a minute. So we should be watching something at 7:13, 7:14. What's going on here? Where does this truck go? What is going on here? They have no idea where the truck is from 7:12 to 7:47. Well, how do we know the video that you throw on at 7:47 and 21 seconds? How do we know that actual truck is the same truck as 7:12? There has not been an expert to testify by the FBI in doing any. There's been no report issued in this case that I've come across or that you've come across where somebody has gone through the FBI in identifying the make, model of a vehicle and doing measurements or doing anything that somebody can testify to what a car is. How the fuck is that allowed? This is purely speculatory, and I would be objecting to all of this shit. All of it. Because it has already been determined in Idaho, right? Then only the way that is ever going to be allowed is if you have an expert on that stand to testify to something like that. There's no experts. Fuck. Let me show you how crazy this was. I'm telling you that this case was so identical to what they were trying to do in Idaho that people don't even realize how much it's similar. of what the evidence is that they're trying to throw down your face, and you'd be like, yeah, just eat it. It's all perfect. It's nuts. It's not perfect. It's fucking crazy. Stifler, you had one job, is to keep that fucking, where are the cameras on these houses that would be in that area to find that truck for 47 minutes, like, or 36 minutes, whatever the hell it is. Let me show you guys this. Let's go to content. Let's go to lives. Let's go to day 2. Day 2 is when Christina Stifler just blew me away. Day 1, day 2. What's the timestamp? 2 hours and 19 minutes and 45 seconds. 2 hours. Up 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. That should be good enough. Okay. That should be good enough. Okay, take a look here. So this is what they put in a murder case. Let's just start it at. And sanctuary, where it splits.
Is that you would head west onto JTB. You can't, unfortunately, you can't see it based on this picture, but you can kind of deduce based off of the
America Avenue. Is that the video that you were discussing?
This is what I was, sorry.
Go ahead.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Just pretty unusual.
Right there. See 10 seconds later. See that slide right there? That's a slide you put in. Otherwise, you can just like phase out and phase in your next video. Or you don't even have to use the fade out, fade. You just boom, here's the video. There's a slide. 10 seconds later.
Usual for that truck. And you could again see the characteristics of it right there. To slow down in that location again.
Okay, right there, the characteristics. Fuck that. No way is that being testified to. Do you understand what the ruling was in Idaho? What is he talking about? Characteristics. You guys, what the fuck can you see there? There's 2 Lanas here. This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What are you people on fucking crack? Look at this. What characteristics?
43, which would be 6:43 p.m.
This is what I was, sorry.
Go ahead.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Just pretty unusual for that truck. And you could again see the characteristics of it right there. To slow down in that location again. Could there be something in the road or a reason to slow down? I'm sure there could be, but it's just unusual.
Look at this guy with the dolly. What time is this at? What time does she want us to believe this is at? Does she give a timestamp here? 10 seconds later from what? God, how long did she let this motherfucker talk? Okay. Let's just go like this.
Builder's choice and also a refrigeration.
Correct. Jack's Refrigeration was back on 9th Street. This is Builder's Choice in Public Storage.
What I wanted to ask was the video that we're seeing on the map that was more south would it be fair to back into that living facility? Is that correct?
Correct.
Right here, though, this is just like a cul-de-sac cut in. There's no apartments here. There's no businesses.
No, it's just a cul-de-sac.
There's no formal
turnaround.
parking spots drawn.
I don't think so.
And then we see headlights or taillights coming back on.
Who testified right there? Wait, it gets better. She just lets this fucking run. And I'm like, I can't even handle myself.
A little cat.
The dome light, I don't know.
You can see a little cat.
A little cat.
Parking lot.
She's over here fucking testifying to cats. This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck are you talking about, Stifler?
I'm just sitting here while this truck is sitting here. Obviously, the jury can take it back in the jury room and watch it in its entirety.
Oh, no shit. Thanks. At first, I was wondering, I'm gonna have to slide all the way down. Do you know how long the video is? The video is 34 minutes and 56 seconds. Do you see me pointing this out? Like, what is she doing? She knows how long the car just sits there, right? At first, I thought this was just like her being slow. This was all methodical. I'm telling you. Why? Watch. 38 minutes and 56 seconds. What is she doing? Oh, light came on again.
You see the taillights have come back on.
She testifies. The taillights have come back on. Shut the fuck up. You have no idea what that is. She should not be testifying to that. And if anybody allows this in trial against Shanna Gardner or Henry Tenon, shame on you. She needs to shut the fuck up. That's what Tina says. Tina says, shut the fuck up. I see one, not tail lights. Why is she testifying? Now off. Dude, I've never seen anything like this. Where do they think this is at?
They're dimming.
They're dimming.
And then we can see that the truck pulls out at the actual.
Look at, she is describing all of this.
Corrected time of 7:12 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Now watch what happens here. Look at where that's at. Right there. She totally just fades out. Now watch what this little Missy does. Look at, so you're going to come out of that little area and you have to, she's like, now look at this. She's telling us, right? She's like, let's just keep moving. Hey, see that little green arrow right there? She wanted to tell us that, watch, look at this green arrow. Right there. She's like, here, now watch. It's going to turn right there. And now look at all this 15th Street, all of this. And then she's going to be like, now at 15th.
So the map we discussed earlier, that Pablo Hamlet at Shetter, if you go down 15th, you hit the Discovery School, and then right next to the Discovery School is going to be 1511 Marsh Inlet, the home of Mr. Gardner and Ms. Fernandez. And as you mentioned, going down 15th Street, you've got Cradle Creek down here with no cameras, and then the golf course with no cameras. The next available.
She's testifying. She's testifying to no cameras. Let me just grab the Discovery out here. This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Here it is. Report 11. Authored by Burrell. Okay? Ooh. At 11:01, I went to 3795 Sanctuary Way North and met with resident Christina Williams. She said she was at home at the time of the incident. She said she heard cars going down Jacksonville Drive and heard 4 pops. She said she did not have any cameras on her residence and blah, blah, blah. Well, let's see. 15th Street, right? Where are we? Coastal, seaside. Here we go. 15th Street. There is a house at 1258. I'm sorry, at 305 15th Street. Spoke with Megan. No video, no information. Well, guess what? Jose Baez said, fuck that. I don't believe that. I'm going to depose her. Curious of what happened there. Then, now I know why he deposed her, right? Because according to Christina Stifler, who just testified here, There was no cameras on 15th Street. Then the next house on 15th Street that they tried to talk to was at 307 15th Street South. Spoke with Aaron. Aaron was to provide video. Later the same. What the fuck does that mean? 307 on 15th Street South. Spoke with Aaron to provide video. Later the same. What the fuck does that mean? What does later the same mean? So my understanding here would be he's got a video. Then before that, at address 4086 Seaside Drive, spoke with resident Greg. He refused to give any additional information. What was that all about, Greg? Then we get into Fairway Lane, which you see right here. 5 Fairway Lane, 7 Fairway Lane, 13 Fairway Lane, 15 Fairway Lane. Met with the resident Teresa, no information. Met with resident Joe, no information. 13 Fairway Lane, Airbnb, non-resident. It does not matter. Airbnbs actually have shit. Do you understand that? Like Airbnbs actually have rings, have cameras for that purpose because, hey, and we let you know, like for your safety, our safety, like we have a ring camera. A lot of people that have Airbnbs have that. But hey, this guy just writes, hey, it's an Airbnb. How do you know that it's an Airbnb? Because you knocked on the door and someone said, oh, hi. Oh, I don't live here. This is an Airbnb. I'm just renting it. Who cares? He says, Airbnb, non-resident, no information. Are you kidding me? You couldn't find out if they had cameras? You don't have eyes? 15 Fairway Lane, met with resident Terry. No video, no information. 17 Fairway Lane, met with resident Dawn. No information. 21 Fairway, met with resident Amy. No video, no information. So since you're writing no video, on the houses that you said nothing to that, and you just said no information, does that mean that they have video? 27 Fairway Lane. Oh my God, wait a second. Why is 25 Fairway Lane skipped over? Do you guys understand this? In the discovery right here, 17 Fairway Lane. Then it goes 17, then 21, and then 27. Where is 25? Lana, why do you care about 25? Well, let's show you why I care about 25. Let's see what Stifler testifies to here.
Footage is going to be this camera we looked at previously on Fairway Lane.
25 Fairway, correct.
25 Fairway.
25 Fairway Lane? Do you understand in discovery here? In report 11? In report 11. This cocksucker named Burrell. You know, the guy that miraculously found that fucking tire? Yeah, same dude. He's writing up a report that includes Wallace's shit, Detective Connor's shit. He writes, there's 13 pages to report 11 because this is all the neighborhood canvassing. Okay? And they try to say, so here it is, that they're going down the road, the roads, they're going to every one, like one after the other. I go to 5 Fairway Lane, 7 Fairway Lane, 13, 15, 17, 21. Why is 25 skipped? Then 27, then 31, then 37, then 41, 47, 51, 53, 55, 57, 59, 61, 63, 69, 71. Then he continues on. Let's see if he brings up Fairway again. Upon return to the police headquarters, I accessed the links, had the video saved onto a DVD, and placed it into a property as evidence. This has to do with Sanctuary Way South. Then he's like, I then returned to the following residence in an attempt to make a second to contact with a resident. What is that sentence? I go to 41 Fairway Lane, 47, 51, 55, 57, 61. Again, no mention of 25. Did Burrell like have a problem with going to 25? They left it out of the report. So here we go.
Where we looked at previously on Fairway Lane,
25 Fairway, correct.
25 Fairway Lane. So there was no available footage from that point that truck left Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
Okay, do you hear how she said it like that? There was no available cameras from Pablo Hamlet to making the right to go down 15th, which I gave you guys 2 addresses on 15th in the 300 block. And then 15th has to just turns into Fairway Lane. And then she just says, there were no videos. Like, listen to how she says it. It just means like there's no cameras here. You're telling me that none of these other houses have cameras? I'm just interested in that. But she doesn't say that there's a gap of 36 minutes as well. So look at this. This is misleading as fuck. She should be sanctioned. She's a cheater and a liar.
Cheddar, 1511 Marsh Inlet, the street. You've got Cradle Creek down here with no cameras, and then the golf course with no cameras. The next available footage is going to be this camera we looked at previously on Fairway Lane.
25 Fairway, correct.
25 Fairway Lane. So there was no available footage from that point that truck left Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have at 7:47, we
Did you guys see that?
Correct.
left Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have
What is missing? The tile slide to say 36 minutes later. What she just explained to the jury is making it seem like the next available camera we have, right? Where this car is going to be caught from driving, like you just said, right? Is right here. That's a minute away from Pablo Hamlet. A minute. She tried to talk a lot, okay? She tried to talk a lot and to get the jury off of the fact that the car left Pablo Hamlet at 7:12. Look at your girl here, all over it. I'm over here already, don't even know. I'm like, so it leaves at 7:12, but the murder isn't until 7:52. This is me in real time, getting it like that. But she was stalling so that this jury attempted to forget, unless you wrote down on your pen and paper 7:12. So that when you heard this 7:47, but there's going to be a chance that you'd be like, oh, I must have wrote that down wrong. Maybe it was. You get like, then you're going to start second guessing yourself. Oh, or then you have to make a note. Hey, I need to go check that out. So it's a minute away. And listen to how she does. Like, let's see how much time she talks. Let's see what she talks about after she talks about this car leaving.
and then we can see that the truck pulls out at the actual corrected time of 7:12 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Right there. Back that up. Where do you see that the car, when it's taking off, I want to know how you know that it goes right.
That the truck pulls out at the actual corrected time of 7:12 p.m., correct?
Correct.
I can't see that car even turned right. Just saying. Look at this. What does she do? Right there. How she's saying that the car turned right like that. I'm telling you right now, you cannot see that. I'd have a problem with that. Then right there, that's the slide. Right here. Why is there a blank slide there? Why is there a blank slide there? It shouldn't be. That means that something was supposed to be there. That's what you call a tile slide. That means if I was to go make a video, I go to click on tile slide and I put it into my video. And that's what I use to create writing. Like, you know, executive producer, Lana Oriani, or Truth and Transparency. Look at Jose Baez saying, what the fuck, journalists? You know, me writing a tile slide.
So the map we discussed earlier, that Pablo Hamlet at Cheddar.
Look at her stalling.
If you go down 15th, you hit the Discovery School, and then right next to the Discovery School is going to be 1511 Marsh Inlet, the home of Mr. Gardner and Ms. Fernandez. And as you
What's the question? What's the question?
mentioned, going down 15th Street, you've got Cradle Creek down here with no cameras, and then the
These are statements. This is testimony.
golf course with no cameras. The next available footage is going to be this camera we looked at previously on Fairway Lane,
25 fairway, correct.
25 Fairway Lane. So
Was there a question there? No, he's just parroting. He's just a parrot.
there was no available footage from that point that truck left Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
That's correct. There's no available footage, which that is leading you to believe that the car is just moving along and that this would be, what, a minute and a half later. And nowhere does it say 36 minutes later. And she tried to stall. She tried to get the people not to think about that. I just told you 7:12. This is what that needs to be pointed out to the jury, that the defense has, or the prosecution has provided evidence, but has purposefully tried to mislead the jury of what the evidence is actually showing. That's nuts to me. How is this not prosecutorial misconduct? This is fucking egregious as fuck. You don't try to trick a jury. They are supposed to be they're the fact finders, but they cannot find the facts when the prosecution is doing what? What would you call this?
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck.
What
So
truck?
here we have at
What truck do we see?
7:47, we see that truck.
That's not that truck. And in fact, take a look again.
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck.
That truck hits the brake. Mark, I want you to zoom in here. I want to know what two trucks these are. There's two vehicles looking riding on each other's asses, but this is 36 minutes later.
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck.
And he's like, Dude, you cannot let her testify to this. Henry Tenon, this is all crap. This is so bad. So bad. It's so bad. It's like, dude, you're going to lose there's going to be straight 3 acquittals. And it should be. But this right here, this is not the same vehicle. You can argue that. You cannot just pick a fucking vehicle out and say, that's that car. You cannot testify like that. You're speculating. You are not allowed to do that. Objection. First of all, is Miss Stifler testifying or is Brian Wallace? And what expert opinion, what are you using here to determine on this video right here what vehicle that is? Please enlighten me. Listen, you can't fuck with me in timelines. I will fuck you up. This is crazy. I'd be motioning over the weekend and I'd be asking for a dismissal with prejudice because this is insanity. That video, what the fuck?
7:47, we see that truck. So here we have
that?
7:40. from that point that truck left Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck.
Okay, this is what I believe. I believe that is, there's two names I want to give you. The guy that left the baseball fields, and then a Matt Heck. There's a guy that left the baseball fields, Matt Dahl, something, you know, that whole like bullshit about there was an argument at the baseball field. That dude drove a truck. It doesn't fucking matter. They did an elimination. They wanted somebody to come in for elimination purposes to eliminate their vehicle. And yet he drove an F-150 truck, which was a 2015. These are unrecognizable. This is worse than the Elantra. There is nothing you can tell from this vehicle. Maybe I'll go a little bit slower. Let's slow it down. Come on. I have a question. On the back of Henry Tenon's truck, does it have that top brake light?
At 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck. We're at 25 Fairway Lane.
Look at the blooming.
Fairway Lane.
Right there. Look at that vehicle. See how it's a white vehicle in front?
Correct.
So here we have
That has a running, what is that?
at 7:47, we see that truck.
Which one is the truck? There's two there. Now let's listen. Excuse me? I'm stopping it. I purposely put that up there. What time? They said that the vehicle left at 7:12. I catch this hoe in the act. PM. And she says we have to adjust the time. So check this out. She's a liar. This is unbelievable. This is egregious. What's that? It's supposed to be a capital murder case. This is unbelievable. I am pissed.
And at 7:50. And at 7:51:11, that 2-ton truck.
Unbelievable.
And at 7:50. And at 7:51:11, that 2-ton truck is going by, fair to say, at a decently high rate of speed for the area.
High rate of
I would
speed.
say over the speed limit.
What? How do you figure? Oh my God. What the fuck is going on? Who's that?
And then we have the victim's vehicle behind.
Stifler, you sound drunk. What's wrong? Dude, how is she testifying to all of this? He doesn't even say a word there. Okay, wait, hold on.
Victim's vehicle behind.
Wait, right there. Boom. Hold on.
And then we have the victim's vehicle behind.
3521. America. Ow. Son of a bitch. Fuck. Okay, what was that number? Is that fucking Kelly 3521? There's another house on 15th Street. It's 230. Christy. Then 25 Fairway Lane, Eric. 25 Fairway Lane, Eric provided video footage via USB and email. Video on USB will be submitted into property. 11 Fairway Lane. Camera did not pick up anything of interest. That's interesting, and I think that needs to be shown. How could 11 Fairway Lane not pick up anything? But 25 Fairway Lane did. Where is it? I spoke with Matt Heck, who called to eliminate his vehicle as he drove on Sanctuary Parkway at approximately 7:49 hours. Heck's vehicle is a 2015 black Ford F-150. Heck stated he did not see a vehicle with emergency lights activated on Sanctuary Boulevard. Well, that's right. If you were the vehicle in front of you wouldn't. Heck says that he does not see an old F-150 blue. He says he remembered seeing a smaller four-door sedan parked in the painted lines before Sanctuary Boulevard. Heck was not sure if it was Wednesday night, but then he calls back and he says it had to be Wednesday night. Then, like Wahlberg, but Dahlberg, stated he drove home the same route as the victim. You guys understand that? Dahlberg, he needs to be brought in, and he needs to be a witness. Because when he was interviewed, Dahlberg, who is good friends and works with the victim's brother, he said that he drove the same route as the victim the night of the murders. What's the same route? How did that even go about? Like, what? How can anybody say that in an interview? I drove the same route as the victim. How do you even know that? Or is that just your lazy way of writing up a report and saying he just drove the same way as the fuck is wrong with these people? Can anybody please call these motherfuckers out? Absolutely laughable. Where is this cocksucker's interview? $18.40. Blow me, Burrell. Blow me. Okay, Allison. Allison's a little liar too. Rebecca. Okay, Rebecca. That dude said he drove a black truck, right? Rebecca Ainello's son. He needs to be called. Rebecca said that she turned east on Jacksonville Drive and did not see where the vehicle went. But she later asked her 12-year-old who was in the car in the front passenger seat if he remembered what kind of vehicle he saw backing up, and he said it was a Ford truck. She asked how he knew it was a Ford truck, and he said it had a 4x4 on the back of it. He thought 4x4 meant it was a Ford. She asked him if he was sure it was a truck like Daddy has and not an SUV like she has, and he told her he was sure it was a truck. She asked him what color it was, and he said black. Black. She asked him if he was sure it could not have been dark blue, and he told her it was black. Why this is important is this interview happened on February 24th. Why would she be asking her son if it was a dark blue truck if nobody was supposed to know about a blue truck until March 9th? If you do not call Rebecca Ainello to the stand, you're a fucking idiot. Rebecca, why would you be asking your son if are you sure it wasn't a blue truck? The community is not supposed to know about a blue truck until March 9th. Okay? She asked him if he was sure it could not have been a dark blue, and he told her it was black again. A fucking again. She did not see any other vehicles there except the vehicle with its flashers and the vehicle that was backing up. So guess what this means? If she saw a vehicle backing up, it would be a vehicle that would be behind Jared. Not in front of Jared. She was approaching the intersection of Jacksonville Drive and Sanctuary Boulevard. She saw a vehicle with its flashers on midway between JTB and the intersection. Yeah. The only way that she could see that is she was at the Jacksonville Drive. Yes. So that's where she was. Perfect. She also saw a vehicle reversing from the southbound lane. Yes. And she knew the vehicle was an SUV or a truck due to the height of the reverse lights. She turned east on Jacksonville Drive and did not see where the vehicle went. Yeah. Backing up. She needs to come to the stand. Report 36. All night long. All night. Rebecca and her son. I think his name, I don't know, I think it's Carter. I could be wrong. Maybe that's Aaron's son. Report 39. Here it is. David Davis. That's what I was looking for. At approximately on February 24th, about a week after the murder, I contacted David Davis in reference to a lead sheet. He was on a lead sheet, for heaven's sakes, which is scanned into this report. He said his son, Nicholas Davis, had called him at 7:48 hours, and he had driven by the scene. What? Oh my God. I've been saying that. He provided me with Nicholas's number. And I called him. Nicholas said he was driving home to the sanctuary and drove north on Sanctuary Boulevard, which means like south is where Jared was heading. North is, parallel to it, but heading north. Oh my God. He said he was already on the phone with his dad and had been for approximately 5 minutes. He had called him at 7:48. He was driving his white Dodge Ram. He said he saw multiple vehicles with flashers on. Oh. He said he saw a black Volkswagen SUV with the door open, a man on the ground, and a tire in front of it to the left of the vehicle. See, to the left. He estimated there was 4 other vehicles, not including the black Volkswagen. What? Oh my God. There's 4 other vehicles, not including the black Volkswagen SUV, of which one was white. And he also saw a silver or a white Toyota Tundra. The Tundra was parked in the grass. Facing the same direction as the other vehicles that were facing south, parked near the stop sign for Lake Sanctuary. He said there was a group of people out of their vehicles, and he estimated about 4 people, but could not provide further details because it was dark. Nicholas said a man walked up to the man on the ground. He slowed his truck and rolled down the window to ask if everything was all right. The man asked if he was a doctor, and he replied no, and asked if he would call 911. A lady responded, "Yes, they are on the way." I would love to know how long that phone call was. He said another vehicle pulled in behind him, and he then drove to the entrance of Lake Sanctuary. He said this all took place about 1 minute prior to the police arrival. He believes all the vehicles, to include the Toyota Tundra, were corridored into the same area with police. What? Dude, what the fuck did they do at the scene? They were all barricaded into the tape. Remember I said, I was like, where are all the cars? Who moved these cars? Why are all the pictures with these vehicles moved? He thought that they were all backed up behind each other. He was driving his white Dodge Ram. He said he saw multiple vehicles with flashers on. He said he saw a black Volkswagen door with open. Okay, are they all behind each other? That he estimated there was 4 other vehicles, not including the black SUV, of which one was white. Where were they parked? At approximate. That'll be interesting. Where's this other shit? Shit balls. Well, that Tundra cannot be Mario's. Oh. They got the Pablo Hamlet video on February 28th. She said the housing complex, which is presently under construction, only had a single working camera, which is positioned toward the only blank. Detective Corporal Wallace and I went to Pablo Hamlet and met with manager Charlene Alexandra Mayo, who accessed the housing complex only working exterior camera. The camera's date stamp was correct to today's date, but was approximately 17 minutes fast How did you figure that out? I'm just curious. When reviewing the camera's footage from February 16, 2022, the camera system recorded at 1910, so 7:10, a truck drive down Shutter Avenue towards Pablo Hamlet's entrance/exit, backing into the west end of Shutter Avenue, just outside the entrance/exit of Pablo Hamlet, and turn off its headlights. The camera system, again, according to the date and timestamp of the video, records at 7:29 hours. Or 1929 hours, so 7:29 p.m., which is 17 minutes fast. What? The truck turns on its headlights and slowly drives eastbound on Shutter Avenue and out of the camera site. Thank you. You need to just say how he did not say that the fucking vehicle turned right. Like I've been saying. His report says it went out of the camera site. Yes. Report 44. That was his observation. That's what he wrote when he observed it. Now you put him on the stand and you have Christina Stifler testifying instead of him. And she's over here the one that's saying that the vehicle turned right. That truck does not turn right, goddammit. And that's why there's no fucking video from Fairway, 11 Fairway. Detective Corporal, because the car didn't fucking go right. Detective Corporal Wallace contacted Ricardo Pizarro of the city's Information Technology Department to extract the video onto a USB drive. Amazing. Right there. How does the post office not have any fucking video? How is that even possible? The post office. Trash. Okay. Circle K's loss prevention and safety manager called me regarding my request February 16, 2022 between 7:30 and 8:15. I reviewed the video but did not see a blue older model Ford F-150 that matched the description of a previously identified vehicle of interest. What did you see though, you cocksucker? I want to take a look at that video. Where's Circle K at? Circle K's loss prevention and safety manager. What's your name, girl? What you doing? On Wednesday, March 2nd, I received an email with attached video links. Love to see those video links. From Margaret. Margaret Trimble. Come on down, girl. Let's talk. Also, due to the builder's choice, 1202 Beach Boulevard and Pablo Hamlet, 1600 Shutter Ave, videos being placed into property on USB drives. Thanks. Yeah. Report 44. Circle K. She's a little liar. We need 15th at 2:30 address. We'll give this broad a call. Hey girl, what's up? Just wondering if you have any cameras. Next. Here it is. On March 2nd, 2022 at approximately 8 a.m., I went to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office property facility on Haynes Street to look at a gun and ammunition which was stolen/recovered out of Jacksonville on 2/28/2022. JSO case. There's this case number. The firearm was a Glock 20 10 millimeter. Hello. Is anybody there? What the fuck? This is report 46. Again, we need to bring this up to the jury. The firearm was a Glock 20 10 millimeter. And the ammunition was SIG 10 mm auto 11 count and USA 10 mm auto 9 count. Photographs were taken of the ammunition and were attached to the report as evidence. Who gives a fuck? You didn't test the gun? Nobody tested this gun? What the fuck's going on? That's all it says. Who cares what the fuck's in it right now? Who does it belong to? Whose gun is this? Are these people? What the fuck is going on in this case? There's a fucking Glock 20 10 mm that was just stolen and recovered out of Jacksonville somehow. Like, where did it come from? There's a JSO case number, though. We're going to fucking FOIA that shit. I want that. Research was conducted on several gun stores in Jacksonville to see if they carried PPU or Underwood ammunition. A list was comprised on Excel and attached to the report as evidence. None of the gun stores carried the listed ammo. And none of the listed gun stores. What gun stores? You guys didn't do shit. Okay. Detectives Johns and I responded to Revolution Chiropractic located at 14866 Old St. Augustine Road and met with Dr. Lauren Cost. We reviewed the available camera footage and you could not see out into the parking beyond the cars parked immediately in front of the business. I highly doubt that if you're saying it. A copy of the victim's account information, which provided dates of appointments. He was at the chiropractor the day he was murdered. Oh my God. Another incident with the chiropractor. A copy of the victim's account information, which provides dates of appointments and cancellation reschedules, is scanned into this report, as well as placed into property. That's interesting. Okay, more video footage. Resident Ann, whatever, Ann F. They transferred 6 videos to be enhanced. I want to know what ones those were. Okay, Ann advised a friend of her late husband's was able to download the home surveillance. After review of the video, a recording from 2/16/2022 exists from 6 to 9. However, the camera is broken and nothing is viewable. What? Where the fuck does Ann live? Ann, whatever the fuck this last name is. Ann, what are you talking about, girl? How did your... Dude, I just can't right now. Where does this hoe live? This is insane. I also deposited a DVD with video from the public storage, 1200 Shutter Ave. The suspicious blue truck referenced in previous supplemental past public storage on 2/16/2022 at 6:52 and 10 seconds. Heading westbound along Shutter Ave. The video could not be extracted at the time of viewing. However, I was however, was recorded on a city-issued iPhone and later downloaded onto a CD. So this was only a... What the fuck? How was it recorded? Like screen? Like, what'd you do? Just like take out your camera from your phone and just record like the TV? What the fuck? Yo, what's the meta on that shit? Like, what? On March 10th, I met with a manager named Caitlin at Taco Lu. Now, this just blows my fucking titties out of the water. March 10th. In reference to this case, Caitlin provided me with access to the restaurant's outdoor surveillance. I obtained USB drive with video from 5 to 9. What? 5 to 9. The USB was placed into property as evidence. After review, I observed the aforementioned blue truck heading eastbound on Beach Boulevard at 6:25 and 34 seconds. I also met with security supervisor Donnell Wright at Baptist Beach Medical Center. After a review of the hospital's cameras, I located no vehicle of interest from 7:50 to 8. Why were you looking over there at that time? That's interesting because don't you have the blue truck? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you have the blue truck on Fairway? Oh, that's right. That wasn't the truck. You made it the truck. That's interesting. I think I would use that. Report 50. Report 50. Why were you interested in that? Baptist Church. Fucking liars, man. Ooh, Rebecca Ainello. Oh, March 4th. Okay, what'd you guys do? Rebecca lives, okay. This was in reference to a supplemental follow-up. So you do another, okay, so yeah. Ainello advised she was returning home from the sanctuary at approximately 1947. Everybody is returning home at 7:47. Everybody. She left the gate for the neighborhood and began heading south on Sanctuary Boulevard between 7:55 and 8. As she turned eastbound on Jacksonville, she saw a dark-colored SUV between 7:55 and 8 with emergency lights flashing south of Jacksonville Drive on Sanctuary Boulevard. Ainello stated she saw a large, dark-colored vehicle, possibly an SUV or a truck, backing up. This is so important. Jared was behind the truck on these videos that they're trying to portray. Ainello did not see any vehicle between the SUV/truck and the victim's black SUV. Ainello stated she felt the vehicle was an SUV or a truck due to the height of the brake lights. Why are you talking to this broad again? She already told you this. Why are you following up with this? There has to be more to this. Did they record this conversation? Ainello advised her 12-year-old son also saw the unknown vehicle backing up because he was in the car in the front seat. He advised that the truck was dark in color and described it as a 4x4, like his father's truck. He stated it was a 2-door truck and was not a 4-door, like a crew cab. That is everything for Henry Tenon. Henry, who set you up, boy? I think John Biggerstaff set you up. I think Juan and John Biggerstaff set you up. He also advised the truck appeared to be new. When asked why he thought it was new, he stated it did not have any stickers or markings. It is unknown if this vehicle is involved at this time. That was March 4th. This is what needs to be brought up. Why are you looking for that blue? Why are you thinking that blue truck's involved when there's these other vehicles that are seen on camera that are white? There's there's a sedan, and there's all these witness statements. Ainello provided a detailed timeline as she drove that evening. Oh, I would love to see that detailed timeline. The timeline has been scanned into this report and placed into property as evidence. Well, isn't that interesting? Well, where is this timeline? Did she have like Life 360? Like, did she have Google? Like, what's? For her not to have seen any of the other vehicles in the car that was backing up, this is like when this is occurring. She should have asked him about what did she see to the right? Anything? Okay. That's white. It's a white truck.
Sound's not on. Let's see.
So look at what she does. I would object to this. Sounds 1, 2, and 3 are from audio only from 3724 Sanctuary. Or what? Like, that's what you hear. Right there, this. And she tries to show this.
Sound's not on.
Play. Press play, ho. This is Tina.
There we go.
Go ahead. See that right there? Look at this shit. Look at you, Stifler, you little liar.
There we go. So, Corporal, we see a black placard sign. Was there audio of gunshots collected from other Ring cameras in the area that did not show the homicide?
Sanctuary Way South, correct.
So we're going to hear 3 shots from a different camera and then see the homicide on the 4th shot. Is that right?
That's correct.
Look at, that's 4 vehicles. God damn, Stifler. And why are you starting it right?
There we go.
Like, that was a 1, 2.
So, Corporal, we see a black placard sign. Was there audio of gunshots collected from other Ring cameras in the area that did not show the homicide?
Sanctuary Way South.
3.
So we're going to hear 3 shots from
The
a different
sedan.
camera and then see the homicide on the 4th shot. Is that right?
Why isn't she talking about this? Why isn't she talking about the slide? Why is she's getting very, very, the word I want to, okay, approximately at 7:50 and 53 seconds, but what's the address? She's getting very nervous about it. She's really nervous about this slide. She doesn't want to draw any attention to that slide. because there's 4 fucking cars in it. God, she's a skank. Look at, she's just a, this is crazy. 1, 2.
So Corporal, we see a black placard sign. Was there audio of gunshots collected from other Ring cameras in the area that did not show the
We don't see a black placard sign. We're watching this video.
homicide?
Sanctuary Way South, correct.
So we're going to hear 3 shots
That was car 3.
from a different camera and then see the homicide on the 4th shot. Is that right?
That's correct.
This is car 4. And she's saying this is approximately 7:50 and 53 seconds, but where? Why isn't the address on there?
Correct.
Right there. There it is. What's the address? What's the address there? 2743 America. Look at that. America. Which one's this one? Oh, wait. Where are we now? Oh, America. America. Now we're at 3521. Wait. What? They're saying the white truck that was riding in tandem is the guy that was. That's the only thing I could think of. Wait, what time does that say? 7:51, 11 seconds. So
The 7:51:11 is the suspect vehicle.
what? No.
7:51:32. So the truck is
But there was 2 vehicles before that. Why is that?
the 7:51:11 is the suspect vehicle.
No, right there. What car is that? It was the truck, a sedan, right? But more importantly, where's the white truck that's in front of when this vehicle? Okay, so let's back up because she fucks all this up. They're coming from 2743 America Ave. That's turning. What the fuck? Wait, why did it just get the aerial changed? Wait. This is impossible. Is it like a windy road? Okay. 2743 on the corner.
The 75111 is the suspect vehicle.
Right here. Okay. Okay, so that's whoa.
So we're going to see a black. There we go.
Wait a second. What the fuck did she do?
There we go.
Press play. She shows the same thing. Who's that?
And then we have the victim's vehicle behind.
Who's that?
By
Capital murder.
then we're going to see the victim's atlas passing.
Why does she have this twice? She's
The Volkswagen Atlas.
2720. Okay, so this is from the other side. What does she have before that? That's at what? 7:53. Is it the actual time? Right there.
For 7:50 p.m. There's that truck.
There's two trucks. A white truck driving in tandem. Truck. Why does she cut it off? What the fuck vehicle is that?
And we are seeing what appears to be the Volkswagen Atlas. So it's a couple seconds behind that truck.
Correct.
What the hell is, she's testifying.
(7:25 p.m.) We have that Nest camera. We see a white truck. We see that two-tone truck.
Unbelievable. Told you this was an ambush. Ambush. 2 vehicles. Ambush. Right there. Is that, if that's the Atlas, if the 4th car is the Atlas, there's another car in between it. This one, not that one. Four. 7:15:53 seconds. 4 cars. So these are the options. They're passing this 2743 America Ave going down the screen, okay? Right where that white truck basically is. They're passing it because the house actually, if you hit it and you're in Google Maps, is where the sidewalk is, where the driveway is. That's where it's shooting out at. So these are your options. Either these cars have to turn off either right there, right where you see that little turn right here, which I doubt it happens because we're watching them, right? Or a car has to either turn off right there in that little cul-de-sac right there, or right in front of us right there at that street, or this cul-de-sac before you get right to here. See this? Because we are now down to, like, what the fuck is this? That's right there. That's the second truck, aka the two-tone truck. Where was the white truck in front of it? What's that? That's the sedan. No? And then here is the Atlas. So we have a truck, we have a sedan right there, and then the Atlas. And then right here is Jacksonville Drive. So right here, these are the options. Where's the sedan go? The sedan has to go the opposite way on Jacksonville Drive, or the sedan is involved. Where'd the white truck go? Where'd the white truck go? The white truck, if it's the white truck that fucking goes straight through America to go down to the end of the driveway, is at the end of the cul-de-sac there, where that's what makes this fucking shit pop up over here. Like, Where'd that white truck come from? See that white truck right there? Is that the same truck? And she gets off of it so quickly. Right there. God damn you. Hold on. Fuck.
Let's see.
Press play. Wait.
Sure this is one. Oh, there we go.
Look at this. I'm like, why is this going backwards? Look at this. We should be right here at the shooting. What's the timestamp? 6. God damn it. 7 minutes and 42 seconds. What does she jump to? 7 minutes and 42 seconds.
So Corporal, we see a black placard sign. Was there audio of gunshots collected from other ring cameras in the area?
Dude, this has to be corrected. This is not accurate. She's replaying the same thing now. That clip needs to be right there. Okay. Why would she then go and enter in 2 new clips? This is at 6:05. 6:05. Watch what she does.
There we go.
Why did you move that back?
So Corporal, we see a black placard sign. Was there audio of gunshots collected from other ring cameras in the area that did not show the homicide?
Sanctuary Way South, correct.
So we're going to hear 3 shots from a different camera and then see the homicide on the 4th shot. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why did she play that again? See, she's fucking
20
replaying this
seconds
shit.
ahead of victim's vehicle. So the truck is about 20 seconds ahead of victim's vehicle, give or take.
What? This is nuts. Look at this shit. I cannot believe that this was allowed in a courtroom. Oh my God. She just made herself a witness. She did. For Garner's case. I would fucking subpoena her in a second. This isn't normal.
And we see that figure you described walking and then running out of frame.
Walking and running out of frame. Do you guys see how that guy got on? Do you guys hear that vehicle? Do you guys see how that guy got on camera? Right there. Why would... where did this white truck come from? The white truck was in front of these cars. What's the timestamp on this shit? You can't just like, that car was in front of these cars. It just waited. Do you guys see? It just waited perfectly to say.
We see that figure you described walking and then running out of frame.
No one's running.
See that.
That person turned on the fucking flashers.
We see that figure you described walking and then running out of frame.
I think somebody should go do a test and see what it looks like with flashers on from the back. Because why isn't the back flashing?
We see that.
That isn't a muzzle flash either. What the fuck?
We see that figure you described walking and then running out of frame.
Dude. Do you guys see how that guy got on camera? See how that guy got on. Where is that white truck? So the first three shots. I would say I want to see a video of it, not zoomed in.
We see that figure you described walk.
Do you guys understand what type of luck we're dealing with here? We're dealing with the fact of the matter is that there was a sedan in between the alleged blue, this is the truck that did it. This is the truck that's involved. There was a sedan in between them. Do you understand what luck it would be? That you have to pray and hope that that sedan is not going to go out the same way you are. What 99% chance that it will, because that's how cars get on the freeway over there. And then what the fuck? So what if Henry Tenon, if he was driving that truck, or whoever the fuck was driving the truck, right? Because they're saying it wasn't Henry Tenon, because Henry Tenon is on foot. So who's driving the truck? Who gets the tire out and sets all up, and then where the fuck are they? Why isn't there a vehicle there to say, like, hey, I need help? Hey, I need help. My car's all fucked up. Like, where is any of that shit? There's not enough time. Dude, what the fuck? And then what's the white truck doing? Where'd that truck come from? Because it was in front of these, which should have gone straight down America into the driveway. Why would it be coming up after this?
We see that.
It's almost like it's purposely doing it to like trigger this fucking shit. Some people testify they heard 5 gunshots.
You described walking and then running out of frame. Walking.
How are they able to zoom in and stop the white truck? Watch. If the white truck is moving, because those are the 3 sounds, when they try to start the tape. See, brake light, see that brake? He brakes. That dude testified, or didn't testify, but gave a statement that he did not hear a gunshot because his music was up. Motherfucker just slammed on the brakes. Think of that. And how I know that this isn't just like a pause to zoom in is because the flashes are still going. But why aren't there flashes at the back?
We see that figure you described walking and then running out of frame.
Remember, the door's open. So why you see the lights on the side like that is because the door's open and the mirror is like a blinker. So I'm curious if the Atlas door with the mirror, when you open it, is that got a flash? Would it have the flashers on that as well? Not everything is a conspiracy. What are you talking about? This is their fucking evidence. But have a great day. So what you should expect to see here, this video, like, look at it. Do you guys see how that guy got on? And then you definitely hear, like, she can't wait to get off these slides. The person in the sedan is the other person. They're not in the white truck, but I still think the white truck's involved. Awesome.
But it matched his description and matched the homicide timeline. All right, we see Grande Boulevard, and we saw this same view earlier with the boat, when we could see that tire in the back of the vehicle. So we're now at 7:53:40 p.m. We appear to see no object.
Where does that truck come from?
All right, we see Grande Boulevard, and we saw this same view earlier with the boat, when we could see that tire in the back of the vehicle. So we're now at 7:53:40 p.m. We appear to see no object.
Wait, where's the head top?
Here with the boat, when we could see that tire in the back of the vehicle. So we're now at 7:53:40 p.m.
Look at her
We
testifying.
appear to see no object in the back of that truck now.
Where's
When you say earlier, I asked you, it appeared to be driving at a normal.
Where's the top light? This isn't the same truck, you guys. Look at the top of the fucking truck.
Truck now.
Right there. That is not the same truck, motherfucker. The top of the truck has a light. We are car experts over here. That is not the same truck. That is not the same truck. Oh my God. Dude, this is ridiculous. Look at you guys. This is not the same truck. Look at the top of the truck. There's that top headlight, or not headlight, but tail light. Now watch. I'll just remind you guys of that tail light.
You discussed where we actually see the truck followed by that black Volkswagen Atlas.
Correct.
Look at her identifying fucking vehicles. Wait,
Atlas.
what? You see me? Wait, what?
7:47, we see that truck.
Which one's there's two vehicles there.
Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck.
We have no idea what truck that is. We see that. How is she testifying? What the hell is going on? This is insanity. Okay, pure insane. We'll talk about it at the
10 minutes prior to the homicide.
Okay, here we go. He makes the same movement. Wait, excuse. Wait. Right there.
See that truck again, and we see the brake lights coming on again.
Perfect.
Correct.
But those aren't brake. Like,
There is a stop sign, but it's much further.
oh, fuck off.
We're still going.
Care about the truck.
Right.
It's 44 p.m.
This is earlier.
and we see that two-toned vehicle. And in this shot, we can see a very good shot into the bed of that vehicle.
Correct.
And it appears to be an object in the bed of that vehicle.
There's definitely an object in the bed of that truck.
A trash bag?
And in this video on Grande Boulevard at 6:45 prior to the homicide, the vehicle, would you say, appears to be driving a reasonable speed for the neighborhood?
What?
It seems fine.
Right, it's not speeding.
No, not speeding.
God damn it. That car looks like it's trying to pick somebody up, doesn't it? Like you're just driving around trying to find, what is this? Oh yeah, this is where I went.
People are sick.
Well, we see a
Come
black
on, Stifler, give me something good here.
on foot.
Sick fucks. In to Nelson.
Correct.
Took up.
1 hour and 43 minutes. Feathered. A witness. Come on. 8:17. You have 30. Where are we at? Right here. Okay. You gotta see him walking. $7:53 and 40 seconds. She's like, just you can totally see there's just nothing back there.
We appear to see no object in the back of that truck now.
Correct.
You said earlier, I asked you, it appeared to be driving at a normal rate of speed. Would you say that that vehicle is now traveling at an excessive rate of speed in the neighborhood?
Definitely above the speed limit.
Definitely above the speed limit. Approximately 2 minutes and 22 seconds later.
Following receiving this video and seeing that the shooter was on foot and not in a vehicle, and the identification of Henry Tenon, did you all look for video surveillance showing a truck and a shooter separated from each other, a vehicle leaving the scene as well as an individual on foot leaving a scene?
Like 2 different times. Yes.
And what does that indicate to you?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
I don't understand the question. I know, because it's not your testimony. I don't understand the question. What? You want him to speculate?
Timing is different. So we saw the vehicle go by and we're going to see someone go by on foot. Is
Right.
common sense.
The vehicle is gone.
Right.
This suspect is just walking.
This suspect. What the fuck? You guys, what in the world is going on here? What suspect? You saw legs. You saw fucking deer, man. You saw legs. Legs. You saw a figure, like a silhouette, motherfucker. A silhouette. I cannot believe that you...
Away from the homicide scene.
Okay, so the suspect walking is not in the truck.
Or it's a homeless man that lives over there, that lives in the woods, and as soon as he hears the gunshots, he runs because he's fucking like freaked out, like what the fuck? Like, oh my god, these people are sick. Like you can't just say this shit. Look at here. Look at our suspect. Just fucking strolling like a Saturday and actually Sunday. Strolling, walking, just walking aimlessly all over the fucking area.
A figure on foot.
Like, this is the suspect. What the fuck? Where's this gate? They're like, we have Henry walking. He has a gate.
We see some minutes later, after we watch that truck speed down Grand.
So he's just walking all over so cars can just see him, right?
Today we see this figure on foot following a few minutes behind.
Look at this car. What do you mean following a few? There's a Jeep. A Jeep didn't come forward and say, like, you didn't see somebody walking? Who's that Jeep? I'm surprised that Christina Stifler didn't track them down and make them testify. What is he carrying? He's carrying a 6-pack, Lana. The fuck you think he's carrying? Unbelievable. So let me get this straight. This was their plan. Their plan of attack was to drive off and leave the shooter alone and then say, hey, walk all over fucking Jack's Beach, motherfucker. You hear me? And then turn your fucking phone on. You hear me? And then call your other phone. So we're all getting lit up in this area. You understand me? I'm sorry. This is just... Why aren't you following Lindsay Clancy? Why would I? Lindsay Clancy killed her kids. I don't cover kids' cases. Lindsay Clancy did it, but if you want to quit her because you think that she did it because she's a crazy person, then go right ahead. That's not, I'm in the business of, I don't see any corruption in that case. Do you guys? I don't think so. What corruption do you see? Unless you say, oh, it's corrupt that the prosecutor wants to charge her. A lot of people get charged when they kill their kids. I think Reddington's making I heard a good case for her, right? I think her husband should be charged with child endangerment. That's what I think. Because anybody that tells anybody that they're going to harm their children, you're keeping them, then you're putting them in danger when you would leave them with someone that would ever say those words to you. So for Patrick Clancy not to be charged with child endangerment is wild. Like Shanna Gart, everybody here is getting charged with child abuse and child endangerment because a little girl was in the car in the back seat when Jared Bridegan was shot. I thank you for not covering it. I need this case. This case is way better. This case needs help. Thank you. Henry Tenon needs help. This case is absolutely insane. This case is the most underrated case I've ever covered. Have you ever heard listen to this. Listen to this prosecutor testify.
Here we see that Ocean Cave surveillance showing a truck and then...
Wait, look at that. Look at that.
Here we see that Ocean Cave surveillance showing a truck and then 18 minutes 30...
Dude, 18 minutes and 36 seconds later, we see what? Wait, what? When was this? Oh, we just see a truck here. Right here, Ocean Cave. There's just a truck. So this truck is what? Driving around right there? Which one? Oh, right there.
Here we see that Ocean Cave surveillance showing a truck and then 18 minutes 36 seconds later, that same camera picks up that figure on foot.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so wait, at the same time? So the truck just passes up the fucking dude? The truck that's working with the dude walking.
Surveillance showing a truck and then 18 minutes 36 seconds later, that same camera picks up that figure on foot.
Where is the truck driving around through? How do you know that truck is the same? I don't understand. That's the same truck, man. God damn it.
That Ocean Cave surveillance
your skull.
showing a truck and then 18 minutes 36 seconds later, that same camera picks up that figure on foot. Correct?
Correct.
Why is Henry Tenon walking all over Jacksonville if he just shot somebody four times or attempted to, but only succeeded with hitting him twice? I have never in my entire life have ever seen something so fucking ridiculous. He's just walking all over
These
Jackson.
people are sick.
Look at, what is he doing? What gate? I'm looking for this gate. He's carrying the bag of money he was given for the layaway murder. They think that this is the shooter just walking along the main road. These people are. This is nuts. And these people are nuts.
Zipper's just testifying to
These
it.
people need fucking Jesus.
These people need Jesus.
36, what did he say? 36 minutes later. I mean, this is crazy.
It's just
This is absolute craziness. Approximately 5 minutes and 12 seconds since passing Ocean K. Unbelievable. Now walking way. Unfucking believable. Dead end. This is sick. Dead end of Shutter. This minute.
Timestamp for 7:50,
She continues.
which is about 8 minutes after the homicide. And we
Wait.
see that truck backing.
Why are? So this is what she thinks.
back into that same cul-de-sac that it was in earlier.
Backing in, doing what?
And
It
appears to turn.
doesn't turn. I'm so sick and tired of her testifying to that it turns.
Were you all able to obtain footage or find that?
It goes straight. There's not enough room. You understand that? It doesn't turn right there. Where do you think the fuck it goes? She's trying to say it turns. Listen to this. Turns and goes where? Look at, where does the fucker turn?
And appears to turn.
This broad is high as a kite. It does not
Were you all
turn.
able to obtain footage or find that blue truck between Ocean K and Pablo Hamlet?
Do you guys understand that Christina Stifler, the prosecutor, just made herself a witness in the Shanna Gardner case? She totally did. She fucking did. I think she should be fired from her job. Oh, wait. Approximately 1 hour and 43 seconds since passing Ocean. 1 hour later. What the fuck?
Again, you talk,
Hang on, let me pause this.
Pause it for what?
you talking after the, I don't remember.
Saying a word on the stand. He's not saying anything. What does she ask this dude? Embarrassing for Jacksonville.
Hang on, let me pause this.
Yeah, you talking after the, I don't remember.
You don't remember what?
Again, I got promoted in April, so I went away from investigations and people kind of took up what I was doing.
She's just playing this video.
Here,
What is he talking about? I got promoted in April, so I just went away. What the fuck is going on? What is he mumbling up there?
hour and 43 seconds since Ocean K, the police department.
She's like, it's okay, buddy. You can go down on me later and I'll take care of it right now. Okay? Okay.
Surveillance picks up
I got you. I'll just keep testifying.
that figure on foot again, correct?
Correct.
Where is this? Wait, what'd she say?
Correct.
Picks up the police department. Surveillance picks up that figure on foot again, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Correct. Unbelievable. such fuckerage in my existence. What are we doing here? What's going on? Zero fucks given. I love. Oh my God, there he is. He just walks under the tree. Who is that? Now he's got a blanket with him. Oh my God, it's a homeless man. Now he's got a full-fledged blanket with him. Where is he coming from? Where? What? Who is this? The fuck? So a guy that just commits a murder for hire says, I am going to walk not only all over Jacksonville Beach for fucking hours, I'm going to go by the fucking police department and I'm going to get on all of their fucking cameras. You hear me? I am going to fucking, and then I'm going to take somebody's baby blanket. Shit, maybe he took the baby's blanket out of the car. Maybe the baby actually had a blanket, but hey, he's just like, I fucking want this blanket too. I mean, I am just in fucking awe of this. I just can't even believe what I'm watching here. There he is. Blanket store. This guy looks. Who is this
Here
man?
in another angle from the police station surveillance, we see that same figure walking. And again, is this Shutter Road, Shutter Avenue?
Shutter.
And is
Found
this
on Shutter. Sorry.
It is for the jury to decide if that's the same person. What in the fuck is going on here? This is unbelievable. This should be a mistrial. I am disgusted. I am fucking outraged. You guys, what the fuck? This is insanity. Call in the strippers. What is this? She is like, here's the suspect again. This is the prosecutor just testifying. It's a shower curtain that fucking it's Brian Kober shower curtain. You guys, who would ever have this as their plan? Murder for hire, and we have millions of Stampin' Up money. We gonna pay fucking layaway money, baby. 10 G's. I'm gonna pay you in fucking checks. And this is how we're gonna do it. How this is not all over TikTok is you people on TikTok suck. This is the case, motherfuckers. What the fuck are you people doing? I hate TikTok. I do not TikTok. It's ridiculous. But how are you not taking every word that this fucking prosecutor says and making it into the most amazing clip art? I mean, I just may have to do that tomorrow. I was supposed to go on a tubing adventure and it fucking flooded. The river flooded over here, man.
here in another angle from the police station surveillance? We see that same figure walking.
Look at that. Fucking look at that. What is he wearing now? Do you understand we have police reports that the police have labeled this man Gabriel Harrett, not Garrett, but Harrett.
Again, is this Shutter Road, Shutter Avenue?
Shutter.
And is
Found
this
on Shutter. Sorry.
It is for the jury to witness.
back to that dead-end cul-de-sac at Pablo Hamlet?
It does.
Wait, there's a white sedan right there.
Back to that dead-end cul-de-sac at Pablo.
Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that?
Hamlet.
It does.
It does. Wait a second. What the fuck is that? Who's that? It's Kirsten Bridegan. God. Wait, excuse me? Is that who that was? Wait, that's all we get to see? They're walking back to that area? And we don't, if he's walking back to the area, what's he doing back there at 9:16? What is going on? So Kirsten Bridegan just drove past the killer. Does anybody give a fuck about any of this? It looks like Kirsten Bridegan could have just dropped him off over there too. I mean, why don't we just throw that in there?
This video to
Look at
And
this.
then
Look at this guy.
I think that was it.
Wait,
An interview of Miss.
look at this. Look at how look at Judge Kite. Judge Kite, what do you think about what you just saw? If you used to be a prosecutor.
I think I assisted Detective Lamont with an interview of Miss Curry. And then I think that was it.
You were assisting in mainly in this capacity with the surveillance, and you did not participate in the arrests of Mr. Fernandez, Ms. Gardner, or Mr. Tenon.
That's correct.
Just one moment. Yes. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, let me see the lawyers at sidebar without the court reporter.
There you go.
Hour than it is in the night hour.
Correct.
In the night hour, harder to identify is just a fact, right?
You're using, yes,
It's the one that you described as sort of unusual.
correct.
Smoking gazebo here.
See if. Great. So I think he has.
So I think in fairness, you should know this photo.
Okay, watch this. I lost it on this. So Jesse only asks
All in
him.
one right there.
Then, if I understood your testimony correct, you think that you do have evidence of the truck again in other places of Jack's Beach? Or were you confused and you didn't understand my question?
No, I was confused. That's what we have, the evidence that we have.
Okay, so you would not feel comfortable testifying that in the clips of all the other surveillance, because again, let's continue with this timeline to make sure you're not confused. I did ask you did collect more surveillance after the homicide, meaning after 8 o'clock.
Yes,
You have surveillance at Ocean K after 8 o'clock.
yes,
You have surveillance at Grande after 8 o'clock.
yes,
You have surveillance at Fairway and America after 8 o'clock.
correct.
And I'm going to submit to you that that's in evidence for the jury to look at.
Yes,
They can make a decision if they see the blue truck driving around Jack's Beach. But what your testimony is, if I understand it, is that you don't feel comfortable saying where that blue truck is after 8 p.m.
correct.
So it takes Mr. Tenon a couple hours on foot to get back up to that area, right?
Correct.
And it would be your testimony, you have no idea where that blue truck is during that time period.
Correct.
And as part of collecting all the surveillance and speaking to witnesses, nobody puts that blue truck at Marsh Inlet, the residence of Mr. Fernandez and Shanna Gardner at that time, correct?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Of course. And nobody has any surveillance at Marsh Inlet that puts that blue truck over there at Marsh Inlet, correct?
To my knowledge, correct.
Because that would be included in the video. That'd be really good evidence against Mr. Fernandez if you did, right?
That would be good evidence.
And you don't have that.
Do not.
Nelson, elected, right there, blue suit, elected, blue suit, fire her.
Ponied up.
Okay, wait a second. You bitch. Mallory, fucking throw.
Redirect.
Redirect this shit. Go ahead, just keep testifying. Listen to her. Listen to
I'm
what
gonna
she,
borrow some of these photographs.
listen to what she tries to tell the jury.
Still up there. Gotcha. I got it. Thank you.
Just for the record, the reason they don't have video like in any of these areas for like this all this shit is because they determined that the person on foot was a fucking transient in the beginning, a homeless man. He was never the suspect. That evolved. Like, that's why there's no fucking. This is insane. These people are nuts. There's a reason that you don't have any other footage because you guys determined that that was a transient. In fact, you went to Circle K and what did you want? You wanted information between 7:30 and 8:15. Like, why didn't you go back to any of these places? Like, I have no idea why from businesses you have no idea what you're dealing with. None. But immediately you knew that this was an ambush. You guys all thought that this was an ambush, a murder for hire case. Complex case. I'd be preserving everything. I can't believe that I'm like watching. Look at her. Here we go. Do your thing.
Hamlet with some Corporal Defense Counsel showed you a photograph of Pablo Hamlet with some signs, and you asked when this photo was taken because you could not recall if those signs were present back in 2022. So I think in fairness, you should know this photograph was taken by Defense Counsel in July of 2026. Does that give you any information or refresh your memory as to whether those signs were present?
Look at how happy they are. Look at the woman. Look at this. Look at how happy they are. Well, I hate to bust your bubble right here, but I'm all about truth and transparency. Listen to what I say in this live in real time. Like, look at how happy everyone's like, hey, ready?
Back in 2022?
Again, I can't say if they were there or not.
Okay.
I think he knows that they were. I can't say if they were there or not. Look at this.
Any information or refresh your memory as to whether those signs were present back in 2022?
Again, I can't say if they were there or not.
Okay. And for the record, this is Defense Exhibit 26. I'm showing you Defense Exhibit number
Watch what I do in real time right here.
28, which Mr. Dreiser showed you as well.
Hey, do me a favor really quick, DB, before Google tries to change this, get on Google Maps. Check that area out, Google Maps style. Go back to 2022, go back to 2021, 2020. See if we can find that those signs were in that area at that time from the Google people that drive around and take pictures.
Oh,
Let me show you what we found. Let me show you what we sent as a tip. I should have sent it to Christina Stifler to make sure that she had to turn over material to the defense, but I couldn't risk it, so I didn't fuck around like that. Let's see. What did we send? Oh, that's right. We went to Google Maps immediately. Get on it. And what does it say? Oh, let's see. Let's take a look at these photographs from Google Maps. Yeah, here we go. I said we need to get these just in case they try to wipe it down. There we go. Oh, 2013, baby. Not only do we have the fucking signs up that says, hey, guess what? You are on fucking recording devices here. Okay, and let me tell you something. At the time, I guess there was some construction or whatever. And guess what? There was a chance that there would have been hella more cameras. But right here in 2013, see all those awesome signs? Smile, you're on camera. And would you believe it? A two-tone truck right there. That's a SUV. Right there. That is from that's when Google. So we went and got all of there's 2000 and you can go to 2011, 2013. I said 2013 is like, that gives you, that's 9-10 years. But that's the picture from Google Maps in May of 2013. Then you can go and click on May of 2024. You can click on, so yeah, there you go. And then see that puppy right there? Would you believe it? I think I wanted one more close up. Yeah. Would you believe it though? That's from a year. That's a head on one. Look at that. Would you believe it? And then this is from Potomac. Talk about just these blue trucks and shit. But right here, 2018, there's a tire just chilling. So I wanted to get the picture so you could see the close up here like this because I just zoomed in for this purpose. See this? So it had the dates. But I feel like somebody came over here and did a little internet surfing and they got a little idea. This is what was outside. See 2018 up here in the corner? That was outside chilling at the Potomac address right on the berm, like right on like where the garbage pails and all that shit is. I think somebody got a little idea. That's what I think. Bet the state has seen these photos. Well, Stifler just tried to represent to the jury in trial. Again, she's just so fucking honest that would it help you? She tried to get that man on that stand to lie. Will this help you lie a little bit? You know that the defense took that picture in 2026? So here you go, Stifler. And Mr. Mizrahi, fuck you. And I fucked you in real time. You little fucking liars. I can't stand cheaters. Anybody that's got to do that shit, I'm sorry, but she just presented to the jury. Like, would it help recollect your memory if you you wanted him to lie? She was trying to get him to lie on that stand. So here, we just do this in real time. DB, pop it.
2022. So I think in
Not have any further questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any redirect?
Redirect this shit. Go ahead, just keep testifying.
Corporal, I'm going to borrow some of these photographs the defense showed you. Still up there?
You're in line. 20, it was around 28, 29.
Gotcha. I got it. Thank you. Corporal, defense counsel showed you a photograph of Pablo Hamlet with some signs, and you asked when this photo was taken because you could not recall if those signs were present back in 2022. So I think in fairness, you should know this photograph was taken by defense counsel in July of 2026. Does that give you any information or refresh your memory as to whether those signs were present back in 2022?
I can't say if they were there or not.
right there, that tells me that he knows that they were there, because that opened a door for say, oh yeah, no, that sounds about right, because I don't recall those. So it makes sense that those were 2026 pictures, and yeah, but I think he did the right thing. But I can tell you what, she just tried to elicit false testimony. And that's just fucking absolutely disgusting, because it doesn't matter if a picture was taken in 2026. Stifler, you have no idea if those were there or not. So why were you trying to elicit testimony from him? Because the whole redirect is the purpose to rehabilitate him. And you thought that was a big, because what was said is, you think that this dude and these people planned all this and said, hey, let's use a fucking lot that is monitored with multiple cameras. Are you fucking dumb? But this is some complex fucking bullshit, right? Fuck that. Fuck that. That is insane. And this woman tried to rehabilitate him to give false testimony. Slap a subpoena on this broad, and she should have to testify to her stupid little fucking PowerPoint that's a joke.
Okay. And for the record, this is Defense Exhibit 26. I'm showing you Defense Exhibit number 28, which Mr. Dreiser showed you as well.
Hey, do me a favor really quick, DB, before Google tries to change this, get on Google Maps. Check that area out, Google Maps style. Go back to 2022, go back to 2021, 2020. See if we can find that those signs were in that area at that time from the Google people that drive around and take pictures.
Here, which I'm circling on the right-hand side. There we go. Oh, here.
People that drive around and take pictures. Watch this. Ready?
Oh, with a little smoking gazebo here. There we go.
What?
And I'm circling the left-hand side of my screen. And these signs here, which I'm circling on the right-hand side of the screen. The cul-de-sac where the truck is located is around this corner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you were backed in the truck, you would be adjacent to these bushes and not, and I just want to make it clear because maybe I misunderstood, Mr. Dreiser, you would not be right here next to the smoking shack, would you?
No, likely hidden from view.
Likely hidden from view? Oh my God, what the fuck? Dude, this is, you guys, I just showed the video. I just showed the pictures. You wouldn't likely be hidden from dick. Okay. First of all, this fucking little island here, it wasn't like that in 2022. Not even fucking close. That was all grown in. That wasn't grown in like that. So this is the 2026 picture. So go back and use the 2022. Go back and use which date do you want to use? What a fucking cunt. When you have to do this, you don't have a case. Splitting hairs.
Mr. Dreiser mentioned a gap in video footage for 36 minutes when the blue truck leaves Pablo Hamlet for the first time.
This is on redirect. Yeah, you know, the 36 minutes that this is what's crazy. How are you redirecting him when you're the one that testified to all of this shit? It's so fucking hilarious. I love it for her. I love this embarrassment for her. She deserves every fucking piece of the spotlight and the embarrassment. And I have every right to ask questions as a reporter, and I will definitely ask questions for Mr. Mizrahi and Christina Stifler, because I have so many questions to ask you people. Wait for my Google search t-shirt. Yeah. Fucking A, man. Maria Biggerstaff touching her toes.
And is not seen again until Fairway Lane prior to the homicide.
Stupid.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 209, which we've previously gone over.
That exhibit sucks. What the fuck can you see on this exhibit? Exactly. I would object to this exhibit. Like, fuck this exhibit. The jury does not need to see this. This, you cannot see anything.
Actually, I'm going to
I object to the trash.
show you states 208.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 208. Pull up that other shit fucking piece of exhibit.
Kind of clear, you
Look at-
testified that here, this
So much better. Let's see. Go ahead. She says, you testified. The fuck? He didn't testify to shit.
this is kind of a silly question, but you can't know what you can't know, right?
You can't know what you can't know, right, Detective Corporal? What do you do?
Sounds right.
Sounds right. You guys, somebody clip this girl. This is a silly question.
Kind of a silly question, but you can't know what you can't know, right?
Sounds right.
Earlier, you testified that here, this flag is 1511 Marsh Inlet, and that there are no surveillance cameras until we hit 25 Fairway Lane. Is that accurate?
No, you testified to that. She's like, look at this.
It's cameras until we hit 25 Fairway Lane. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So the truck theoretically for 36 minutes could have been parked, gone by from Pablo Hamlet here, right by Marsh Inlet, which is on the corner, right?
It is.
And parked anywhere along this area with no cameras to observe its whereabouts.
That's correct.
Or it could have went straight and never made that right like you testified to. Because it did not turn right. It did not turn right. And anybody allowing that testimony is a fool. She should not, nor he, can testify. And in fact, if you want to fucking impeach him, you need to use his report. He says it right here. It is report 44. Brett Andrew Burrell writes it up, but he says, at 10:23 hours, Detective Corporal B. Wallace and I went to Pablo Hamlet and met with manager Charlene Alexandra Mayo on February 28th, who accessed the housing complex's only working exterior camera. The camera's date stamp was correct to today's date, but was approximately 17 minutes fast to actual time. When reviewing the camera's footage for February 16, 2022, the camera system recorded at 7:10 hours a truck drive down Shutter Avenue towards Pablo Hamlet entrance/exit, backing into the west end of Shutter Avenue, just outside the entrance/exit of Pablo Hamlet, and turn off its headlights. The camera system, again, according to the date and timestamp on the video, records at 19:29 hours. The truck turn on its headlights and slowly drive eastbound on Shutter Avenue and out of camera sight. It does not say turns right onto 15th Street. You cunt. That is not observed by these gentlemen. And it is in no report. In fact, they say that it does not turn right. They said that it travels down eastbound on Shutter Avenue and out of camera sight. It does not say it's traveling down Shutter and then makes a right on 15th. Like Stifler testified and made it seem like it was Corporal Brian Wallace. Now, I would put in this Detective Corporal Wallace contacted Ricardo Pizzario, whatever the fuck his name is. I would pull a Karen Reed right here. You need to, the City Information Technology Department. Can you subpoena them? Can you hit them up for a third party? Because this dude, the Ricardo Pizzario of the city's Information Technology Department, to extract the video onto a USB drive. Why did Detective Corporal Wallace contact Richard Pizarro to do anything with this. I don't understand. So when you go and you meet with this freaking broad, Charlene Alexandra Mayo, when you go and meet with her, this manager, and she tells you that you don't even write down what you asked her for, you just watched it on some. I feel like this could have been potentially, there's more video. I feel like this is a Brady situation. Just like in the Karen Reed case, when when Trooper Proctor, they downloaded stuff to like their department. You know, he had stuff on people's remember what happened in trial 2 when the guy comes forward, he's like, yeah, I had all this shit on my computer. And it's like, wait, what? Like all this other camera. So much surveillance footage. And that's where they found, like, you know, the Brian Higgins shit with all that. Remember? Something's up. This report is written so differently with how they went about getting this surveillance from Charlene Alexandra Mayo. It's inconsistent with all this other shit that they did. Because at 10:17, I received a phone call from this number and spoke to a woman who identified herself as Charlene, the manager of Pablo Hamlet. She said the housing complex, which is presently under construction, only had a single working camera, which is positioned towards the only blank. Then at 10:23 hours, Detective Corporal Brian Wallace and I went there and met with Charlene. They were like, we have to go there right away because fuck, dude, I didn't realize they had any cameras. We need to shut that shit down. They were over there. She called at 10:17 and they were there at 10:23. Really interesting to me. Fuck all these people. This is ridiculous.
And I want to show you a photograph that Mr. Dreiser did not show you, but was actually marked and entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 30. This is a photograph of the gravel parking lot. If you were to come, and if you were to leave Pablo Hamlet and turn back here, is this the parking lot of the Discovery School?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that you went to the Discovery School and they did not have any working surveillance cameras at the time of the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
And this residence right here, what residence is that?
1511 Marsh Inlet.
The home of Mr. Fernandez and Miss Gardner?
Look at him smiling. Dude, I think these two are having sex.
At the time of the homicide, correct?
Look at him.
Correct.
And this residence right here, what residence is that?
1511 Marsh Inlet.
That is the weirdest fucking look at that. Look at that duper's delight right there. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Look at him. Look at her. What the fuck is going on in this case?
And this residence right here, what residence is that?
1511 Marsh Inlet.
The home.
So they were doing and plotting a murder and to happen right along their house. Why the hell go and hire somebody that's just walking all over Jack's Beach, taking and driving around like fucking idiots? And you know what? Make sure you park right next to my house. Make sure. And he just, that smile. He's like, God, look at this.
Right here, what residence is that?
1511 Marsh Inlet.
The home of Mr. Fernandez and Miss Gardner?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Corporal.
I have a brief recross
New grounds.
from the grounds that she just covered.
Okay.
Corporal, it's Wednesday at 6:58 to 7:12. That's the time period we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Then post that to the homicide gap, correct? That's the 36 minutes that she just asked you about.
Correct.
That's a school, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that there was a truck parked in that gravel parking lot that matched the description of the truck you're looking for?
Nobody.
The answer is no one. No one told you there was a blue
Look at
truck.
how confused he
That's
is.
correct.
Nobody told. The answer is no one.
Look at
The
this.
description of the truck you're looking for. The answer is no one. No one told you there was a blue truck there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Nobody told you there was a blue truck matching the description of the truck that you've been testifying to at the Paddle Creek Observatory, correct?
That's also correct.
And nobody told you that along the whole roadway where the golf course is and the nice little wooden fence that makes up, what is that, 15th?
15th, that's correct.
Nobody told you there was a blue truck parked there that matched the description of the truck that was blasted all over the news that everybody was looking for, did they?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Yeah. Do you understand what she just told this jury? That truck for 36 minutes. It's like, how are you redirecting him when you're the one that tried to make it seem like these are back-to-back slides and that there was no time delay? So now you want the jury to, so then why didn't you solicit that type of testimony on direct? Why do you have to wait until the defense calls you out on your goddamn fucking lies? That you totally, like, that exhibit cannot be put in evidence. Fuck that exhibit. And Christina Stifler cannot testify to it. She's like, here, we'll see if we can get away with it. And then when that didn't work, what happened? Now I'm just going to redirect and say, well, that truck that we tried to say was just back to back. It could have parked for 36 minutes all on this road or this road, right? Who the fuck could have, should have, would have? If my aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle, you fuck. What are you talking about? What are you saying? Well, you know what? If my aunt had a dick, man, she'd be my uncle, but hey, right? Yeah, it's great. This is absolutely fucking insane. This guy is just like, God, will you just suck my dick already, Stifler, because I'm doing all this for you.
Anything further for the members of the jury? It's 10 minutes to noon. Retire to the jury room and we'll set up your lunch, okay?
We'll set up your lunch.
We had gone back to the police department, had a brief discussion, and then at 12:39, Detective Lamont, who was second in this investigation, we drove over to the Garner's residence and we made the notification there. As I took the photo,
Wait, the ring camera. All right. And if you
big truck.
where's the
Justice-
tire?
Do you think that you should take that tire?
Wait, Mr.
Is there another
Mizrahi.
way, or do they have to give you permission?
It's on private property, so he would have had him given me permission.
Which he did do.
He did.
And that was Mr. Ordway that gave you that permission.
It was.
So what made you think that you should take that tire?
The explanation was that the tire was found by the side of the road, and that had been found back up by the garage. A tire by the side of the road doesn't really mean anything, but suddenly now it's back up by the side of the house, which was reportedly going to be thrown away. And
The side of the back of the house. Wait, where was this tire? Why do you have no pictures of this tire?
that had been found back up by the garage. A tire by the side of the road doesn't really mean anything, but suddenly now it's back up by the side of the house, which was reportedly going to be thrown away. And oddly enough, it looked like maybe the tire that was kind of at our scene. So I just hedged my bets. I wasn't sure really what we had, but it seemed interesting enough at the time. And I asked him if I could take the tire and
I would call the garbage people. In 2018, that picture indicates, if you look at that picture from 2018 with the tire that's there on the ground, the garbage cans are empty. That means that if somebody tried to take out trash, right? And you're like, here, I'm laying out fucking other shit. A tire's there. They did not take that with the trash to throw away. I'm curious if they have I don't know, some places, like for me, if your trash is not in your garbage bag, like in your garbage bin, they do not take it. They don't fuck around. So what do you mean somebody was like, we're gonna throw it away? What? Throw it away how? If it was down there by the end of the street, they brought it back up because they were gonna throw it away? How do you throw it away? You put it in the garbage, right? This is all lies.
throw it away or dispose of it for him.
Did anyone claim ownership of that tire?
No.
I'm showing you it's been entered into evidence as Stakes Exhibit 97. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict where that tire was that you saw when you went and interviewed Mr. Ordway?
It does. I took the photo.
With your phone?
Yes, sir. As I took the photo.
Where that tire was that you saw when you went and interviewed Mr. Ordway?
It does. I took the photo.
With your phone?
Yes, sir.
Pretty cool.
What did he say? Pretty cool?
With your phone?
Yes, sir.
Pretty cool. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as Stakes Exhibit 100. And if you need to stand up to see the tire, you may he, Your Honor.
Do you want him over there?
I don't think he needs to be over here as long as he can see it from there. It may be easier. And do you see States Exhibit 100?
Give him a moment.
Yes. 90 is going to be the tire that you and your fellow officers recovered at the Jared Bridegan homicide scene,
Correct.
which you saw right next to States Exhibit 100.
Yes, sir.
So obviously, States Exhibit 100 did not have a rim inside of it.
It did not.
So even though the two tires look the same, did you endeavor to find out whether or not these two tires actually had any similarities to each other?
You got to love Google. Yes, I actually got onto Google and started looking at the DOT numbers that are on the tire. And according to Google, and also
Wait, according to Google, he's saying it like that for a reason. I cannot believe that he's tested. According to Google, what? Dude, these people lie about everything. So, well, that's what I did to your ass. I Googled your ass. Everything that they do is a lie. So let's see something. Let's see something.
really later through Bridgestone itself, they matched, or they
Not Bridgestone. These aren't Bridgestone tires.
appeared to match at least the same date and manufacturer plan.
Well, I have a couple more pictures I guess I'm supposed to show. Stacy's Exhibit 9.
You hear how he talks? Do you hear how he talks? I guess I'm supposed to show a couple more pictures than I'm supposed to show. I mean, is this how he always acts? Listen to him.
They matched, or they appeared to match at least the same date and manufacturer plan.
Well, I have a couple more pictures I guess I'm supposed to show. Stacy's Exhibit 98 and Stacy's Exhibit 99. Those are going to be the other pictures you took of that. Stacy's Exhibit
Manufacturer plan.
Well, I have a couple more pictures I guess I'm supposed to show. Stacy's Exhibit 98 and Stacy.
Why is that on the back of Henry Tenon's truck? What truck is this on? Why is there grass all up in it? Where is this taken from?
Exhibit 99. Those are going to be the other pictures you took.
Through Bridgestone itself, they matched, or they appeared to match at least the same date and manufacturer plan.
Well, I have a couple more pictures I guess I'm supposed to show. Stacy's Exhibit 98 and Stacy's Exhibit 99. Those are going to be the other pictures you took of that tire.
Yes, sir.
I guess that's the back of your truck.
It is, and this is actually at the police department. So they
Shut the fuck up. That's his truck? Oh my God, shut the fuck up. He has that. Wait. Remember when Jeremy Ordway was like, yeah, Henry, he's got a truck that looks like your guys's. He's got a truck that looks like your guys's. Oh my. What the fuck is, can we get a fleet? You guys, did they do a fleet subpoena? They need to ask what every make and model in 2022 that the Jacksonville Police Department and the Sheriff's Department had for undercover vehicles or unmarked vehicles.
looking at I love Google. Yes, I actually got onto Google and started looking at the DOT numbers that are on the tire. And according to Google, and ultimately later through Bridgestone itself, they matched, or they appeared to match at least the same date and manufacturer plan.
Okay, well, I have a couple more pictures I guess I'm supposed to show. State's Exhibit 98 and State's Exhibit 99. Those are going to be the other pictures you took of that tire.
Yes, sir.
I guess that's the back of your truck.
It is, and this is actually at the police department. So, but yes.
State's Exhibit 98 and State's Exhibit 99. Those are going to be the other pictures you took of that tire.
Yes, sir.
I guess that's the back of your truck.
It is, and this is actually at the police department. So, but yes.
So let's look at the
tire.
It is, and this is actually at the police department.
That tire was planted in that fucking at that house. Nobody would have just had a tire at that house. If you committed a murder for hire and everybody there knows, like AKA Henry and AKA Mario, you think you're just going to leave the matching tire to the tire that's in the middle of the road in a murder? No fucking way. And the best question is how did it get there? Because Henry took the truck allegedly, supposedly, and took it to fucking Jimmy's. Okay. Did you see what was in that truck? There was all fucking shit all over the place. All shit all over the place in that truck. Hey, let me just grab this fucking spare that can't go onto any of my vehicles because it's a truck wheel. Let me just grab this one and will you give me a ride home, Jimmy? I don't drive, boy. Who can I call? How did Henry Tenon get home? Oh, I'm going to throw this tire into the Crown Vic. Why? Why would you take a tire and put it in your Crown Vic and then say, you know what? I'm going to take it out of my Crown Vic and put it right up on the house in March or April and just leave it outside sitting there waiting for the police for what, 2.5, 3 months? Who is this fucking dumb? I don't understand what the fuck's going on here. This is so obvious to me that tire was planted. Because that's the only thing that gave you probable cause to get anything on Henry Tenon and all of his fucking devices and everything that you fucking got in the eye was that stupid fucking tire. And now this is the truck that you drive, Burrell? Are you really good friends with John Biggerstaff? His truck is the same color that Henry Tenon's truck is. And Jeremy Ordway said when he ran on July 26th, when they said, hey, what kind of vehicles does Henry drive? He's like, I don't know, blah, blah. He's like, a truck that looks just like yours. I'll be damned.
Is that at the back of your truck?
It is, and this is actually at the police department. So, but yes.
So let's look at the
It is, and this is actually at the police department. So, but yes.
the information from Michelin. This is going to be pursuant to.
He says Michelin. He just said Bridgestone.
State's Exhibit 175 and the certified business record. You see that on your screen, Detective?
I do.
BF
For the
Goodrich.
record, I know the
BF Goodrich. He testified that it was not Goodrich, though. What did he testify to? Let me see.
jury can read it on their own, but if you could just read that into the record for record purposes.
This is addressed to Mr. Courier, who was a detective with us at the. I do.
July 14th, 2026 is when they went and got this. What's his name? Matt, Senior Technical Advisor, Litigation.
You see that on your screen, Detective?
I do.
For the record, I know the jury can read it on their own, but if you could just read that into the record for record purposes.
This is addressed to Mr. Courier, who was a detective with us at the time. Says a complete DOT number of the sidewall of the tire provides certain information.
Hold on one second.
So let's look at the screen. For the record, I know the jury can read it on their own, but if you could just read that into the record for record purposes.
This is addressed to Mr. Courier, who was a detective with us at the time. Says a complete DOT number of the sidewall of the tire provides certain information, manufacturing plant, and optional code numbers for size and dimensional code for the sculpture and for the week and the year the tire was manufactured. You requested information associated with the 265/60 R18 BF Goodrich Advantage TA tire,
Still a little bit slow.
bearing the following DOT number AP80-2T114718. That DOT number conveys the following information. AP, plant code indicating that the tire was manufactured in Michelin, North America's Ador, Oklahoma plant. 80 is the optional code for size. 2T11's dimensional code for the sculpture. And 4718, the tire was manufactured on the 47th week of 2018. The same DOT number is assigned to all 265/60 R18 BF Goodrich Advantage TA tires made at the Adamore, Oklahoma plant, the 47th week, 2018.
Okay. So, with that said, here's the following. This is a spare tire steel wheel that came with the 2004 Ford F-150 Loretta. The four wheels mounted to the vehicle would have been alloy like we've seen, but the spare tire is steel, and this is exactly what would have been underneath that 2004 Ford F-150. The Silver 5 double spoke alloy wheel tire found on the road is not a quote unquote spare from any Ford F-150. The spare tire / wheel for every Ford 2004 F-150 Loretta was a steel wheel with 12 holes painted black like in the picture that I will show you guys. I would need to see proof that Tenon acquired an extra silver alloy wheel. And I would need to know the reason why he acquired it. Boom. Fuck yes. Let's see if we can do something with that. Whoa, looks like the tire from 2008. Looks like it is the tire from 2018. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about something else. So basically, this is what we're saying. Every time that you would change your tires, okay, you don't say, hey, you know what? Throw off my awesome alloy wheel out with it. And, like, you would only ever have four of the amazing rims. Okay. So when did this person acquire a fifth rim that was like banging? Right?
So the information provided in States 175 is the information contained on both States Exhibit 90 and States Exhibit 100, the two different tires that were recovered in this case.
It was.
Like, think about this. Why in the hell would you ever use that tire that has the rim in it? The fuck?
Did you also conduct investigation with regard to Henry Tenon in this case?
I did.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that Henry Tenon or his father had a registration to a blue Ford Lariat F-150 later model?
I did.
Ms. Stifler, do we have that? If we could find that one.
Breaking news at the break.
As a detective endeavored to try to find that Ford F-150.
Myself and several other people did. Yes, sir.
Is part of what you did actually getting in a helicopter and flying over property associated with Mr. Tenon to see if you could find the truck there?
Well, it was associated with interview with Mr. Biggerstaff, and ultimately it was believed through a conversation that vehicle, the Ford F-150, may be somewhere up on that hunting club.
When was that interview? John Biggerstaff said that he only ever knew Henry Tenon to ride a bike or walk or drive that white Crown Vic. When did John Biggerstaff tell you that?
You were unsuccessful in finding that vehicle. Thank you.
We were.
So we'll show you what's been entered into evidence.
Of course you have to say that, right? Meaning that you couldn't have planted the tire because we were not able to find the truck.
States Exhibit 177.
These people are sick.
Is this that state of Georgia motor vehicle registration to Henry Tenon's father?
It appears so, yes. It appears so, yes.
To Henry Tenon's father.
It appears so, yes.
Ah, there. It was just so small. Do we see that on the registration, the Henry Clement?
Yes, sir.
Did you also?
He purchased it. Henry Clement, he purchased it. Purchase date. Application date. What? Application for what? On January 10th, 2022.
Also find evidence that Henry Tenon had that car serviced at a tire store back in 2022.
Yes, sir. There was a discount tire off 103rd Street in Jacksonville.
And I'm showing what's been entered into evidence of States Exhibit 174. Is this that discount tire receipt that indicates that two tires were purchased, but only one tire was disposed of?
Yes, sir.
What's the date? because I have a question about this whole date. 4/2/2022, after the murders. Like, certificates for refund, replacement, state required tire fee, 2, whatever, $124 a piece. How did he pay? $2,004 Ford F-150. Where does it?
United States 170.
Henry Tenon. 4/2/2022, 1:06 p.m.
Before we see the name Henry Tenon with the address of 52329.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
4/2.
For 2000 Ford F-150 information, Larry.
Yes, sir.
4/2.
Okay, so 2 tires, but only 1 disposed of. That correct?
Yes, sir.
That's after the murders. Is that just the day that it? What's the mileage of the vehicle right now? What's this mileage say? 160, 781. What is that? 248. What was the fucking grand total? Where does it show that estimated completion time? This is an invoice. Where's the payment?
United States 174.
View sales invoice. Discount Tire, huh? I go to Discount Tire all the time. It's a very interesting Discount Tire. Where did this come from? Certificates for refund. Replacement. What is that? 0, but certificates for refund. For what? What is that all about? Please read carefully. Check one of the statements below and sign.
This,
I understand that under the state law, I am entitled to.
that,
The tire and or wheel you have chosen is different from the original equipment provided with your vehicle and may change its handling or stability. Further information is available from your Discount Tire salesperson. When replacing less than 4 tires, Discount Tire recommends that the new tires will be placed on the rear of the vehicle, axle of the vehicle. The tire and or wheel you have chosen is different from the original equipment provided with your vehicle. What kind of tire was this?
Discount tire receipt that indicates that 2 tires were purchased, but only 1 tire was disposed of?
Yes, sir.
And in States 174, we see the name Henry Tenon with the address of 52329.
How did he pay for these? Where's the transaction? Why this is not a, where do you see payment on there? It's not. Where's the payment? How did he pay? What did he pay with?
Is that just the day that it was printed?
Is that the print date?
Wait,
You guys.
what?
No more questions, John.
No question.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh gosh, come on, Mr. Hill. Oh God, Hill's waited his whole life for this. Come on, Hill, you got this, baby. He had warranty. It doesn't matter. It cost $14.40. It wasn't zeroed out. None of this stuff was zeroed out. Price, then what do you mean? Warranty, certificates for refund, replacement. This is just telling you this is what you sign when you go there and they give you an estimate that this is, and you want us to do this work on it. Okay, sign. Okay, then you come back and you have to pay. So where is the other fucking receipt that shows you that you paid the money? What the fuck's going on here? That's just saying that was an estimate. Anybody can do that and actually not get new tires. You guys do know that, right? That's somebody printing you up an estimate. I'm going to go to discount. You know what? I have a video. I'm going to Discount Tire tomorrow. I'm going to say, hey, I want 2 new tires. Print me up an estimate. And then I'm going to say, you know what? Fuck, I can't afford that shit. I'm out of here. Because I was planning on turning in 2 tires or keeping one and doing whatever. You know what? I can't. Fuck, that's way too expensive. I don't even have that money. See you guys later. I don't. They need to see that was. I would think that you'd be showing his bank statements to show that he paid. Like Henry Tenon paid for that, or who paid for that. Henry Tenon doesn't have any money, right? He's pawning shit. I don't fucking know.
Wait.
No more questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh gosh, come on, Mr. Hill. Oh God, Hill's waited his whole life for this. Come on, Hill, you got this, baby.
I want to walk through a couple points on the 17th, 12:36 a.m.
Let me just refer to my offense incident report.
It says Mario Fernandez.
It does not.
Whose name is that truck registered to?
According to the registration, that's Henry Tenon.
Do you see Henry Tenon in the courtroom?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm sure registration, correct? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where on there it says Mario Fernandez?
It does not.
Can you see that, sir?
Did Henry Tenon take over the title of that vehicle?
Yes, sir. I was just making sure that was the same one.
Yes, sir. And I see, can you see
Wait,
that?
why was he saying I was just making sure it was the same one? What other one is there?
Higher invoice you just tested? I'm showing you now what is states 174. I believe this was the tire invoice you just testified to. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir. I was just making sure that was the same one.
Yes, sir.
Well,
And I see a name up.
I would have said, well, is there more than one? Is there more than one?
In the top left-hand corner. What name is that?
Henry Tenon,
And what address is that to?
5239 Potomac Avenue.
Okay, and that's where you understood that Mr. Tenon resided at some point?
At some point, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mario Fernandez's name anywhere on this document?
I wish you would have asked him how he paid
No,
for
sir, I
it.
do not.
It's his name on the invoice, was it not?
Yeah.
Correct? Safe to say that you confirmed that Henry Tenon owns the truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Henry Tenon bought the tires, correct?
I don't know that.
It's his name on the invoice, was it not?
Right there, exactly. I don't know that he bought the tires because that's not a fucking receipt for purchasing those tires. That is not a receipt. I know my discount tire. They are my fucking provider.
It is, but I don't know who actually paid for it, but that's who's on the invoice.
You've had experience for what? You said 23 years in law enforcement?
22, sir.
How long have you been driving a car?
A few years.
And you bought tires, I'm assuming, over those years?
I have.
Do they normally put other people's names on tires when you go and purchase them?
No, but the reason I say that is because the manager that I spoke with wasn't entirely sure it was Henry Tenon either, so I can't say for certain, but his name is at the top of that receipt.
Okay, so I need you guys to understand this. I was saying this the other day. I said, what if I was to go to Discount Tire and give them a name and they were to see and yeah, start me up a work order? I'm going to get two, and I just gave you all this. In fact, I'm going to go tomorrow and do it. I'm going to go and give information for a friend of mine that has a vehicle and say, hey, yep, use the name, use this. Well, what's the mileage on the vehicle? It just looks like it's the starting of something. I don't know. Something's off there. It doesn't make any sense to me. Where's the actual fucking receipt? It would be in the Discount Tire. It would be in their system. Why did they provide you with this? I don't understand. Where did you find this? Was it in the truck? Where did you get this from? I cannot believe that this is what Discount Tire would provide you.
He didn't say a little short Peruvian man came in and bought tires for somebody else's truck, did they?
No, sir, he did not.
And did I understand correctly, you took a helicopter ride looking for the truck?
We did.
They don't even take helicopters looking for missing kids. What the fuck are you talking about? You're taking a helicopter ride. Where? To do what? For John Biggerstaff's tip? He sent you, what are you doing with a helicopter?
Is that the first time you took a helicopter ride looking for a vehicle?
Actually, it was the second time. It was kind of cool.
I imagine it would be. And ultimately, that truck was found, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Was it found at a property owned by by Mario Fernandez?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think he owns it.
So you would agree all the evidence.
When kids go missing, can we just start putting helicopters in the air?
owned. No.
He rented, correct?
Mr. Tenon rented. Yes, sir.
You also mentioned the
Yes,
area.
We did.
Ever worked as a lead detective on a
Spoke to Mr. Shane Borgia that evening. Other officers spoke with the ladies, and then they were actually contacted later to get more information from them.
And were they able to give you any suspect descriptions, vehicle descriptions, or any indication of how the homicide went down?
No,
I say went down, I mean the manner in which it was committed.
no, everyone who arrived after it had already occurred.
What time did the first 911 call for the homicide come in? If you don't remember the exact time, you can give me an approximation.
I think it was 7:59. It was like maybe 6 or 8 minutes after the shooting, the last shot.
And I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but how do you know what time the shooting actually occurred?
Don't you guys think that's a long time? I think that's a long time.
The shooting was actually captured on a nearby, or not really that nearby. There was a camera on a rooftop, and the gentleman just happened to be out working or loading stuff in his vehicle, and that caused his camera to capture the shooting.
What? That's not what the fucking video shows at all.
Actually occurred.
The shooting was actually captured on a nearby, or not really that nearby. There was a camera on a rooftop, and the gentleman just happened to be out working or loading stuff in his vehicle, and that caused his camera to capture the shooting.
That is not true. What is he talking about?
Or the last shot.
Oh, the last shot, excuse me.
And the time on that,
You understand that what are you smoking? The white truck is what made that happen. And now maybe they should like fucking really ding some bells here. Because the white truck was in front of those cars. And the white truck just had to go straight down American Ave. And if that's the white truck that was leading the pack, right? It's going to arrive before the shooting. Okay? So what did the person in the white truck just do? What, waved everybody on? And then waited and watched everything happen? And then said, hang on, because I'm gonna drive so I get the this person's, Ring camera. Wait, pause on that fourth one. And so I can drive, and then boom, this is going to catch it, and then we're going to have somebody on foot. And they're going to be looking for somebody on foot. People should wonder how the white car, or how the white truck is where it's at. That's what everybody should be like, where the fuck is this white truck coming from? Because the white truck was in front of everybody. The white truck should have already came down the rest of America and to pull in. Like, unless you're going to sit here and tell me, and then you have to ask yourself, what are the fucking odds? Unless you're going to sit here and tell me that the white truck that we see that's being tailgated by Henry Tenon's truck, unless you want to tell me that these are the odds, that stroke of luck here, that the white truck would actually go right or go left on Jacksonville Drive, and that there would actually be another white truck that comes besides that one that gets out, and then here, voila, some other white truck. Henry Tenon, we're gonna get you out, boy. You were set up, and I'm gonna figure it out, man. I don't think that you shot anybody, buddy. I just don't. Because you'd be a fool. If he did shoot, why the fuck wouldn't he take 15 years? Be out in how much time? Why would you ever roll the dice if you are the shooter? That would be stupid. Ask yourself that. 15 years, but
The timestamp on that camera was 7:52 p.m.
Correct.
All right, so that night, besides Mr. Borgia, who else did you speak with?
I also spoke with Kirsten Bridegan
Where did you speak with Mrs. Bridegan?
at the police station.
And she arrived on her own?
She was with her mother.
Did you make the notification to her that her husband had been killed?
I can't remember if it was me or my sergeant.
how do you not remember that? I can't remember from me or my sergeant. Who? That would be something that you would never, ever forget. If I was Kirsten Bridegan, I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? You don't remember that? What a fucking pig.
Interrogate her.
No, we did not.
Why not?
Generally, we do record everything that goes on. And
How many death notices have you given from homicides? I'm curious. Normally we do what? This is your first fucking one. Normally do what? The fuck is he talking about? What? How many unattended deaths? How many people have you given death notices? I'm just curious. How many people have you ever had to tell that your husband was shot in front of his daughter? How many times have you ever done that? This guy's a piece of shit. He's just the most awkward fuck ever. He's a little liar.
of our rooms, it's the nature of why they exist. However, we made a decision that evening not to record a widow who had just found out that her husband had.
Wow, why don't you ask Mackenzie Shirilla, Dominic's mom? Do you know what they did to her? The cops not only gave a death notice as she's like just losing her shit, they just stuck around forever and kept the body cam on. That is all over the internet. That poor fucking woman, man.
Been killed.
You're making a notification to someone their husband had died. You're not interrogating a suspect at that point.
That's correct.
You still record
Other than
them?
Mrs. Bridegan and Mr. Borgia, did you speak with anyone else that night who seemed to have any type of relevant information?
No.
And detectives and patrol officers were delegated to go canvass and try to see if there were any other witnesses.
That's correct.
I want to talk now about the days following the homicide and the development of into.
Also did a tower dump. So basically what we're looking for in that instance is we get a search warrant to get data from Google or the cell phone providers to see if we can identify any devices.
County Clerk of Court's record and other investigative means to include an interview with Mr. Fernandez himself.
Correct.
Confirm that that was in fact a scheduled date night.
Yes.
So I want to draw your attention to the screen. I'm showing you State's Exhibit. Is this 1511 Marsh Inlet Court?
Yes, it is.
And who resided there at the time of Jared?
Okay. They have a Ring camera. I get it right there, but guess what? Depending on how you pull in, if somebody pulled into the garage, like over here, I mean, I don't know what I have no idea how they did their drop-offs, but if people went into the garage, there's a chance that it wouldn't catch that because you have this pillar right here. Depends on how this is situated. But more importantly, the garage sticks out way further. And they should have just done some tests. These people are idiots.
Bridegan's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want
I'm not sure they own that property then, or I think they did, but it's all basically the Discovery School campus.
So if you were to hop over that fence or walk back behind the house, you would hit the property that belongs to the Discovery School.
Correct.
Did AB and LB attend the Discovery School prior to Jared Bridegan's death?
Yes.
Dude, schools have cameras all over. These people, you're going to go over here and potentially be on what all these cameras at Pablo Hamlet. Then you're going to think that, okay, hey, go into the Discovery School and just chill in the parking lot for fucking a long time. What kind of plan is this? This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Did they continue to attend the Discovery School after his death?
Yes, I did.
And then you kept walking through the Discovery School, what is the next street that you would hit?
It's called, the area is called Pablo Hamlet. It's a continuation of Cheddar Avenue, but basically Cheddar Avenue runs into Pablo Hamlet.
So,
Pablo Hamlet.
so Marsh Inlet Home, directly behind it is the Discovery School where AB and LB attended school. And then directly behind that is going to be Pablo Hamlet.
Correct.
Are there any streets in between Cheddar and Marsh Inlet on 15th?
No, there are not.
Dude, that car did not go right. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Did you speak with the defendant in this case, Mr. Fernandez, in regards to Jared Bridegan as part of your investigation following his homicide?
So, yeah, I don't know anything else that I can answer for you guys, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if I find something out that I can use some concrete information, I'll let you know, but
Please.
right now that's not the case.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but hey, thank you so much for coming down. I know it's not what anyone wants to do, spend their day with us, but
No,
we do appreciate it.
and trust me, we get it. Like when Shanna told me, she's like, hey, one of the detectives just called me and they want to talk to us. So like, I was like, well, I can't do it right now. They're always welcome. I was like, did they come over? Like that, you guys have come over before and we're right there.
Yeah.
I thought you meant downtown,
No,
by the way. And I was
yeah,
like, oh shit, we're gonna have to make time,
yeah.
you know? So that's why we pushed it for today.
Yeah.
And then the rest of that was like Shanna was like, well, what could we tell them? And I told her, I was like, we tell them what we know,
Yeah.
which is our interactions with Jared, how Kirsten is being a total bitch right now, and how this has been. For me, this has only been for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
For Shanna, it's been like 7-8 years. And then before the divorce, it was everything that she dealt with him.
Right.
So,
And what isn't. So
right.
At this point, we're just trying to get to know Jared, because if he was into something, the only way we're going to find out about it is to find out his background.
Right.
So,
Right.
but we really do appreciate
The investigation to the 10mm firearm. Is it fair to say that the investigation ran a little cold up until July of 2022 when Detective Burrell found that tire at 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, that's correct.
When he found that,
How did the case go kind of cold? I'm curious.
tire, briefly give the jury an idea into the investigation that you began into a man named Henry Tenon.
Like I said, up until that point, we were kind of running out of leads. We didn't really know where to go. We were continuously trying to find this truck, but weren't having a whole lot of luck with it.
Why didn't you think maybe it wasn't the truck? Like, when did you get on the truck? Like, you know that's going to come up in Henry Tenon's case. Like, there's just no waltzing in and just we get to tell the jury that that's the murder vehicles, or that's somebody that's what? The murderer's on foot. So why do you give a fuck about the truck? I don't understand. Do you ever see the person that's walking get into the truck? Why are you following this truck around? I'm confused. You have a video that captures the shooting that you want to say happened on the roof or something, but that's just not how it was captured. But you see somebody, there's no vehicles around, and you see somebody on foot. So explain to me how you said, you know what, that truck's involved. Because you what? Asked for surveillance what? Beforehand? And this truck's just driving all over, right? But yet you can never put the truck with the person. And you lose the truck for like hella fucking time. It doesn't explain to me. When you're hearing people talk about a white van, you're hearing people talk about a white truck, you're hearing people talk about a black F-150. You're hearing people talk about what is it? There's when you're watching these videos, there's a white truck, that truck, and a sedan. Why do you think it's this blue truck? Because they're driving around earlier. None of those cars are driving around earlier?
So we start looking at just kind of ancillary people that we didn't think were going to be that really important to our overall investigation. And while Detective Lamont, Detective Burrell were interviewing Mr. Ordway at the Potomac address, Detective Burrell, as he's already testified to, found this tire.
Oh, they do.
He thought the tire looked similar to the one that was left on the scene, so he decided to bring it back to the police station. Ordway at the Potomac address, Detective Burrell, as he's already testified to, found this tire. He thought the tire looked similar to the one that was left on the scene, so he decided to bring it back to the police station.
And you already previously.
Wait, was Detective Burrell at the scene? Hold on, let me check I have everything that every officer did in this case. Detective Burrell, where the fuck are you? Okay. Brent Burrell. Let me see if you were at the scene. No, I don't have you going to the scene that day. I have Brent Burrell getting involved on 217 neighborhood campus, supplemental 11. Am I missing that? How did Burrell, did he go and take the tire out of evidence? Like, how does he know what the tire looked like? You guys just, where's the chain of custody with that tire that was found in the middle of the road? How did Burrell see and know what the tire looked like? Did he take pictures of it? He's just memorizing, hey, look at that tire that's just up against that. Isn't that the fucking tire that was in the middle of the road? I fucking love these dudes. These dudes are just fucking a bunch of liars. Think about what John Biggerstaff was into. Tipping off drug. That's where JSO, that's where he worked. You think he was the only one doing that shit? Get the fuck out of here. No, he wasn't. You only do that stuff and that's culture. Culture. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. So he's just like, hey, this is how this played out. Again, how did this all happen? This is never going to fly in Henry's case. It depends on how Gardner goes about this because this week, I was expecting to see, I can't even tell you what type of evidence against Mario Saldana. I have my meter at a 95% acquittal. 95% acquittal right now. 95%. And it won't move probably past that because when you fuck with a jury, you might as well just, you never know. This week, where is the solicitation? Like what's going on? Detective Johns, or what are you going to bring us in this financials?
The Potomac address, Detective Burrell, as he's already testified to, found this tire. He thought the tire looked similar to the one that was left on the scene, so he decided to bring it back to the police station.
And you already previously testified that you were able to compare the DOT numbers and see that they were manufactured.
Do you know how ridiculous that is? 6 months later. 6 months later, he can just say it with a straight face. How did you just get on this? Try to get. You're like saying he's lying about this. He's
the investigation into the 10mm firearm. Is it fair to say that the investigation ran a little cold up until July of 2022 when Detective...
I objection to leading. If you allow this woman to do this, shame. Everything she's testifying, she's leading. This is not how you do direct examination. Is it safe to say, no, you cannot? That's suggesting, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is not cross, bitch.
And the investigation to the 10mm firearm. Is it fair to say that the investigation ran a little cold up until July of 2022 when Detective Burrell found that tire at 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, that's correct.
When he found that tire, briefly give the jury an idea into the
The
investigation.
case was cold until he found the fucking stroke of luck tire. How many search warrants came because of that tire? Do you understand what they were planning? What were y'all doing when this case was going so cold? Oh, we weren't really going cold at all. What were you guys doing? What was going on? It seems like you guys weren't working for like a month and a half. Not a single person wrote a police report in this case. Were you running a parallel investigation with the feds? What kind of subpoenas? What were they? Was there ever like? Were you guys trying to indict anybody through a federal grand jury? Like, what went on here? Because I have the dates. Nobody wrote a single report for 6 weeks from May 13th, May 19th until like, I don't know, June 19th. What were y'all doing? Not a single person in this case issued a report from a supplemental report. What did you guys do for a whole month or like 6 weeks?
Investigation that you began into a man named Henry Tenon.
Like I said, up until that point, we were kind of running out of leads. We didn't really know where to go. We were continuously trying to find this truck, but weren't having a whole lot of luck with it. So we start looking at just kind of ancillary people that we didn't think were going to be that really important to our overall investigation. And while Detective Lamont, Detective Burrell were interviewing Mr. Ordway at the Potomac address, Detective Burrell, as he's already testified to, found this tire. He thought the tire looked similar to the one that was left on the scene, so he decided to bring it back to the police station.
And
why did they go there? Why did they go there? You're insane. This is not how this played out. Why did they go there? Why did you originally go there?
already previously testified that you were able to compare the DOT numbers and see that they were manufactured at the same factory the same week.
Correct.
I want you to give me a brief overview into your investigation into an individual by the name of Henry Tenon. What did you start pulling in regards to Mr. Tenon?
Well, we initially didn't know that Mr. Tenon was related to the tire until later we found out that we went back and talked to Mr. Ordway some more and said, hey, where did this tire come from? And we realized that Henry Tenon's father actually owned a blue Ford Lariat. And that's when we started making this connection that, oh, wow, this truck is the one that matches the one we're seeing on surveillance.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I'm just, you guys, I'll tell you what, man, you're something else. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Let me take a look here at Jeremy Ordway's interview. This is crap.
The tire found on the road belonged to a Ford F-150 of the same make and model. So then we started looking into Mr.
As your police officers that drive those, unmarked Ford F-150s? I didn't realize that Burrell drove the same color.
And then as far as his financials, toll records, our phone records, everything that we normally do for when we start looking at somebody.
Wait, what do you mean? Everything you do, like you were able to obtain with search warrants? For what? What were you doing? What were you looking for?
Did you you mentioned pulling his financial records. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but did you also pull his phone records?
Yes, we did.
Did you identify him as having phone contact with the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez Saldana?
You didn't need to pull his phone records to know that. This is what you need to hone in on. This is a lie. You were explaining this to the jury. This is their narrative, but this is not the truth. You had Mario's phone records, right? In March, right? Yes. So you knew that Mario and fucking Henry were talking because you had Mario's phone records in March, right? Yes. So why are you sitting here testifying and letting Stifler paint this pretty little picture to the jury that, oh my God, I just pulled Henry Tenon's phone records. And oh my God, could you believe it? He's talking to Mario 70 times. Oh, you just learned that in July? When'd you learn? Oh, August? When'd you learn that? March, motherfucker. March.
Leading up to the homicide.
Yes.
And the jury's going to hear from a witness.
You guys, they pulled Mario's phone records. I'm not going to let us down here. I need you to think. They pulled Mario's real time, calling it out. Like, dude, I can pivot on a dime. I know my cases. This guy is, you can't even blame him. The blame has to be on what's her tits, right? Because she's the one that curated this nice little, here, we're going to tell the jury that you pulled Henry Tenon's phone records and oh my God, he's talking to Mario. Ask Detective Burrell why he drove by Potomac in February. That came up, slipped in his testimony. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. I'm not going to let us down here. I need you to think. Off of phone records and digging into their life and seeing.
To get Mr. Tenon into custody.
I don't believe so.
Did it meet the legal definition of firearms such that you all could proceed with that investigation?
No.
You're supposed to say yes. Because then why didn't you drop that? What the fuck? She's like, well, he fucked that up.
Mr. Tenon into custody.
We coordinated with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office since he lives in their jurisdiction. We kind of just met with the Sheriff's Office, described how he was a suspect in our investigation. They agreed to essentially conduct the traffic stop and then bring him back to the Crime Gun Intelligence Center here at the State Attorney's Office.
You brought him to the AG's, right?
So that we could interview him.
And the Crime Gun Intelligence Center is a substation of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
What?
Basically.
Yes.
What?
When you brought Mr. Tenon back, were you able to obtain a DNA swab from him?
Yes, we did.
How? From a search warrant, from a tire that you fucking planted. God damn it. Unbelievable.
And were you able to obtain a cell phone from his person?
Yes.
Attorney, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
John Bears have had somebody in the police department. Unbelievable.
Mr. Tenon in August for driving on a suspended license. What vehicle was he driving?
He was driving a white Ford Crown Victoria.
Did he have a set of keys in his pocket?
Yes, he did.
And did those keys belong to a Crown Vic?
Was there any DNA on the tire that was found at Potomac?
No.
What vehicle did they belong to? Or from the person of Mr. Tenon during his arrest?
Yes.
And is this how you obtain an individual's DNA?
Yes.
And did you or one of your detectives, did you take the swab yourself?
I collected the swab.
And then here we have what's been entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 127. Is this a cell phone that you took off Mr. Tenon's person during his arrest in August of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember the date he was arrested for the DWSR?
I'd have to check the exact date. I know it was in August, but
When you looked up Henry Tenon, was he associated with a 10 millimeter? No. Oh, okay.
You want to check?
Did it ever did you think to yourself like, wow, Henry Tenon just, what's all his record? Like, what is it? What has he been arrested for in the past? Any violent crimes? No. Just slapping a hoe, maybe. Maybe a white woman. So he just came across as like, that's who you'd hit up to hit it. Like, dude, that's who I want to murder fucking Jared Bridegan right there. That real raw motherfucker right there. Henry Tenon come across as fucking a raw ass motherfucker. Yeah, that's who I want. Henry, no disrespect, brother.
It was August 18th.
August 18th, 2022. And then I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 193 is Tenon.
All right, so timeline. In timeline and tell the
Police Department's secured lot.
Yes, it was.
Or you,
Yes, I did.
did you actually go to the search warrant for that truck
Yes, I did.
to recover the truck?
Yes,
Okay. Was that at 1705 University Street?
yes.
And was that truck sealed, towed, and processed at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department's secured lot?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for the processing of that truck?
Yes,
I'm gonna go through some.
yes,
35. Is this the Ford F-150?
yes.
We can see that it is in fact a Ford two-tone.
That's not the same truck.
F-150. And does this truck have a tag number that matches the registration to Henry Tenon's father, Henry Clement Tenon?
Yes, it does.
States 147. We see that the vehicle has been sealed.
Wait, it wasn't registered to him?
That's correct.
Sorry, states 148.
Right there. Registered to him?
That's correct.
How deep is that? Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at what type of vehicles they have. Look at those vehicles in the back. And then imagine what a undercover one looks like. Oh my God. Right there. Where did that come from? He got rid of one and he kept one. What? Look at those tires that are on this truck. They got to put them on the rear. Let me see those tires.
States 148.
Wait, it wasn't registered to him?
We see that the vehicle has been.
Okay, hold on. Was there any tires on the back? Showing that they've been sealed. Okay, great. Who gives a fuck? Oh my God.
States 149, what are we looking at here?
It was a spare tire that was underneath the truck.
And states 150.
It's the interior from the driver's door,
How many tires did he have?
151.
the rear seat from the driver's side.
And states 152.
Look at this shit.
The box.
So let me get this straight. Look at Henry Tenon just decides to leave a fucking paper trail of like, here, come fucking get me. Dude, John Biggerstaff, you are a nasty motherfucker. I think you and Detective Burrell, I think you guys have had sex.
Box that is believed to contain the boots.
And Mr. Mizrahi's gonna
Mr.
Dana White for
Mizrahi
me
watched.
and show you what's been marked as exhibit 168. Is that the box collected from the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Or was the box collected from the vehicle? Exhibit 153, what are we looking at here?
It's the passenger side front seat.
States 155.
What?
Tell the jury what you found in the truck that you believe to be of evidentiary value and led to further investigation.
You guys, the check stubs don't go to, they stay with the person that wrote the check. Why would he have the stubs? You guys, why would that be there? Henry Tenon gets the checks. Henry Tenon gets the checks. Like when you do work, right? You get a check. The stub, when I owned a bar, we have our our stubs on the left side, so we know what the fucking check was that we wrote it for. Okay? Why the fuck does Henry Tenon have the stubs? Does anybody? I can't believe.
So if you've ever had business checks, they typically come with a stub that the business owner can retain so they can write a record of who they wrote the check to. This was found inside the truck and is basically the stub off of 3 business checks, but all 3 of them are still intact.
I'm going to show this. This is States Exhibit 167. Are these the 3 check stubs that you recovered in the vehicle?
Yes, they are.
Same ones depicted in this photograph.
Henry didn't own the truck. The truck.
Were you able to find the
You guys, this is absolutely unfucking believable. Why were the stubs in this truck?
corresponding deposits for those check numbers in Mr. Tenon's financial records?
Yes.
And you're going to testify a little bit later about that, but to spoil the ending, were those checks?
To spoil the ending. Objection, Your Honor. What is she doing? Your Honor, sidebar. If you don't shut this bitch the fuck up with a big old bag of dicks, we're going to have a mistrial. Okay, Judge Kite? Tell her to go fly a fucking kite, kick rocks, and shut the fuck up. Ask a question.
Written to testify a little bit later about that, but to spoil the ending, were those checks written to Mr. Tenon by the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez?
Yes, they were.
Okay, we're seeing in States 156.
Spoil what? What ending? What ending? What ending? I'm just so curious.
A photograph of a steering wheel. Was the interior of Mr. Tenon's vehicle swabbed for the presence of DNA?
Yes, it was.
How many swabs were there approximately taken that day?
Dozens.
I'm going to ask you about one in particular, States Exhibit 169. This is a swab from the steering wheel
But
taken by an evidence technician, Ashley Hawkins. Were you present when she took the swabs of the interior of the vehicle, including this one of the steering wheel?
Yes, I was. And yes, that is it.
And did you also submit these swabs, and in particular this one, to ATF for forensic testing?
Yes, we did.
As I stated, we'll hear from the analyst, but were you also advised at some point during your investigation that Henry Tenon's DNA was included on this swab from the steering wheel as depicted in States 156?
Yes.
States 157, what are we looking at here?
There's contents inside the vehicle or from the vehicle.
States 158,
Same thing, statement for child support, I believe.
States 158, and that is under the name of Henry Tenon with the address of 5239 Potomac Ave.
What's the date?
Correct.
In Mr. Tenon's vehicle, and those could
Junk
be
mail.
junk mail. States 160, are these more items from the interior of the vehicle?
Correct.
It's 161, we see a JEA bill for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we see in States,
Yeah, it's the same bill, just a different photo.
and here, the vehicle registration for the Ford F-150 under Henry Clement Tenon was actually located inside this truck.
That's correct.
Here we see, is that a picture of that here in States 163?
Yes.
And did you do investigation into Mr. Tenon's father, Henry Clement Tenon?
We knew he was deceased, but no, we didn't really do any kind of investigation.
That was my question. Was he alive during the murder of Jared Bridegan?
No,
He had passed away prior to Jared's death.
that's correct.
We see in States 164, IRS paper.
So let me ask you a question. That truck was very, very important to Henry because it was his dad, okay? His dad died. Henry goes to Georgia, okay, to go get this fucking truck and brings it back just right before the murder happened. Literally, they just got that fucking truck. You think Henry Tenon is going to commit a murder in his dad's, like, he wants to keep this truck, right? And that his dad just gave him? That's like one of his last things that he has of his fucking dad.
Paperwork for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac Ave. And
That's
then
correct.
what are we seeing here in States 165?
It's a paycheck stub from Monison Pallets for Mr. Tenon.
And it says Henry Tenon, 5239 Potomac Avenue, earnings for piecework. Was he paid by the piece, I guess, for his labor at Monison Pallets?
As I understand it, yes. So
What are we seeing here in States 166?
it's probably be an ATM receipt for a cash withdrawal from PNC Bank.
And so this ATM receipt was located in the blue Ford F-150,
That's correct.
and the date and transaction for this
March,
transaction, you'll testify about that later.
March what? March what? God damn it.
States Exhibit 200, who is this?
that's Mr. Henry Tenon.
This information and receiving cell site data results for the tire to arrest Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan.
Yes, we did.
Did you immediately arrest him after receiving this information?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what investigative technique or step you decided to utilize concurrent with the arrest of Henry Tenon?
We decided to use the arrest as what they call a tickle, because we were going to do a T3 wire, or what is commonly referred to as a wiretap, on people that we believed were also involved in the homicide.
So this is the last area of your testimony we're going to get to today. And I want to ask you a little bit about what
It is the most intrusive thing that the government could probably go before the state attorney.
People
There are a couple of things. In a courtroom, especially detective, you can go. It's okay.
It is a video dated January 25th, 2023. Is that the day that you all arrested Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yeah.
A location is this that we see?
That is CJIC office.
The Crime Gun Intelligence Center.
Yes.
And I'm going to play this video. It doesn't have sound. It's audio only.
You mean video?
There's no audio. And we can see some people in this video. Is this yourself that we see and your partner, Detective Lamont?
Yes, that's correct.
A bunch of lazy people I see around there.
In this video in the upper right-hand corner says Axon Body 2. Is this being recorded with a video camera or a phone or a body camera?
It's a JSO body camera.
Does Jacksonville Beach have body cams?
At the time, no.
And we see an individual here where at 15:34:18 and the timestamp, who is the individual we see walking in the green jumpsuit?
Mr. Henry Tenon.
And Detective Johns, what was the purpose behind having JSO record Mr. Tenon on body cam walking after his arrest?
He has a very unique gait or style of walking. And that was to show that it matched the style of walking that was on the surveillance video from Grande.
Wait,
The style of walking that was on the.
wait, from Grande? From Grande. Huh. So not Sanctuary.
Surveillance video from Grande.
What? I mean, you might as well just throw fucking Michael McKee in this motherfucker too. He's got a gate. Everybody's got a gate. I mean, Jesus Christ. So, again, I have no idea who's on trial, but I can tell you that I have seen no solicitation to commit murder here. So, wiretap after they seize the truck or before? Wiretap, they wiretapped, when the fuck did they wiretap? They wiretapped when they did the press conference. So they wiretapped January 6th, 7 right there. And we heard the one call. It's just, I think there was also one that was maybe, 6, 7, yeah. We heard that yesterday. Again, 19 witnesses. I'm gonna go take a nap. 19 witnesses, and they just added 19 bricks. I'm interested. Burrell in that car. Look, guys. We'll show it really quick. Right here. Let's get a good copy of this video right here.
1850, which would be 6:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
We see that.
6:50.
You see that truck going by again. Again, it appears when you watch it, there's. You see that truck going by again. Again, it appears when you watch.
Something in the back of.
You can go frame by frame.
There's a trash bag.
Builder's choice, and here we're first. And here we are showing the approximate actual.
That's right there.
6.
That's the what time is that at? This is the that's the one that they released, I think, to the media.
50:49 p.m. and we can
To the
if you could get a tag.
This one in the 88213 that you saw a couple of minutes ago.
You were unable to make out a.
That you saw a couple of minutes ago.
You were unable to make out a tag number on this.
That's correct.
You guys, that's at 650. That's at 650. Now, let's take a little look. Do you want to know what this looks like to me? This looks like a cop staking out. And the police department's right over there. Or a cop is acting because they're lazy around there. I don't know if Burrell was working that night. That they would go over here and just, fucking nap.
Sitting there in the back of a cul-de-sac, like it's, I don't want to say a parking area, but vehicles have parked there and do park there. But backing in and that like vehicles have.
Sitting here, correct?
Yeah, so we.
Visible, correct?
I've never seen so.
Into that living facility, is that correct?
Correct.
Cul-de-sac cut in, there's no, and then we see.
What's this person doing? Shit. 38 minutes and again, like this.
They're dimming. And then we can see that the truck pulls out at the actual corrected time of 7:12 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And just go straight. Like go straight. If they go straight, it goes and doesn't make this right like they're trying to say that it does. Guess what's right after that? See how she's trying to say that the car turns right there? No, it goes straight. Guess what's right after that? The police department. The fucking police. That vehicle goes and chills at the police department. How do we know that's not chilling at the police department?
That's correct.
So here we have at 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have at 7.
That is, God damn it.
Fairway Lane.
This is their best. This is at 7:47. You'd have to show that this is not the same.
Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck.
Which one is it? What truck is it?
5 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
It's not that
Here we
one.
have at 7:47, we see that truck.
What else? Excuse me? I'm stopping it. Dude, that's what? That's what you have to show right there. That back, those lights right there. That is not consistent. That looks like an older ass vehicle. That's too boxy. Oh, wait.
Where we actually see the truck followed by that black Volkswagen Atlas.
Correct.
Thank you.
Whole down right down the street. Where did she get? So what's the next one then? Because then we can't see it. Right there. Oh God. Let me see if we get a good angle here. Who's that?
And then we have the victim's vehicle behind. A 2-ton truck is going by. Fair to say that.
Right there.
And it's decently high rate of speed for the area?
I would say over the speed limit.
Area is going by.
This is unbelievable. All right, guys, we'll see you on the next one. Peace out. What liars? Double win. That's awesome. All I know is this right here, man. The white truck was always in front, always in front. Detective John's lies about how this was caught on camera. And then she purposely fucks with it, okay, because she's freaking out because she saw exactly what I saw, which was, wait, the white truck. Wait, what? Let me just stall some more so that nobody can really understand what's going on here. There's a sedan missing. The white truck's missing. But, oh, wait, the white truck is, after now. I mean, no, fuck off. So then she just acts like she just needs to play all this stuff again. The last time it's on camera at a house is 7:51 and 32 seconds over there at the one that's right before this intersection. And so that means that only within a minute and 30 seconds, this person's camera's going off, for the fourth shot. 4067. That camera right there. So sounds 1, 2, and 3 are heard from 3724 Sanctuary Way, which is behind in the opposite. But right there, that's the money shot. That's the money shot. He's saying, yeah, somebody was up working on the roof, and the roof camera caught this. What? There was somebody working on the roof? There's somebody working on the roof? This is a motion activated camera, allegedly, supposedly. Ring.com. And it's up on the roof. And then watch. The time, look at that's what, this vehicle is what triggered it. And then where's the man with the gate? That person walking is not the same man with the gate. He strolls. Henry strolls. There's a difference between a stroller and that's a power walk. God damn. Where do you see boots? Those are zoom in. Those are like the, what do you call it, type of boots? Cement boots. Dude, this person is way too thick. Henry is skinny as fuck. You're gonna sit here and tell me that this wasn't timed up so that that caught just that. Where's the vehicle? What do you guys think? I digress. One person walking right after the other with intent. Lana, do you go to trials? Yes, I go to trials. Anthony, this is the new name. Love tonight's stream. Do you guys think it's crazy that nobody is talking about this case? Looks like the person is in shorts. I think the person is in cement boots. It almost looks like two figures when he passes. I'm curious as to why the back. Okay, now you see the. Let's see the flashers though. Okay. Do you guys see how it's a still and how she starts it like this? Like, you're telling me that this is how it's like, this is the beginning of it, because I heard it was a minute long. Oh, wait, down here it says 1957 and 51 seconds, right? I heard this was a minute long. Is that not true? Because we get. Okay. I want you guys to see something. I got it. All right. This is what I need you to look at. Right here at the still. Do you guys see right here? I want to know if I can use, is it, if I go over top of it, can you see? No, I can't do it like that. Fuck. Okay. Jared had the door open, right? To get out of the car, right? Okay, so the door is going to be open. And now, right there. You see how you see the third light that came with it? So, okay, ready? I want to show you how the flashers, this person that walks away, looks like they turn the flashers on. Why? Because right here, do you see how it's just two dots that are the lights? See? Front and back. Okay? It's because the door is open. The door's open. And if the flashers were already on, then like what makes this third light happen? Like what's going on? Look at, so right there, just two lights. This one that's like underneath the two, don't pay attention to that. Ready? And see that? See that? Boom, gotcha. Kiss my fucking ass. Okay, right here. So sounds 1, 2, and 3, and then this is what's supposed to happen here. As soon as this goes, I'm gonna bring it back on. As soon as this starts, it's supposed to be catching shotgun 4, or like number 4, right there. This is all Like, no. Okay, now. Right there. See? Listen.
We see that.
Dude, I think somebody should go over there and reenact that. Do you hear how loud that fourth one is? Doesn't the ring, does sound activate a ring camera? Or just motion? Does sound? Which one is this, ring? And who has ring out there? Anybody? I think the prosecution's gonna arrest Monday or Tuesday. Why couldn't they show the unedited one without the zoom in too? Is it only motion, or does your ring ever start because they hear noise as well? Is this just motion? Does it matter how you set it? I don't have ring. I do, and no, not to sound. Okay. How come the camera didn't pick up until the vehicle was right there? The white vehicle. Why didn't it pick up? So like, look at it's like this, like this. Those are two different stills. Look at that. Look at all those cars that are moving on.
We see that. I see that figure you described and then running out of frame.
I cannot believe that she just said that. Why did you end it?
You
One more view. Okay, so this is what she's trying to say. Do you see how Sanctuary Boulevard, if you keep coming all the way, it says Sanctuary Parkway? Okay. Let me tell you what a guy that was interviewed said. He said that he saw on Sanctuary Parkway the night of the murder, Wednesday, that on Sanctuary Parkway, what did I
after
tell you?
look for his.
Okay.
All right.
So what they want you to see here, shut the fuck up, Stifler, is that the person walked, right coming out of here, out of Sanctuary, there's Sanctuary Boulevard and Sanctuary, then you can, if you're on foot, then go to the right and follow Sanctuary Parkway. And do you see the next street here, right behind, if you make a first left, that's Grande, okay? You're going to sit here and tell me, because I have a list of all these fucking houses and everybody that has cameras, and you're going to sit here and tell me not any of these cameras on Grande, none of their fucking cameras catch a homeboy walking up the street? None of them? Because this is what they think to do. This is what this person just walks right out onto Sanctuary Parkway, comes this way, and they're trying to say that then we're able to catch on camera somebody walking over here that's going to come up back towards, they're just walking parallel along the crime scene. Now, there is somebody that was interviewed, and he said that there was a sedan, white sedan, that was parked. If you go down one more street, that they were parked in the white lines. It's going to be down one more street at the bottom here. And what it looks like and appears to look like is it's almost like somebody was trying to either, if you have no idea which way Jared could be coming out, right, and coming around, that you have multiple people, okay, because you have no idea which way the dude could go, right? And so you have to be set up he could come down any one of these streets to then get on this right over here to the left of the screen is to get on the highway. And it's really ironic and weird, but there's a dude that interviewed and said that night he came home and there was a white sedan waiting in the white paint lines, just chilling there. And he didn't say that it was up on top. He said it was at the intersection of Palm and Sanctuary. Like, see those white lines? See that right there? It's like they were creating, depending on whatever way Jared went, they had him. That would require, do you know how many people we're talking about? And so the people that are all in these cars, they're the ones that are playing like, I got him if he goes this way, I got him if he goes this way, because they're creating the what, the tire in the road? I mean, I don't know. But this required multiple people and multiple vehicles. But right here, like those white lines like that, that's down there though. And it was, see how it says Grande right here? The next street over is whatever, and then it's Palm. All these fucking people have cameras. So that's why she's moving back over here and she's like, hey, we have this person's camera, and right there. And so that's Jacksonville Drive. And she's like, right there, there's the fucking truck. There's the truck, and it's coming by at 7:53 and 40 seconds. The shooting was at 7:52, right? 7:51 and 52 seconds. It was 7:52 and 51 seconds. So now 7:53 in 40 seconds. You think that this is some master fucking plan to be on all these? You're saying you're scoping the area and you know that all these fucking houses have cameras? The fuck are you people talking about? This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. For someone to scope the area, yeah. And then why wouldn't you just get on the highway and get the fuck up out of there? This is wild. This is a setup. That vehicle right there, she's saying, she's testifying right here. That's the vehicle, guys. Look at, you could see it doesn't have that in the back anymore. And I'm like, what the fuck? I think all that lighting is different. No? I mean, what? Yeah, it is. There's no way. Yeah, she's like, and there's nothing in the back of the truck anymore. Well, because that's a different truck. Approximately 2 minutes and 22 seconds later. After what? After the 7:53:40? Wait, 7:56:11. Where is Henry? They zoom in. Here's Henry. Where's Henry? Come on, where is he? Where's this gate? Look at these streetlights over back there. So nobody on Grande has a fucking camera that catches this man walking. Look at, he's walking on the sidewalk. He's walking in the street. He's not setting off any fucking camera. This is not the same person. Oh, my God. They think what is he carrying? He's not carrying, like, look at, there's a Jeep. He's just walking on the sidewalks right by a murder scene, supposedly. Because that's a great idea. Now, what's this intersection? Is this, oh, South Beach? Okay, sounds great. So then he's going to walk down to the busiest, like, why would he do that? She's like, hey, what time is that at? Oh, hey, that's that truck. Bitch, what are you smoking? Dude, what is that? What truck is that again, Shook Tits? 18 minutes and 36 seconds later. And he's just walking along the street. Oh my God. What's this? Hmm? Heidi ho, off to work we go with a boom, 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 and a boom, boom, boom. And they're saying that's the same guy because Detective John says it's the same tongue of the boots. And Henry Tenon is the shooter. It's this. So then that means Henry Tenon has this gun on him. Where's he got what's he got? Where's the gun? Just, strapped, underneath his t-shirt, wrapped in his jacket. Is that what you think? It's just wrapped in his jacket, the gun? So let me get this straight. He's just walking all over Jack's Beach with this gun wrapped around in his jacket. Because he could be on those side streets where nobody, but I'm going to walk the main road. And then when I get to Shutter Ave, they're saying I'm going to make a left and come down this way. And they make it seem like that he comes here. But that's not where she goes. She goes to this video out of order after she shows this should not be allowed. 8:14 and 26 seconds. Is that what it says? 8:14 and 26 seconds. Is that what the fuck that says? Is that the right time? Why don't you continue down to show us where he has to turn to go and where's that? Approximately 5 minutes and 12 seconds since passing. What do you mean? And this is 17 minutes fast. Wait, what? How is the actual time 7:50? And that's when she's like, that's not right. I messed up the time. So it's what, 8? But the person just backs in and then does what? Just drives off right away. There's no time to And then what do you think happens? Approximately 1 hour and 43 seconds since passing Ocean. Okay. Why did you show it? That car out of sequence? That shouldn't be allowed. But 1 hour later, after passing Ocean K, okay, what happens? There is no way that it takes an hour to get to that spot, even if you're walking. What was Henry doing? Fucking Maria Biggerstaff in the woods? I mean, Jesus. And this is when you just realize, no, this is totally someone else. Where are you, Henry? Henry, come here. Where are you? Oh. Wait a second. Henry's just hiding behind the tree and then disappears. What is that? Those are tennis shoes. That's the same person. 9:15. 9:15. God damn it, where are you, Henry? Henry, get on camera. I'm sick and tired of this shit. What was that vehicle? What was that vehicle right there? Right there. What vehicle is that? You guys see that? Why aren't they zooming in on that truck? Holy shit. There it is. I gotta pull up the Jackson Beach Police Department. Hold on. I gotta go. Holy shit, I gotta go. Bye. Oh boy. Why do they obsess over cars driving around in the area to get caught? Holy shit. Okay, see you in the next one. Peace out. Bye.